Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Madness! Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Madness!
What's the crack? It's your boy Teriak. Back at it again, boys. We got Jack, we got Dogs, we got Dart. We got Dogs with the $2 as well to the pot of gold. Appreciate you kindly, sir. And Dart saying, how are y'all doing? How y'all doing? Hopefully you're doing as good as me. Look how fresh this haircut is. Look at this shit. No more emo look for you, boy. I'm saying Jack's out there cracking a beer. Just don't start cooking steaks, Jack. That's all I ask. That's all I ask, Jack. You know what I'm saying? Wheelbank's already at 2. We need 18 to spin. And who else is in chat? Who else out there? We got Dart saying the same, him cracking a beer as well. We got TTM as well saying Buenos noches, senor. I think you're kind of saluting to our boy Rubio. He was out DJing on the decks. You know what I'm saying? The man has more jobs. What's up with these Latinos taking all the jobs? You know what I'm saying? He's Emperor of Venezuela. He's Prime Minister of Cuba. You know what I'm saying? He's going to be taking over Iran soon as well. And then he's DJing on the weekends. Boys, if America couldn't get any greater. But anyways, this is the Wheel of Madness, folks. So, like I said, a slight change up in the rules going forward. Like I said, if everybody agrees on panel and there's no disagreement and there's no debate and all this kind of shit, we'll just go down to talking shit and all this kind of stuff. If the conversation naturally tangents off, I'll try police it. But like I said, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. First of all, if you want the memes, if you want the memes, good shit. You know what I'm saying? An example of one would be
you're a cunt.
It is $10, but if you use the Ko-Fi or PayPal, folks, because I want to incentivize the Ko-Fi and PayPal because YouTube are thieving bastards. Especially Apple too. Apple, I don't even know how the fuck Apple justify it. You know what I mean? But hey, it is what it is. So it's half price if you use the Ko-Fi or PayPal. So it's $10 with the YouTube Super Chat. It's $5 with the Ko-Fi PayPal. If you want a specific topic, if you want to say, fuck the wheel, I want the real questions being asked, Tarek. I want the proper prompts, as they say. It's $50 Super Chat or $25 using the Ko-Fi or PayPal. Now, the key theme to the show is we got ourselves a wheel. The wheel is what spits out the prompts, what spits out the topics. It is $20 to spin the wheel. But again, if you use the Ko-Fi PayPal, it is only $10, ladies and gentlemen. So a good way to think about it as well is your Ko-Fi PayPal, you're getting double bubble. You know what I'm saying? You're getting double money for your action. You know what I'm saying? Or it's half price, you know? whatever way you want to look at it. Anyways, lock wheel. If there's a particular topic or prompt that comes up and you want to make sure that we stick to it, you can send in $20 or $10 using the Ko-Fi PayPal to lock the wheel, and it'll take another $10 on the Ko-Fi PayPal or $20 super chat to unlock the wheel. If you want to change the wheel, okay, and just to give you an example, like we have different themes, okay. So we have Bollocksology, which is basically just a random amalgamation of different topics, pressing issues, all this kind of stuff. We got a dating one as well. If you want to go into the whole, like, feminism and red pill stuff, we got that. If you want the religion, a little bit of theology, we got that for you as well. More importantly, though, we got the philosophies. You know what I'm saying? And then we got politics as well. And it's kind of sorted in terms of like difficulty levels. So like the Bollocksology should be the easiest wheel. Then it's dating as well. It's kind of easy. Then religion is a bit more like you got to know your shit. You got to read your Bibles. Then we get into philosophy, and then politics is probably the most difficult. But it is $50 to change out the wheel, and it's only $25 if you use the Ko-Fi or the PayPals. And we're going to be starting off today with the Bollocksology wheel, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to drop or return a panelist, it's $10 per 5 minutes or $5 per 5 minutes if you use the Ko-Fi or PayPal. I'm included in that as well. So if you're like, Teriak, don't like the new haircut, backstage, you can do that as well. And if you want to ban someone from the panel, you say, kick this motherfucker for the rest of the show, it is $100 or $50 using the Ko-Fi or PayPal. And if you want to bring them back as well, it is the same price. And just to remind us all, right? Apple and YouTube are thieving bastards, okay? If you're on an Apple device and you send in a super chat, Apple will take 30% of it. So if you send in, let's say, your $10 super chat, you want one of the memes, right? The way it works is Apple will take 30%. So Apple will take $3 off that. Then it goes down to $7. Then YouTube will take 30%, which means that's another $2.10 off the $7. Which means I only get $4.90 off that original $10 super chat on YouTube. This is why I'm trying to incentivize the Ko-Fi and the PayPal as much as I physically fucking can, boys. All right. And then we have, of course, the no doxing, no threats, and especially no family or children. If you do any of that shit, you're going to be instantly kicked. You'll be kicked off the panel. It'll be on the house, boys. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, I think I've gone through everything. Without further ado, we got to play the clips. Ladies and gentlemen, Wheel of Madness is fucking back, baby.
I think it's safe to say that our luck has officially turned around, guys. We are back, baby. We are fucking back.
We're back. Yeah. Classic.
We are back. We are back.
We are back, and ladies and gentlemen, we're already at $22 motherfucking dollars in the spin bank. Shout out to you, Trade Trash Music. Let me play a little meme for that one as well.
You remind me of what I really
Are we having fun yet? We haven't even spun the wheel yet, and we're having fun. Shout out to you, TTM. And just to remind you all, we have a spin in the bank as well. Without further ado, let's get to it. Let's spin that motherfucking wheel, boys.
Spin that! Spin that! Spin that! Wow!
And we're already off to a great one. Hamas resistance is legitimate self-defense against occupation. I don't know how knowledgeable you guys are in terms of the surrounding area of Israel, Hamas, well, Palestine as they're trying to call it. Well, here's my thing in the whole Middle East situation, right? You look at a place like Saudi Arabia, and like, don't get me wrong, I give a lot of shit to the whole like Islam and all this kind of shit, right? But fundamentally, Saudi Arabia is willing to play ball. You know what I mean? Saudi Arabia was like, you know, a cat's whisker hair away from signing the Abraham Accords, which means they would officially recognize Israel. Okay. So at what point do you say it's not necessarily the book? It's more so the people that are trying to push an agenda using the book as justification. You know what I'm saying, boys? So that's a key thing in terms of this. Now, when you look at the incident of October 7th itself, there's a couple of things that stand out. First of all, Israel's a melting pot. You know, we talk about like America being in a melting pot. Israel has a similar kind of situation. You know, I think it's like 20% of the Israeli population are Arab, and 16% of the total population are specifically Arab Muslim. Okay, so this is why I brought up the example of Saudi Arabia. So when you look at, for example, the fact that like Hamas will say, "Oh, we're trying to get Sharia law, blah 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 blah. We've like justification from Allah and all this kind of shit." If they're going to operate under the guise of like October 7th, which like raping women, killing children, just out and out, just massacring people at a music festival, I mean, talk about carrots. You know what I mean? Like if you want to fight for your freedom and all this kind of shit, you basically just tell the boys, let's actually attack military targets. Let's not go after a fucking music festival. That's first and foremost, right? But another kind of like probably disheartening or kind of like fucked up scenario is that they fucking filmed it on GoPros. You know what I mean? So they basically wanted to do maximum damage, maximum terrorism, and they wanted like maximum publicity around it. And probably something that was like more disheartening after that was the protest on October 8th. That was not about calling out the brutality, the what would be a good word to use for this, like the sheer inhumanity of the attack. It went down the lines of you know, the Muslims in the West, where they're saying it's like, oh, you know, Israel's the bad guy. You know what I mean? And like they were being called freedom fighters and all this kind of shit. I don't know about you boys, but freedom fighters shouldn't be raping women. I don't know about you, but that's one of the things that I'm like, nah, I don't think you get to call yourself a freedom fighter and start raping women. You know what I mean? So, in terms of my whole thing, the Hamas resistance, you can wipe them off the face of the earth and I'm not going to lose a wink of sleep. I'll put it that way. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Dart, welcome to the show.
How's it going?
Good, yourself?
Pretty well. Today's been fucked, but I like the new setup. Your haircut looks fresh as shit. This is awesome.
Thank you. It's actually inspired by Easy. One second, if I can pull up the photo. That's what I'm saying. Like Easy is like he has so much creativity. It's like it's literally like unbelievable in the good sense, if you get me right. So if you've noticed, like Easy does this thing of like crossing enemy lines or something like that, and he has a thumbnail for it, and I think it's like himself, me, JS, and Avarice, right? The boys, right? We're going into war and all this kind of shit. And one of the things he sent me was like, oh, like is this an okay image? And I was like, bro, this looks sick as fuck, right? So again, like the inspiration, like I even got the side thing on the head as well. So it basically just replicated. I just went down to the barber and I was like, yeah, can you do this? He was like, yeah, don't worry, bro, I got you. So I was like, again, shout out to Easy, absolute legend. You know what I mean? But ladies and gentlemen, we also have another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Dogs, welcome to the show.
Howdy. Good evening.
You went with the Jedi, huh?
What? Yeah. Duh.
No, sit all day.
Yeah, why are they blue? What are you doing?
Hold on.
He's
Hold
going,
on.
I think he's.
I got
I think
another
he's going
one
to
here.
war. I think he's going to
got
war
another one.
against you, Dart. What's going on here?
I just like that theme better, but I got it.
Yeah, I know he has another one. He showed me both of them. They're both fucking awesome looking.
Gotta get her done, boys. Gotta get it. He's turned on his own dogs. Unbelievable. Dog world out there. You know?
Hey, I was having fun the other day, and I didn't actually get on panel because I ended up having a hard day at work and had to go to bed early. So I was fucking around and making some fourth, may the force be with you things.
Did you see me in the Easy's chat just like spamming Star Wars references the whole time?
I part of
Yeah,
it.
it's gotta
Like
be
I
done,
said,
man.
I went to bed early, so I didn't see all of it.
I was making people so angry. It's like I could literally make anything about Star Wars.
I just like the
Also, Halffoot says
feel.
you look more American and less Irish in the picture. What the fuck's that? Like we're all Aryans, so it's like, what you mean? Like, what do you mean? Someone looks Irish? So what? Like a white person? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was gonna say you just calling him white tea. So if you just generalizing white tea, I'd say how it is.
Unbelievable. But boys, how do we feel about the whole Hamas resistance? Do we know anything about the Middle East? October 7th, anything like that?
A fair amount, but not too crazy much. But I don't. If it's actual occupation, you're taking it all over. At the same time, I don't think those people have a right to claim that anymore when they try to continue to hurt and push on other people their views. So they can be occupied and it'd be just fine, really.
I would go even further and say screw occupation. Just get rid of them. Because, like you said, Teriak, what kind of freedom fighter is assaulting women?
Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like their whole outlook, their whole viewpoint is just horrible and horrendous. Like,
well, and it'd be different too if it was like a new fucking thing, right? But like, how long has this been going on now?
Thousands of years.
Exactly.
Well, technically since
Hamas
1940.
itself, but yeah, but they take a
1950s.
viewpoint of thousands of years ago. That's all I'm saying on that part. But yes, like Hamas itself, like you said, 19.
No, the Jews say it's like no, like it's existed like for 1,000 years, or it's been a settlement for thousands of years and all this kind of stuff. But as far as the Hamas concerned, it's like the Israelis only showed up 1950-ish, just before 1950. And the way they would kind of go down the line would be like Israel itself. Like that's why they did the whole anti-Zionism thing. We're not anti-Semitic. We're just asking questions. You know what I mean? We're just like anti-Zionist. We're just against the state of Israel. Do you know what I mean? But I would even make the argument, if you're anti-Semitic, you should support the state of Israel because you don't want the Jews in your country, right? Talking about Jews coming into countries.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Jacob Blaze, welcome to the show.
What up?
Lucy.
Had to start that with the beer cracking.
You kept the steaks away from the microwave, right?
For now.
Yeah, I actually haven't cooked a steak since that steak story.
Yeah, he says.
See what you do, boys.
So good.
You roasted him too hard. He's not even going to cook a steak anymore. Unbelievable.
Well, that doesn't mean he hasn't eaten steak. He could order it from somewhere and let somebody else cook it.
It might
properly.
be a safer bet at this point in time. Oh, shit.
But how are we going to get good at something if we... This is why I say the whole throw spaghetti, see what sticks. You know what I mean? Now, don't be eating spaghetti, Jack. All right? Don't be twisting your words and saying Teriak thinks it's okay to eat spaghetti. Fuck that shit.
You said
okay?
it. I hear it.
But this whole thing of like being willing to make mistakes, because we are fallible creatures, right? Like we know that we're going to make mistakes. If there's anything that we know, it's not. We know that we're going to fuck up. You know what I mean, but it's not about falling off the horse, but what you do afterward. getting back on the horse.
Yeah,
Everything's a learning experience too.
I just I would cook it again, but I just haven't had the money for it right now. The steaks are expensive.
Fair point. But have you looked into the ground beef?
See, that's the problem I have is like not the ground beef specifically, but like you know, like burgers, kind of like how you do. I just can't do it without the buns. Like I can't wrap my head around, since you know I was pretty much small of you know doing the burgers without the buns.
I struggle with that too.
But it's
Like
it's literally the same.
Like how do I can't even wrap my head around how that would happen.
Yeah, they're
It's literally one less step in the cooking process. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, but you gotta cut it with a knife and fork. I mean, are we getting fancy with it?
A burger, you don't have to cut it with a knife and fork. You just fork it.
You just grab it
in your mouth. Fork it.
So I gotta let it.
I'm scared to death. I'm frightened and I don't know what to do. I'm confused and I want to go home.
I want to go home, boys. I want to go home. What is going on?
But you know, like you grab it when it's hot. You know what I mean? You have to let it cool down. Like you know.
Well, it's not even that. From a culinary.
Are you not a man?
Meat,
you cook
bread
the
to
meat.
meat ratios.
You eat the meat. You grab that shit and eat it. Since men have done since the beginning of time.
I'm starting to question how we use even tighter shoelaces.
Apparently, it's been wrong. That's what I've heard.
I don't. I wear shoes without shoelaces. Like
Hey,
literally.
Velcro.
No, I wear Hey Dudes. In zero.
Unbelievable. Fucking believable. But Jack, what's your thoughts on the whole Hamas resistance? The whole freedom fighter bullshit that we were fed.
I don't think it's a thing. I don't think it's a thing. Like I'm completely against everything that they're doing, obviously. Like I don't think by doing bad things, like kind of like how you were saying, that justifies in putting, oh, it's a freedom fighter, you know? Because that's not much freedom there, you know?
Their victims don't have very much freedom, do they?
Exactly.
Well, and another interesting question on this whole kind of like topic is like people will say, well, you know, Israel basically has them surrounded. The Israelis like have them surrounded and they kind of force them into these camps and all this kind of stuff. But they ignore the fact that Gaza obviously has a border of Israel, but there's another country that Gaza borders. Quick geography question for you is what other country does Gaza border?
Isn't it Egypt?
Yeah, exactly, sir. And Egypt is an Islamic country.
And they have a big ass wall.
They have a bigger wall than the Israelis.
Mm-hmm.
They've got such a big wall, Donald Trump gets a boner each time he sees it.
Rightfully so.
He goes damn straight. That's what it should be.
Hold on. Am I using this right? Pause?
Wait, what?
That's a
He
slang
shows
term.
his age. He shows his age.
That's
Never used
okay.
it, right?
Okay. It took me a minute. I haven't heard that forever. Okay. All right.
But gentlemen,
That's a
we
good
do
one.
have over $20 in the spin bank, so if you want to spin it, let me know. Or if you want to roast Jack a little more about his cooking skills, that's
Well, I
also
mean,
suitable
that'll
too.
happen throughout the night anyways. So.
Yeah, you gotta,
Like a
you know,
go-to
you gotta.
tangent.
Yeah. When you know, you don't have anything else. Just I'm right here. Not even
Yeah,
turn
'cause,
the
like,
camera on. You know.
We roast them a bit, and then maybe halfway through the show, then we throw them in the microwave. You know, cook them a little bit more. You know,
Yeah, just turn me over. You know, that's all you gotta do. You
Turn
know,
me
get even sides. Yeah.
How much butter?
You guys know how to cook. so-
Rotate me, bro. Got this.
Do we have butter and fresh thyme?
Mama.
No, you're doing it wrong. Steaks, it's only salt and pepper.
Oh no! In a cast iron pan with butter, and you baste it with thyme and garlic over it. Juiciest steak you'll ever have.
Heresy. You
How is
cook
that
your
heresy?
steak clean
Like
and
that's
steak.
how all the experts do it. That's Michelin star shit.
He's a purist. He's a purist, Art. He's like, just give me the salt. That's all I need is salt, meat,
And steak.
water.
Yep. Damn straight.
Yes.
On a
That
cast-
was good when I cooked it
over a
properly.
grill, over a wood fire. That was my favorite when I used to. I actually odd sequence here. I lived in the woods in a tent for about 6 years with my family and everything, and the wood cooking stuff over a campfire that you built
Oh yeah.
clean and raw is like the most flavor god feeling you'll ever experience. It's absolutely fucking
Well,
amazing.
and all the different woods influence it too.
Mhm. Well, and building your fire and how you cook over a fire versus propane or electric is different, and gives it such a different, just gives it different everything. It was fucking amazing. That part of it was great. The other part of it was difficult.
But the real question is, does the bear shit in the woods?
Well,
Just how do you have wooden balls?
If a tree
you see the-
falls, if
do you
a
see
tree
the bear
falls in the
shit in the
woods,
woods?
nobody's there. Does it still make a sound?
Did you see the bear shit in the woods?
Bear still shits in the woods. The bear's got to go shit somewhere.
That's true.
Wouldn't
No,
it
you
be
can
funny
shit
if they
in
had
the
to
river.
find a tree? Well, yeah. What if they had to find a tree line or like a river? They just hold it and they're like, shit, can't shit in the woods. You know the saying.
They're still got to go shit sometime, even if the person's there or not. They're like, I got fucking shit, man.
Yeah, but we're talking about the location, dogs. We're talking about the location. You know what I mean? Maybe he wants a bit of scenery. Maybe he likes the sound of, flowing water. You know what I mean? There's a lot to the etiquette of bear shitting, I'm trying to talk about wild animals more because apparently Joe Rogan talks about it. He goes viral when he talks about animals. So
Well, elk
You know,
specifically.
I'm trying my best. Elks too, yeah. Does an elk shit in the woods? You know what I'm saying? We're getting to the deep questions here, gentlemen.
Does a wolf shit in the woods? Damn. Does any animal shit in the woods? Do we just not know this? They just don't shit unless we're aware of it.
Do you think dog or wolves do the same things that like domesticated dog do? Like when they shit, they have to make eye contact with you.
Like, do
No.
they bury it as well?
Wolves, actually, I think that is a natural instinct of theirs because they're covering up their scent. They're instinctual animals, predatory animals. They're like, I don't want anybody to know I'm here. So I could see wolves doing that part for sure. Looking at you in the eye. Maybe they're just cocky enough motherfuckers just like, yeah, that's right, I'm taking a shit, bitch. Look at me now. Wow, this went all sorts of fucking crazy.
Well, it's especially weird when a Welsh corgi is looking at you while doing their business.
Right.
Why would a corgi be out there?
Because nowadays
Because they're so
they're like,
Talking
you're
about
gonna
wild
pick that
animals,
up, right?
not fucking
You're
domesticated
gonna pick
animals.
that up. They're looking at you like, yeah, I know what
Yeah.
you do. You're gonna pick that up, right?
Spoiled assholes.
Yeah, that's right. You're gonna pick that up.
Well,
You
my
think
question
you got
would
a
be,
hand on me,
why-
but you're gonna sit here and pick up my shit.
why are you staring at animals when they're taking shits, though?
Yeah, that's the real question, eh?
It kind of goes back on you, Darth, more so than the animal. You know what I mean? Like maybe the animal's looking at you going, bro, I'm trying to take a
I
shit.
could-
Why the fuck are you staring at me? You know what I mean?
I could feel her looking at me like I wasn't originally. She drew my gaze.
What?
Hey.
What?
This is like the Titanic where they paint me like a French woman or some shit. It's like, Darth, I think this is in your head, bro. You know what I mean? Like let the animals take the shit in peace. How would you like it, right? If you were in your toilet taking a shit and then all of a sudden the dog walked in and just literally started giving you a weird look, would you not look at the back of the dog then and be like, bro, what the fuck you doing?
I would probably die laughing.
Why you fucking looking at me like that?
Well, Elvis Presley went the same way. You know what I mean? R.I.P. Elvis Presley.
That's true. That's true.
Okay,
our boy Jack of Blades on the Ko-Fi, ladies and gentlemen, with the $10. Said, since we're bullshitting, spin that motherfucking wheel, but first, let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that one, Jack. And as Pepe would say, spin that motherfucking wheel. There is a few interesting ones on here, gentlemen. I'm not going to lie. Billionaires should not exist in a civilized society.
Disagree.
Same.
Okay. Dogs?
I think he said he was going to be right back.
No,
shit.
okay.
So, I guess the question then would be like, why should billionaires exist?
Because capitalism good.
I'll even go like if I think about it, that kind of puts a cap on the top. So it means that essentially you can't rise to that occasion of being a billionaire yourself. You might have good intentions. You don't have to always have $1 billion, but I think that always caps it out, you know, in my mind,
Well,
you know.
Also, when you have hundreds of millions, you're going to know ways to get around that. You know what I mean? Like using the offshore banking and all that. Or like I've seen this too, where you just have a whole bunch of money invested. So technically you don't have that much money, but you do.
Oh, you're talking about like assets and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Talking about assets. Thankfully, we've got a gay rights activist to talk all about the assets. Backstage, let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Kieran Mark, and welcome to the show.
It's man. It's man. Of course. Thanks for having me up, brother. Of course billionaires should exist. Because all the really cool technology to develop it, like say, for example, like smartphones, right? Almost nobody can afford to buy one when they're first under development. The cost of R&D, the cost of production, all of that. No one can afford one except rich people. So they make them for rich people because they can afford it. And then once they reach a certain profit level, certain economies of scale, they can then start producing them for us plebs. So we need rich people to be able to afford advancements in technology, which then trickles down to us.
Yeah, but when you look at, for example, all the technology advancements or the major technology advancements that came to society, it was mostly military technological advancements, particularly around like the world wars.
Yeah, no, well, that doesn't negate what I was saying. Like that's like saying, like surely you aren't saying the only place that we get technological advances is from the military. There's also the free market, just for like, you know.
Well, yeah, free market's very important too, because that would be bad if military or the government was in charge of that solely.
And if you want to start a business where you're going to make, you know, like you want to be incentivized under capitalism to be really successful, you want there to be rich people who can afford to buy the shit you make.
Yeah, but they don't necessarily have to be billionaires. You know what I mean?
Oh, well, yeah, fine. Well, why billionaires? Why not millionaires? Why not trillionaires? That's just an arbitrary number. I think it really just sort of says really fucking rich people shouldn't exist.
Well, and just having a cap in general, regardless of where it is, kind of go against free market and the idea of capitalism, right?
Yeah, well, if
Like
the,
that's the yeah. Go ahead.
well, it's a return on risk, isn't it? In capitalism, that's the incentive.
Mhm.
You might be prepared to take the risk if
Oh,
you.
and not only that, but like, who's to stop the goal? Like, who's to say I have this certain limit that I can't have? Who's to say you can only get this much? But that seems like an idle society, and you don't want to continue to grow bigger and better when you have a known cap and you can just keep going. Like that just incentivizes people more. I think that's kind of where Darth is going with that part.
Hmm. I mean, it's a
And
factor.
plus, not only that, on my side, I would also say like billionaires create a lot of jobs and opportunities for other people. How do you think they make those billions? They invest, they create, they have jobs, they have businesses, like which gives other people the opportunity to also make some too.
That's a good point. There's probably most people aren't very entrepreneurial and actually need someone to work for.
Mm-hmm.
And so without that, they're screwed.
Mm-hmm.
I think the whole, billionaires suck. I think it's just another form of identity politics.
Yeah, I could agree with that. It's just
well, it's just like I said, it could be billionaires, could be millionaires. It's a bit like that whole thing when they had a protest against the 1%. Against the you and I
pay more taxes than the less the other.
You and I here on the panel live in the 1% of humans out of human history. Like we are the 1%. If you look at the totality of human history. So I just think it comes down to a whole bunch of resentment. I remember when the back in the 80s or 90s, I think, the band The Clash were, the punk band, they were part of a rock festival. Yeah, they were part of a rock festival called Rock Against Rich, whatever the fuck that means.
Mm-hmm.
And Joe Strummer was being interviewed, and the bloke was asking him questions. They're kind of getting at the point that the Clash were actually really rich from their record sales, and that they were getting richer and richer. I think he asked him if they were planning a Christmas album, and yet they're at this concert, Rock Against Rich. What does that even mean, right? So that's what I mean about identity politics. It's just saying I'm unhappy with my life. Other people seem to be doing better, so I hate them. But it's just resentment.
But if we were to steel man the position, let's say, of the communist or the socialist, right? If it were to be the case that, let's say, 5 families have gotten together and they basically own all the resources, they control all the money, and their whole kind of like system that they have at play is that it's like, yeah, they have like their venture capitalists and all this kind of stuff. But essentially the money always comes back to them. Like, should that exist in a civilized society?
Well, wouldn't that be different than just a label of how much money somebody has versus like they are controlling the market themselves? That's where I would go back to the prompt.
That's a different question, though, Terry. You're talking more like
the whole aspect of like the giga rich, because there's obviously like the Bernie thing where it's, you go back 10, 20 years ago, is like there shouldn't be millionaires, and then he became a millionaire. It's like, okay, now there shouldn't be billionaires.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, he used to say we don't want billionaires and millionaires, and then he cut the millionaire out and just said billionaires.
No, what you're saying of somebody that actually controls the markets and everything comes back through them. I mean, but that's also, again, a communist society. Like, that's, I don't agree with that part. But if somebody just has really good points, is a really good business person, knows how to work it, does their thing, legit person, then I guess so be it.
Yeah, why stifle it? I mean, if you think about it, it's a crazy idea. Someone's being successful, they say they started their own business and they're doing well, they're kicking goals, they're making money, they're hiring people. Why come along and say, stop there? Why? You should encourage them even more.
Yeah. So, like, for example, like the way George Soros, there is a certain kind of like aspect where you have so much either assets or like money where you can basically like crash certain economies and make a shit ton of money from doing so.
Yeah, sure. It's that's where money, like, you're talking about international money.
But wouldn't that be more of the
like
actual, like, personality and figurehead than the actual amount that they have?
No, we're talking about the actual ability to be able to do that.
But it's that legal in America,
not
though?
everybody's going to do that, even if they have that much.
It only takes one person.
Can't you do it in the stock market, though, by betting on the shorts?
Wait, it only takes one person to change all of it?
Yeah, if you have, like, as an individual, you have enough money, like, you're like a trillionaire. There's, like, countries in Africa where you could literally crash the economy and descend the country into...
But that's just in Africa. I'm just going to say, that's just in Africa. No offense to Africans.
Yeah, but deal with the point, what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't think that's an argument for not having billionaires. That's just the fleas come with the dog. You could take any venture at all. You could say, police shouldn't exist because they're a corrupt policeman.
It's exactly right.
No, because in terms of like what I'm saying is that like one corrupt policeman, albeit can do can do damage. That's one thing, but in terms of, like I said, just to have, and you could even just say it's like, okay, to go directly to the prompt of billionaires, like a group of billionaires get together and they do this like market fixing and rigging. Essentially, they'll say, "Oh, we're all going to elevate our price up gradually over the next 20 years," and just basically just like start stealing the money.
Isn't that already happening?
Yeah,
sort of, to an extent.
Which would indicate that maybe it's bad that like these individuals have so much resources. We also have another guest backstage. Let me introduce
We
him.
bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Jungle, welcome to the show.
Hey.
I think StreamYard's bugging out because we just see a buffering sign.
Yeah, mine's been doing that too.
He's got the wheel of death. Not the wheel we want to see.
Not the wheel we want to see.
But what I'm trying to highlight here, gentlemen, is like the steelman aspect of the communist. Turn around and say they have zero good points or zero critiques of capitalism. You do yourself a disservice, because there are certain situations where a lot of fucked up shit can happen relatively simple. Like, for example, like if you notice, like all these marches and protests that are going on all across America, all across Europe, all across Canada, all across Australia, the whole like No Kings protests, like, that's being funded by certain private interests.
No.
Yeah.
You could always, I mean, that's always going to be an argument. It's part of the...
But that's just part of society.
Yes, it's part of the Pareto distribution that just seems to be a natural...
And even if a person wasn't a billionaire,
natural
we
function.
should have, in our modern day society, a crowd-funded thing that still pay for all that. So, like...
Again, it doesn't seem like you're dealing with the point, dog. It's like what I'm pointing out is that it's like a couple of billionaires get together and all of a sudden they can cause havoc in a country. Pay for the lawyers, pay for the media to prop it up, pay for the propaganda, pay for the like even the signs and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Bus people in from other states.
But the billionaires that want to stop that could also fund to stop it, couldn't they?
Yes, but that's not what we're seeing happen.
Well, and how would you legislate it? You couldn't just make it like billionaires shouldn't exist, though, right? Wouldn't it be like some sort of collusion thing. Like, and even then, they're billionaires. Whether it's legal or not, they got enough money to make it happen.
Yeah, but like this is what I'm saying. Like in terms of if we want to talk about kind of like potential solutions, like I'm just saying in terms of the critique, because obviously like communism is a dog shit solution to this. You know what I mean? But in terms of like the critique itself, like everybody seems to be kind of like all for the whole like capitalism and all this kind of thing. But fundamentally, capitalism ain't a perfect system.
Agreed. And even if you were to like
A lot
tax
better
them
than
a
communism.
higher rate, they're just going to hide the money. So yeah, I don't have a solution. I have to really think about that.
Well,
This is why. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
I was just saying a lot of these situations, you know, when people usually talk about this stuff, they say, you know, why don't they give more to the workers and this and that? But a lot of the time they're putting a lot of these things, especially in, you know, like warehouses or very certain type of jobs to where they forward the money onto buying the place, buying the machines, doing all this, all the accountability that goes with it. They are the one liable. They're on the one for the hook for all these things. Now, you could probably do that with millions, but you know, what point do we cap that and say, even if we're by this extension, like where even in the millions do we just say, hey, since we don't want to get to $1 billion, where do we cap that off at? And you can't pass this point because then it gets close to being a billionaire by association.
Yeah,
I think that's that. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say I see a lot of ways around that though, because then are we talking like as an individual? Because like anybody can make an LLC or multiples and then spread it out throughout them.
Well, it would come down to like the individual itself, and I think the main thing you're trying to point out there, Dart, is that like there's a lot of kind of like shifty stuff where it's like, oh no, like no, my wife owns that company and my dog owns this company, and kind of like going back through all that kind of stuff.
What company do I
fundamentally,
own? I don't
like
know.
fundamentally, what I'm trying to dig down towards is that it's like I think we're being played essentially, where especially in the culture as well, especially when you see the likes of like Tucker, Candace, all this kind of stuff, all of a sudden flip the script, and now Trump is a bad guy, and these are the type of arguments you're going to start to see and be pushed back against. Do you know what I mean? Also, shout out to Sample Turner Chaos for the $2. We're up to $24 in the spin bank as well, gentlemen. If you want to spin, let me know. We got at least one in the bank. But like this is what I'm saying in terms of like is there a you know, a bulletproof argument of why, you know, billionaires are necessary for a civilized society to exist?
In a way, for sure. I think, like I said, that kind of goes into what I was saying earlier. Is like you can kind of have that with millionaires, but since I don't know about that realm, I feel like if you being in that potential space, like what's the differences in between what are you doing in your personal life, what the function of how you make the money is, you know, your investments, all this stuff. Like, I think if you're contributing and you do everything how you should be doing it, I don't see why that would affect not having that. I think it would help.
Well, it goes back to Plato for me, where Plato, again, we go through down the 5 stages of the soul degradation or society's degradation, where you start off with the aristocrats, where it's reason above all, then you have democracy, where it's honor above reason, then you have oligarchy. And that's the main thing that at least I've been digging into, that it's quite worrying in terms of like this whole aspect where money above reason, where it's like, you know, make that bag kind of like culture and all this kind of stuff. And Plato would have argued that the people that actually control the power in society in terms of like government and policy decisions and all this kind of stuff, like the social engineering that they do. They weren't even allowed to have bank accounts. Like that's
Yeah.
how radical he would have been in terms of it.
But I definitely think in that point, like of where it's like affecting political thing, I think I feel like that's more on the negative. Like, you know, that there can't be a lot of positives to that. There can be way more negatives that are more life altering. So I don't think in the political sense it should be involved at all. So the fact that it is, I would disagree with that and say that we should get that out of politics at all cost. But as far as like like I said, at what point do we go, this is your cap and you can't pass this? And then eventually down the road, are we going to start lowering that, you know, to where, you know, you can't be over $10 million or something because everybody agrees that you could live under that and be fine no matter what.
Well, and I see a problem too with just legislating it at that number, right? And like, then it becomes, well, the cap's there. It's a lot harder to get rid of the cap than it would be legally than to just move it around.
Yeah.
Kind of like, of course, I'm going to bring this point up: prohibition of cannabis. Like, also, it's so hard to come back from that once you make that. And I mean by like rescheduling, because like that whole shit's happening, you know, it's totally illegal, no research able to be done on it. But because that law was made the way it is, it's way harder to undo it than it was to actually do it.
Yeah.
And we got Dogs with the $10 on the Ko-Fi. Let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that. But I've told you this before, Dogs. You can't request the premium memes. It's only when we hit the goals. But we're only $6 away from the Andrew or from a premium meme. So if we just get $6 more, we get the Andrew clip, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Mr. Andrew Wilson. I've actually I posted on X as well. It's starting, I think, to gain a bit of traction. The house and the house and family of Wilson. You know what I'm saying? It's got a good ring to it, gentlemen. It's got a good ring to it.
I thought the Wi-Fi counted as extra, so that's my bad on that part. I get you.
You know, it counts as extra for the wheel bank, so we're technically up to $44 in the wheel bank. So again, gentlemen, let me know if you want to spin, because like I said, this is the kind of shit that like I take very seriously in terms of like if I don't have a belief that has a reason, then like and especially when it comes down to like this, well, I'd call it a false dialectic of capitalism and communism, because if you buy into that dialectic, then you're already kind of like taking on Marxism if you operate in that dimension. You know what I mean? So it's very careful. You have to be very careful in terms of like these words we use and all this kind of stuff, because a lot of people will say, yeah, communism is dog shit, and we can point out the flaws in communism in terms of the solution. But communism itself not only has like solutions, but it's like those solutions necessarily go to a critique, which is the critique of capitalism. You know what I mean? So it's about being able to steel man your opponent's position and wipe it out completely, rather than either doing talking points and all this kind of stuff. But like I said, gentlemen, let me know if you want to spin.
Teriak, I just want to just say thanks for having me up. I've got a dash. Just wanted to drop in, show a bit of support.
100%. Is there anything you want to give a shout out to or anything coming up?
No, I'm streaming most days at the moment. I'm off work for a little bit, so don't have a schedule as such. I am working on a bit of a schedule and a program for the near future. Have a bit of a regular show going, but for the time being,
to hear it.
You'll just see me pop up here and there. So drop in and say g'day. Apart from
g'day,
that,
mate.
Yeah, that's it. G'day, mate.
I like your background, Kieran.
I finally got a green screen.
Yeah,
so
it's good. I like it.
Yeah,
it works, it's actually working really clean too. That's actually really
clean. That's what I was gonna say.
The cleanest. I didn't know the first time. I was like,
yeah, no,
oh,
actually,
shit.
I thought it was.
Yeah, I thought you just pinned it up behind him.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Yeah.
I was like, damn.
No, that's
no, I did a bit of tweaking. did a bit of tweaking. Turns out StreamYard does a pretty good job with the old. Well, it's a well-lit green screen, so we'll put it that way as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Thanks,
man.
guys. I'll
Well,
talk to you
appreciate
soon.
you, Kieran.
Later,
Yeah.
brother.
See you,
Take it
mate.
easy, Kieran. So where are we at, gentlemen? Are we spinning the wheel, or
Let's
is
do it.
there?
Yeah, let's do
Saying,
it.
let's do it. Let's motherfucking do it. Let's spin that motherfucking wheel, boys.
Spin it! Spin it! Wow!
Gentlemen, why are we more scared of strong leaders than total collapse? And also, we got Jungle. Welcome in, Jungle. Welcome in.
What's up? What's up, man? How you doing?
Not too bad yourself.
Pretty good. You can hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's Jimmy rig set up. I got a Razer laptop that's overheating like a motherfucker, and I'm in my garage, so I'm not waking anybody else up in the house. So apologize if I'm cutting out or anything like that up front.
Yeah,
You sound good so far. Yeah. Just put a fan on it.
No, I don't have my fan here in my other house. I have it down in my other Miami house, but I have some fucking ice packs on top and bottom of the laptop. I'm going crazy ghetto right now. I look like a whole black person for real. Anyways,
I like your image there too. That's pretty cool.
yeah, thanks. Yeah, Emmett made it for me.
Oh, nice.
Shout out to Emmett.
All right.
But this is kind of something that came up. I forget which stream I was doing it. I think I might have even been on Easy Stream when I was talking about this whole aspect of like the importance of like having leaders and having a direction. Otherwise, it's just fucking pure chaos and all this kind of stuff. But there generally does seem to be this aspect, even on right wing circles as well, where it's like we're kind of very scared to kind of have like a strong leader or someone who is at least setting the direction. Whereas when we look at the counter option, especially the key narrative that we see now is like, oh, to punish Trump, I'm going to vote Democrat. But if we were to give the Democrats their way, they would literally completely deindustrialize America and turn it into a shithole, which would descend into total collapse. So why do you think that the general people are, or like let's say the normie, if you will, falls into that trap of, oh yeah, we can never have a strong leader. We always need to have some sort of collective and all this kind of stuff, because that generally seems to be the Democrats' playbook, where any strong leaders that come up, they do this whole thing of, well, he's Satan or he's Adolf and all this kind of stuff, and like they basically subvert a lot of the voter base away from voting for that leader.
I don't think it's necessarily that they're scared of a strong leader, because it's inherent in us to look up to leadership. We want leadership in our life. Even guys do. You know, we want to look up to another person and imitate them, be better than them. And women, of course, they always look for a leader. But what the problem is, they're all consumed with what you just said at the end, is they think it's Adolf Hitler or some other fucking crazy person. And they're afraid of the king status, not necessarily the leadership of the person or the collective, as in the government.
Well, I kind of noticed.
They get it conflated.
I kind of noticed too that like the people who are for the total collapse generally didn't have like strong leadership in their upbringing, and so they don't understand that there needs to be a leader.
That also plays a role.
And what would be your reason for the necessity of having a strong leader?
Guidance.
Wisdom.
Taking correct actions based on the collective, based on the greater needs for the society. Being able to make those decisions in the moments where it matters. That's what a strong leader is. Even if it's a hard decision, even if it's something that's going to go against a certain amount of people, they still have to make it.
So an example that I'm thinking of would be, like, you have Muslims who would say Muhammad is a strong leader. and we should follow Muhammad and the teachings of Muhammad and all this stuff. And then you'd have Christians who'd say, fuck that shit. Jesus is a stronger leader. So how would someone determine which one to follow?
Well, that's the thing. People get caught up in the labels of people and not the core aspects of them. They can follow a leader if they're doing the right thing. They just don't want to follow them because they have the wrong name, whether they're doing
Can
it
you
right or
expand on
not.
that?
For instance, like with Trump, like they hear the word Trump, they think Hitler, they think bad thing. So no matter if he's saying a good thing or a bad thing, they're going to think it's bad regardless. So they follow someone that they respect in the name, like Barack Obama, for example. A lot of people liked him, quote unquote. So they would just follow whatever he said, good or bad. And then they have Trump, who they don't like, and they're not going to follow anything, whether it's good or bad. It's all in the label and how they feel about a person, not necessarily what they do.
And like to dig down on that, like would you say that like, especially that keyword that you use, like feel, and like that's something that like I heavily recommend like people watch the whatever podcast, because that word always comes out of the chick's mouths where, well, I feel like this and I feel like that, rather than I think or I know. Which might seem like a small like semantic thing, but it's actually pretty big in terms of like the mentality or the like how you actually kind of formulate opinions. So would you say that like reason would be an important factor in terms of like for lack of a better terminology, like for like shattering the propaganda behind that stuff?
Well, yeah, the suffrage movement is what created this, because it became an emotional voting base versus a logical voting base. So people don't vote based on their logic, they're based on their feelings. Whatever they feel right now is what they go with. Whether it's right or wrong, they don't care. And that's the problem. So repealing the 19th and taking women out of the voting block, as well as many of the men that have no idea what the fuck they're even talking about, would be the greatest movement for our country at this point. But I just don't know if it's ever going to happen. I hope so. I mean, we all hope for that. That's what we want to get back to, but it's a very large block to overcome, if you know what I'm saying.
Because fundamentally you have to appeal to people that you don't want to vote away their right to vote.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And this is why you can't vote your way out of tyranny.
Yeah.
But do you think that maybe like sometimes collapse is probably the better option?
Absolutely not. That's never a good option. And then we wouldn't be here. It'd be nothing worth waking up for. You don't want to collapse. You want to elevate and adjust in the moments to make it better. So the thing is, it's like taking a test in school. There's only one answer, and they have to think logically about what they've learned in order to apply it to score an A on the test. But when it gets outside of that, it's just open season for whatever the fuck you feel in this moment is what the fuck is real. Like that's what they assume. They don't treat it like it's a test that they have to pass. They just don't give a fuck anymore. You know what I mean?
But could you like not argue that like especially like in the whole like trans thing with like the men and women sports, that like at that stage it's like, nah, like let this whole kind of like thing play out and let the women suffer, and then eventually they'll have to learn their lesson, because all these gold medals are just going to go to men. You know what I mean? Like the Olympics was a key kind of like highlight to this, where it's like a dude literally won gold medal for beating the fuck out of a woman. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then they call the people who are against the trans movement misogynist and transphobic and all this kind of shit. But like that's how I'd kind of like make the case. Whereas in some situations, collapse is probably better than trying to get, like, let's say, like that strong female leader to try and champion feminism and say, oh no, like we still need feminism, but like this trans thing is not feminism, and here's why, and all this kind of shit. Another example to be more kind of like tying back to the question, like there's a lot of corrupt leaders, and especially in like the North Africa kind of like territories. Like one could make the argument that the system itself needs to collapse before you actually like cure the whole system, because otherwise they're just gonna go to the next corrupt leader, because the only way that they're going to be able to counter that corrupt leader is through someone who's like think about it, like in terms of like mafia, would probably be a good image to kind of pull from, where it's like the goody two shoes is not going to be able to out mafia the mafia boss. You get me? So this whole aspect of like having like a moral person that like rises up from the masses, same thing that we've seen with Donald Trump. Like, dude's what, 3 actual attempts? You know what I mean? That he's dodged, and then I think it's like 8 in total when you like factor in like the plots. Like there was one, I think, where an Iranian dude, like literally as soon as he touched down, they were able to get to him and lock him up, kind of thing. But that whole kind of essence of the only way to counter a bad system is with like or like a mafia boss kind of like type character. You put him in charge, then you're inevitably going to end up in a mafia style system.
Yeah, I see that point of view. Actually, I think Andrew made this claim on the Whatever podcast, speaking of that, a while back, where he said, why don't we just let all these motherfucking men come in and take over this shit and let them see how bad this shit really is before they can realize what is really right, you know? So collapse in that sense might be the way forward. They have to fall down to the lowest level before they realize they need to reset and recharge and do the right thing.
Well, I think that often comes back to the saying that things sometimes have to get bad before they get good. You know?
Kind of throws to that right now.
The problem is you got all the logical people that don't want things to be bad because they know how it can be good, and they just have to suffer alongside everybody else that made it that way.
Well, that often sometimes comes back to comfort, you know? You're comfortable in that position. You're not willing to change things, even though they might be for the better, because at first they might disrupt your comfort, you know?
Yeah. And strong people can handle that too. Strong people can handle being at their lowest and picking back up. So,
oh, for sure. I completely agree with that.
It's like you could even make the argument like in World War II. And again, it's the whole kind of saying of like history repeating itself. Like Germany went to descend into democracy, and then when you get to that stage and like the fall of Rome, it's basically the exact same situation, where it gets the society degenerates to a certain point where it's like
somebody's knocking on my door. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. All this rampant like degeneracy, like the PDA and all this kind of shit. Inevitably that will rise to a tyrant who will rise up and try to correct course and all this kind of stuff. But when you factor it down to like the amount of lives lost because of Germany rising up and all this kind of stuff, could one make the argument that it was just better for Germany to collapse itself? Like, would there have been less lives lost? I know it's impossible to actually work out, but like it's a certain dynamic that I kind of like often kind of like think about in terms of at least like kind of like especially kind of modern day Europe. It's like when you look at again Germany, you know, like the whole kind of like pension scheme. The way they do it is 20% off the workers, the money that's made by the workers gets paid out into the pension scheme, which means if you ever get like less than 5 people paying into the pensions on average, like for each one retiree, there's 5 workers. If that goes below 5, then you're not actually going to be able to pay out the pensions. So like anybody who's currently paying in their pension in Germany, because it's down to like anywhere, I think it's like somewhere between 2 to 3 workers per retiree in terms of like this is why they say like the population pyramid thing and all this kind of stuff, or just population graph. It's basically mathematically that like any young person who's paying into their pension now is never going to see their pension, and that shit never ends well. But what does end well is our boy Jungle on the Ko-Fi. One sec, let me give you a short clip for that one, sir. Jungle just donated $1,000 on the Ko-Fi.
Wait, what? My fucking finger must have slipped. How the fuck did that happen?
Fuck.
Wait,
Like,
wait, for realsies?
No, I'm joking. It's legit, man.
I was about to say, I was like, yeah, like that actually makes sense, with the finger slip, all this kind of shit. So, like I said, folks, we got multiple premium memes to pick from. I think the first one we were saying is obviously the one and only Mr. Andrew Wilson.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist. Everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Shout out to Jungle, the absolute legend as well. Holy shit, man. Like I said, we're up to 2024 in the spin bank as well. So let me know if you need anything or because like I said, we got the whole moves list as well.
I'll take a coffee.
The Ko-Fi? Yeah. Coffee, yeah, I'll ship it over,
Across the pond. Yeah.
And if you want any premium memes as well, holy shit. Like I'm literally lost for words in terms of, because like even in terms of the menu items as well. We're gonna have a lot of fun tonight, to say the least. So if there's any specific topics as well you want, Jungle, like let me know as well, because at this stage it's like I don't think I've ever seen the wheel bank that high.
It's fine. You can spin it like 3,000 times or something and see what happens.
Well, let's fucking do it, boys. Let's just go through the topics, and whenever you feel as though the one that hits for you, let me know, Jungle. Should we admit most people are too dumb to rule themselves?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a living example of that. I should not be doing that.
I was gonna put that on Teriak. He's too dumb to rule himself. He needs a woman. Take care of that for him.
Yeah, that's the thing with like being the Tylenol baby. You know what I mean? It is what it is. My mom took Tylenols. Like I need some sort of counterforce to the Tylenol. You know what I'm saying?
Who the hell cut your hair in Leprechaun Land, by the way? Because that shit looks crazy fucked up.
Yeah, fucked up. This is legit, bro. Look at this. Got a side thing and all that. And actually, the inspiration, now that you mention it, came from Easy. One sec, let me show you this. Because Easy he done like a thumbnail for when he's like going against like Fatty and all this kind of stuff, and he has the whole boys and all this kind of shit. So I basically took this down to the barber, and I was like, "Can you replicate this?" And he was like, "Don't worry, bro, I got you." So I was trying to replicate that. It still needs to grow in a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, I'm kind of cheap as well. So it's like, cut it as short as you can. Need to get max value for money here.
Maybe you need some mousse or something to straighten that bitch out.
That is true.
Get a little spiked,
Yeah.
Get you the shoulders too.
The problem is his head has been shapen by one side because he's a Tylenol baby. That's the whole problem. One line, it's a little bit further looking than the other one because he has.
I got a pro tip for you, Teriak. Look up Murray's beeswax.
Marie's beeswax?
Fantastic. Yeah, it's a hair product that. Yeah, it's just beeswax and linalool and other terpenes that it's so good for your hair, and it's like gel, but it lasts and waterproof. It's awesome.
The fact that you know about that feminine shit is crazy.
No, it's not feminine. It's goth. I know about it from goth.
Oh, it's goth. It's goth, and that ain't feminist bullshit right there alone. Goth.
Hey, I dress the part. I just don't play it. You know what I'm saying?
It's saying it's like €50 per tub.
What? How big's the tub?
Yeah.
Like a gallon of that shit?
4 ounces?
4 ounces?
That's not gonna last you shit forever.
I get that shit at Dollar General. I have one unopened. I can just.
The only problem with that stuff
it would cost you more to ship it to Ireland than it would to buy it.
To be fair, lads, it is on discount. It's 40% off. It should be €80.06. You know what I mean? But I genuinely feel as though like a lot of Irish people get scammed. Like,
you're on a scam website, 100%.
That's crazy. That's Australian beeswax. That's not even an American thing.
Just go to your local beauty shop and ask the bitch for it.
Give me some of that mousse.
Probably got it for like $6.99.
Can I ask what's so
this stuff molding paste?
Oh, that's.
It's not working. Whatever you have there, sir. You can get something else.
The hair needs to grow, okay? I cut it extra short, okay?
What's fucked up is I just got a haircut too, and mine's too short, but I wear hats. So it's like, well, yeah, but give it a week. It'll be fine.
Just shave it off, go bald for the summer, man. Come show up with a bald ass head so we can be Aryan brothers together.
Mama. We actually need to make the word Aryan great again. I'm sick and tired as Indo-European. Like this is like Indians trying to get in on the like our culture. I'm genuinely convinced because if you go back like pre-World War II, white people were called Aryans, and then obviously, you know, Adolf fucked that shit up, and now all of a sudden we're talking about like Indo-Europeans. Do you know what I mean? So like all the way from fucking India. Think about where India is. India's in fucking Asia, and then they're trying to combine that into Europe. It's a lot of bullshit. Also, shout out to Leethy for the was it raid over on Twitch as well. Appreciate you kindly. But like I said, man, we need to make Aryan greats again because just because one Austrian fucked it up, it doesn't mean we should fuck it up for everybody. You know what I mean?
Well, it's kind of more than one, but yeah.
No, man, because like for real, it's like the name, like the country Ireland, right? That's the English name, but the Irish name for Ireland is Erin, right? Which is just a concatenated version of Aryan.
Erin go bra. Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? So it's like that's why I keep saying like this whole shit of like the what would be the right word? Like the, for lack of a better word, like the negativity around the name, or just even like the whole aspect of like white people in general. You know what I mean? Like the white people have no culture kind of meme that goes around and all this kind of shit.
Well, let me ask you a question.
That shit's
I was always curious about this. Why is it that TikTok has TOS a word around the word white? You can say black people, but you can't say white people. You have to say YT people. What the fuck is that even about?
Oh, I was always wondering why Andrew said that. Now I get it.
Yeah, it's a TikTok thing. Yeah.
That's stupid.
It's freaking ridiculous. It's
is it like reverse racism or something?
How to explain it?
I guess.
That's what it is.
I don't understand.
Essentially, yeah. That's what it is. Is they're trying to say that like the only people that can be are white people, so you shouldn't acknowledge them, which we should acknowledge them in their race, but not us in our race. It's a weird thing. I don't know why the business does it, to be honest. It's fucking stupid. It's bullshit.
I thought it was like a super American thing where we divided by saying white and black as opposed to like origin of nationality. Like somehow we stopped doing that. Like obviously American first, but all of a sudden it turned. Is it because it's easily dividable that way? Or is
Another
that
thing that's
just-
sort of on the lines of this topic. Remember, Teriak, I was talking to you the other day about how these companies have adopted this DEI crap. And you got
Yep.
airlines, when you buy a ticket, it asks you for your gender,
Mhm.
and it has unspecified and all this other crazy crap you can choose.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll ever get back to just male and female across the board amongst all these companies, or is that not something we can federally implement? Like when Trump said, when he first gave his opening speech about there's only two genders, male and female. Is that ever going to become a thing where companies start aligning back with what's real and not making up this fake shit? Or what do you think? You guys think?
I think there's a reckoning coming because what's happened is like this whole kind of like anti-white phenomenon that we've seen is basically an exploitation of like empathy, which you go over to India, right? Because everyone starts saying, "Oh, you're being racist against Indians and all this kind of shit." You look at the Indian system; they have a caste system. So if you're talking to someone below your caste, like they're literally subhuman. They look at them as if they're subhuman.
Yeah.
Right? This whole empathy thing that like we have like in terms of like in Western culture and all this kind of shit, that's not a thing in other cultures. And that's basically been weaponized and turned against us. So this whole thing of like when you look at society, what have they done? They basically removed men from like that position of like protector and provider. It's basically seen as like misogynistic to even make that claim. You know what I mean? So when you look at the current state of affairs, this shit has to change because they're trying to put women into the men's role, and now they're trying to get men to cut their wangs off and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? All that shit is going to be taken back, and like the Seinfeld meme where it's like he's in the red room, and he's like, what's going on in there? And it's like the adults are back in charge. Basically, like that's what you're seeing with Donald Trump, and then Rubio's probably going to be in 2028. And you're going to see like a continuation of this thing where they just basically go after all of this shit, because especially what's coming out now, like the SPLC, like racism is so dead in America that the SPLC has to fund the KKK.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? So like this whole thing of like the neo-Yazis and all this kind of shit, like that's all like being funded just so they can like push the propaganda. So you see all these people say that they like Trump and all this kind of shit. This is because they're secretly racist and all this kind of shit. That ain't the case. But what's been going on is basically this weaponization of empathy, and like this, like, oh, we'll have empathy for the criminals and we won't have empathy for the victims. But empathy for the wolf is injustice to the sheep. Mercy to the wolf is cruelty to the sheep. You know what I mean? That's why I keep saying it. We need to make Aryan great again. We need to stop doing this bullshit of like saying, oh yeah, a man can become a woman. What is a woman? Someone who identifies as a woman. Reason has gotten fucked straight out the window.
I mean, it ends in force doctrine, right? And
that's the thing. Like, who enforces the force doctrine?
Well, I keep seeing these memes about or memes about the nice person can only take so much before they snap, but when they snap, it's gonna, which I think relates to this. Like, I'm not saying the right is the far right, I should say, not 100% correct, but they've been pretty nice. And when it goes the other way, it's gonna not go well.
So what you're saying is real men that are stoic need to become emotional and let that shit out.
No.
No?
Well, maybe. Well, need.
Because that's what the left has done. They've just become emotional ranters, and the real right people have just stayed stoic and nice and gentle about it and that sort of thing, and tolerant of it. When we become intolerant and we unleash our emotional force, it becomes a reckoning.
Yeah.
I mean, not in a
that is what I meant.
Unhinged emotional way, but in a tactical emotional way, if that makes sense. Passionate.
For sure. And every time that happens throughout history, I hope it doesn't get there, but I don't see another way out.
The problem is the power of pussy is keeping good men down.
100%.
Weak men. Sneaky fuckers, as Rachel calls them. Brian Shapiro is a perfect example of these cunts.
100%.
I have a totally anecdotal example of this.
But real quick, I got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Pseudo, welcome to the show.
That's ma'am. I want to be called ma'am.
Ma'am.
Second person.
I'll try to remember.
Tomorrow I'll call it something else. No, we need to start bitch slapping motherfuckers. It's gonna happen. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I think all the
consequences for your actions. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I think it's just gonna. I don't know. I think it's kind of like a phase, and I think I hope it just weeds itself.
Well, the problem with the phase is the phase is lasted for the
here's
last
one
50
thing
years.
about it. That viewpoint you can't
phase.
reproduce, right? You can't reproduce with that viewpoint. So eventually, the viewpoint will.
Yeah, they're gonna unbreed themselves out of existence. You know.
Yeah.
So the problem is, we can't. We have jobs and lives, and we can't just sit in our ass. Like we can't be out there like they are. We don't have anybody cutting us a check to stand out there and act like jackasses in the street. Hey, if it comes down to it, we're gonna have to do what we got to do, right?
Yeah.
We'll see.
You push the buttons far enough, and then the beast will come out. That's.
Well, like this is what I keep pointing out, because a lot of people are saying, well, like the Islamification of Europe, even in America, there's certain parts, and like that is, and the whole kind of like the H-1B is another kind of like phenomenon, like this whole thing with closing the border, we need to deport and all this kind of stuff. That to me is only like half the problem. Like we forget how we got into this situation, which is a bunch of fucking retards. And like what I mean by that is like literally like unreasonable people. If you think a man can become a woman, that is by definition unreasonable. There's no reason behind that.
Yeah.
Because before the whole transgender thing, it was transvestites and transsexuals. Transvestites were men who either had a fetish of dressing up like a woman, or it was gay men who wanted to do woman face and all this kind of shit. And then on the flip side, you had the transsexuals, were the people who genuinely believed they could change sex, not gender, sex. So they thought that males could become females. And then they done all the experimentation, all this kind of shit. And science came back and said, this is objectively a worse situation. Post-operation, this is a worse situation for these individuals. We're not doing transsexual surgeries anymore. And then they done this whole propaganda switch and also, oh, it's not transsexuals, it's transgender. You know what I mean? And I point back to Iran in 1980. The 1980s, the Khomeini, not the dude that just got blown up, but his dad essentially was the supreme leader, and he put out a fatwa and says this transsexual surgeries is a solution to homosexuality. Mm-hmm. This was like the final solution that they proposed, where it's like either they end up looking like a woman anyway, so it doesn't turn heads in the streets, or it gets them to self-delete.
Yeah, at least they had the right idea about it. To be fair, at least they're doing it for a good.
It's not the right idea though.
But at least they get a positive outcome out of it.
An inside dick is still a dick.
Whoa.
What?
So in terms of this whole thing of like the course correction, to get back to Jungle's original question, of like this whole thing of like you hit the what should have been Mr., Mrs., or Miss, like that whole thing where you drop down, it's like, what gender are you? And it's like unspecified, fucking two-spirit, all this kind of shit. All that's getting scrapped. Because all of that is literally the only thing that's propping that up or continuing that is retards, useful idiots, and the money, like the propaganda machine that's propped up by the money behind it.
Well, and I was going to say too, wouldn't that be like a fraudulent job where like somebody just sitting there writing that crap and making $100,000 a year?
DEI officers.
Mm-hmm.
DEI officers in the corporate space. What the fuck does a DEI officer do?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's just human resources.
You're
Yeah,
diverse,
exactly.
and you
Exactly.
need more equity and inclusion in our in our society. That's what the DEI.
Did you ever see the video where it's like it's fake, I assume, but it puts out a good point. So it shows a lady who's in charge of HR talking to an employee, and she's having a conversation with them, and every word she uses, she has the word big. And he's like, well, wait. Can't use that word either. She's like, why? And he goes into a ridiculous explanation. And she says the word circle. He's like, oh, well, no, round. That incurs this, or that. She's like, wow, you're teaching me a lot of things. She's like, let me put that down on the list. And he just like plays her. It's like, it's ridiculous. Like they'll feed into anything. But all these people, if you notice, like you look at these protests, it's all the same causes wrapped into one. So if they have a trans protest, it's not just a trans protest. It's also
Free Palestine.
pro-abortion. Yeah, free Palestine, pro-abortion. It's like they got a little kit with a little freaking scarf in it, a mask. They got all these different little causes wrapped into one. You know, it's
And like
just,
this is the thing in terms of like trying to like actually destroy America, because like this like you America is so strong, even when it looks at like its own military versus its civilian population. The civilian population literally has more guns than the military. I think there's like for each American there's like 1.2 guns. Like,
Yeah.
do you know what I mean? For each American there's at least 1.2 guns. You know what I mean? So you're never going to be able to like kinetically or like through invasion, like try to actually take over America through force. So the only way to actually try to collapse America is through, like I said, this whole kind of like empathy thing and all this kind of shit. And when you look at the whole like trans thing, these are not like logical arguments. This is why I think like Andrew Wilson like exploded or is exploding in terms of like popularity and all this kind of shit, is because it's been so long since there's actually been like logic and reason like being put forward in terms of the argumentation. Like this whole thing of like, what is a woman, from like Matt Walsh? Oh, a woman is someone who identifies as a woman. That makes no sense. Like the whole thing of like, well, why are you against trans surgeries? Because you're mutilating people. Like this is literally like they are generally mutilating themselves. They're castrating themselves. You know what I mean? And it's like this whole kind of like mindset of, oh well, it's not affecting you. But that's not an argument.
Yeah.
Well, they defeated that. They defeated that in a sense. Well, not defeated it, but you by demonizing anybody. This goes for any of those causes, right? You know, they turned us into Nazis. We're racist. We're Nazis. We're bigots. We're this and that. So it's, oh, don't engage with them. Don't discuss anything with them. You know, we're above them. They're beneath us. So let's just walk away. They're not worth having a conversation with. You know, it's
Well, they often use these terms in a way to discredit us or dehumanize us.
right. That's what I mean. Yep. And
Yeah.
they've been doing this all along. I mean, it's always been a thing. They've been playing that race card for ages. You know, they're gonna put y'all back in chains and Republicans just want to push Granny over the cliff. They've been doing it forever.
And what's funny is they vote for those people that say those things, but then they vote for them, and then when you show them the evidence, they're like, "No, that didn't happen." They go through the book of excuses.
Yeah. They don't want to look at the policies. You can't tell them, well, the policies are the ones that are actually like, you tell these people, well, the Democrat Party basically funded the KKK. Then you come out with they said, and you said, well, that was before the parties flipped. Now you got this SPLC lawsuit.
Yeah.
They'll have an excuse for that either, but I don't know. I think it's through information is how we're getting it done.
Well, I think they have a bad reaction to like something that's like common sense stuff. It's bare bones common sense stuff, and they have a problem with it because it refutes everything they're talking about, and that's the only reason they have a problem with it. Because if you go back, a lot of these things weren't a problem before, but then suddenly along the lines of time, now it's a problem.
Did you guys see? I think somebody might have brought it up. Might have been a discussion on somebody's panel, somebody's stream. That video game, and they have clips of all these like feminist boss bitches playing it. It's a video game where it's like the guy. I don't know if he's a robot or if he's just in like a spacesuit or something, and there's like a little girl in it. I don't know if it's the.
I know
what you're talking about. I don't know the name, but I know what you're talking about.
You could see like
Pragmata.
Yes, they start tearing up. Like, oh, it's like, they can't deny it. That instinct is still there.
Yeah.
Like that's a really good. That was a really good good idea. That game you watched, like they just melt. Like the instinct is still there. It's sometimes it's little things you don't even think about.
I mean, I think you have games like that help, but then you have games where what Easy was talking about not too long ago, where they have a game where you go through the Bible, you actually go through the whole thing, and I think that would be very useful, like I don't see a problem with that. I think we need to have more of that.
Like what pragmata means is like practicality, like shit that actually works. It's practical. You know what I mean? Like this whole thing of like even like the gaming thing, and like to speak to this whole thing of like the stoicism is like, yeah, you know what, like fuck this whole thing of like just resorting to violence, all this kind of stuff. We're gonna be stoic and we're gonna like handle this with class, all this kind of shit. Like a lot of men just like went into the whole escapism and it's like, I'm just gonna play my video games, but they even went after that as well, which to me shows you that they're the aggressors here. But DP says, shut the fuck up, Teriak. We're gonna spin that motherfucking wheel. But it is, like I said, a main kind of like problem that we're starting to see, Oh, this could get spicy as well. I told you this was a spicy wheel jamming. Is Israel committing genocide and America fully funding it? The Israel question.
Not fully, but they are.
No, America's not fully funding it. Anyways, I gotta go to bed, guys. I got work earlier than usual tomorrow. So, salute, my friends. It's been a great time.
Later, Gator.
See you next time.
Thanks for coming out, dogs.
Yep.
Take it easy, dogs.
Always have a good time.
Well, I mean, okay. By definition, they could be committing a genocide, but we're not fully funding it. So I'm going to say no.
I don't think I know enough about it to have a full opinion on it. Politics isn't really my thing anymore. I suck at it.
I think it's I think it's probably close, like kind of like how Jungle was saying. But I could also see the full funding. I don't think it's a full funding issue, but I could be wrong on both of those things. I don't know what equates to a full like word of genocide, and I don't know how much funding we actually do onto it.
I'm saying also, if like you look at the term genocide, I mean, okay, it's like, oh, it's women and children. It's like they've been fighting forever. We gave these. They already gave these people so much, and it's never enough. Yeah, Israel covers up a lot of the shit that they do and all that. You don't really know the full extent of it, because you're gonna have propaganda on both sides. But I mean, we do know, like, you look at the shit they're teaching these kids, these quote Palestinian schools, like you have these little 3rd, 4th grade plays about that depict them. Let's kill the Jew until their blood runs the rivers red and all this crazy shit. I don't know. I kind of think to an extent they need to go.
Well, I think the other day Tarek was talking about this of the influence into. I think you were saying like the crown, the British crown, being influenced into a lot of these issues, and I'm wondering through that, how we look at these type of things. Is it through like their kind of influence that these things are happening, or is it something that they don't want?
Well, like from my position, just to give us kind of like rough figures to deal with, America's has provided over 3.8 trillion in foreign aid, and that's adjusted for inflation as well since 1946. So since World War II, America's provided 3.8 trillion. Just put that in perspective in terms of like what the deficit is at, about 40 trillion. So that's 10% of the debt has gone to foreign countries in total. But Israel's at about 337 billion. And the next one in line is about Egypt, sitting at just under 200 billion.
Okay, how much do they influence, like, or out of their own money? How much do they put into their own military?
Oh, it's got to be more than what we're giving them.
I don't think I'm going to get an answer on this because I tried to look up like Israel's budget before, and it was like basically it's kind of like not public information. You say
okay.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because that, as you said, the net worth of the country, we've already funded that over and over. So I'm wondering how much do we have to say before it's a fully funded issue?
So about 20% of Israel's budget apparently is towards their military.
We don't know. We don't know what their budget is.
Yeah. I think it's definitely closer than I thought it was because I didn't know we had spent that much money on them in that period of time.
I would think though, that's since when? Now what was it? 390 billion? Is that what you said?
337 billion since 1946. No, 3.8 trillion. That's total foreign aid.
Oh, right. Gotcha.
The World War II.
So
like obviously just in general, like the amount of fucking money that's like the taxpayer is getting robbed in America.
For sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I definitely agree with that. But I don't know if 337 billion or whatever over the course of 70 years or whatever is, I don't know if that's enough to Israel, like that we're fully funding it. So I'm still going to say no based on a guess. I think they got to be higher than that. Yeah.
Well, even if we were taking it from the full funding, is it still a genocide?
I find that hard to define too, because like that's what I was thinking about too.
That's kind of a tough. They throw that word around. People throw that word around. That's
for sure.
That's especially the left. You know, anything they don't like, it's a genocide. They'll call Donald Trump declaring it's only men and women. They'll call that a genocide against trans people. You know what I mean?
Well, as I understood it, and I'm pretty sure I'm probably wrong on this, but how I always understood genocide was like it's a whole, like you wiped them all, you know, or at least a majority, you know.
Yeah, the complete. Isn't there a race-based or ideology-based?
Yeah, Pan Chuin or Chuchin. It's a weird name. Put the definition in, and religious group falls into that category.
UN Genocide Convention. Genocide is defined as specific acts committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group.
I mean, do we classify Islam as a religion?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's definitely.
Yeah, I think they would fall into that.
But it has rites and rituals and all this kind of stuff. So I think in terms of the, like, let's say it is for this thing, is Israel committing genocide?
Oh, they're not trying to. I don't think you could argue they're trying to wipe them all out, because they could have just blown them all up. They could have just annihilated that whole strip, right? They're at least
not all of them are Islamists. There's a huge Christian sect there.
In Palestine?
No, in Iran. I was thinking about Iran, but I mean, Palestine's also part of it.
I think it would be if they were attacking all of the countries. You know, if they were trying to pick all the fights, I think I'm willing to say it would be a genocide. But
it does say national too. So,
well, no, I don't agree with the fully funding part, but I could see definitionally.
I'm still going to go. Still going to go with genocide. Because it has to be both in this case, right? It's a genocide, and America's fully funding it. It's hard to make. I mean, you could, I guess, make the argument on the genocide part of it, but the question is, are they committing genocide and America is fully funding it? So
Well,
it has to
but
be both.
America's not the only donor, so like, or
Right.
funder, I guess would be how I'd word that. So they're not fully funding it.
That's what I'm
or
saying.
We aren't. Yeah,
that's true. That's true.
But
I'm gonna go with
definitionally, okay. So genocide, in the sense of Islam, I'd have to say yeah, but it's not just Israel.
I mean, it's
But
not
that
just
word,
America.
Well,
the word has a weird connotation to it, like phonetically, but once
Yeah.
it's the definition, it's like, well, actually, yeah.
Well, it's not a genocide. Also, I mean, it's not a genocide if they allow people to cross over that border, reside in Israel. They're free to worship. You can practice Islam in Israel, just like any other religion, as long as you don't, as long as you're not committing terrorist acts or causing a bunch of shit.
Well, just like there's, things here in United States. It's not like they're attacking us to get them. So I don't know, because the context is weird within genocide, because it always made it seem like it was an extermination, or elimination,
Would I be a dick if I asked to spin the wheel?
No.
He might have stepped away though. So yeah, I think he stepped away.
Sorry,
But,
gentlemen,
yeah.
I had to take a piss. Holy shit, I don't have an infinite bladder, okay? I don't got some infinite bladder, motherfuckers, okay?
I
Alright, so
famously
just
have
to-
the smallest bladder, so I feel you.
You should be hardcore and
my
have an empty 2 liter Mountain Dew bottle there or something to go in. Come on.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But just real quick to finish up this, right? To work backwards, America fully funding it. Technically, no, they're not fully funding it. But holy shit, American taxpayers are getting robbed. So, like, playing into this whole thing of, like, they're spending way too much money on foreign countries, propping up foreign countries. Just let the fuckers collapse at this stage. Like I said, to go back to the previous topic that we had, and Israel being the top funding source as well, is like 50% more than what they've given to Egypt since that same date. Also, just to run through the genocide part of it, if we classify this as a genocide, it would be the first or the only example in history where the accusation of genocide is thrown and the population has actually increased rather than decreased. In 1946, it was about 150,000. In 1950, it was about 250,000. 1960, 300,000. 1970, 350,000. 1980, 455,000. 1990, 645,000. 2000s, 1,100,000. 2010, 1.5 million. 2020, 1.9 million, and it's now sitting at around 2.1 to 2.14 million people in the Gaza Strip.
So if they're committing genocide, they're really, really bad at it.
They are the worst genociders in history, but as Dad says, spin that motherfucking wheel, white boy. So this is where I'm saying, like, to be able to steel man both positions and take on the whole aspect. But gentlemen, is equality just jealousy dressed up as a good idea?
Would that mean equality of outcome or equality of opportunity?
Equity is equality of outcome, right?
Mm-hmm.
So equality as an opportunity, right? Is that what we're talking about here?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got a special guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Alvarez, welcome to the show.
My fucking goodness.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to have your lucky...
the Spurred Queen has arrived.
Your lucky Jungle's nagging at me to get on a panel recently. What's up with your fucking hair, you little...
I took after you. I was thinking, you know, that Alvarez guy has a good hairstyle, so I'm going to copy his hairstyle.
Yeah, you're going to this is what short and
this goes with the topic. Hey, wait. This goes with the topic. Show him that picture you showed us, because that's you being jealous and trying to be equal to the fucking Chad.
That is true. That is true. Wait, where is it? There we go. Look at this. This was Easy sent me this. I was like, fuck it, might as well just copy it.
Oh, is that? I'm in one. It's me, you, and Easy, and JS.
You've got an Orlando Bloom thing going on there in that picture.
Yeah, I'm in the back. Yeah, I have mine too. He sent me it. It's really. I thought I looked pretty dashing, if I say so myself.
Yeah, it did good on it.
Is this for the 2,000 subs thing? I thought you were going to cut it and dye it rainbow. What's going on?
What is this? Why do you want me to have a rainbow colored hair?
You mean that
is written propaganda?
Rainbow pot of gold?
It's propaganda, bro.
Is there any amount of donations that would get you to go blue hair Destiny style?
That's dangerous. That is dangerous.
Dude, I would go blue hair. I would go blue hair for like.
It's a yes or no question, Teriak. Yes or no.
Dude, I would go blue hair for. I would go blue hair for 2,500 for sure.
I think I might just chop up undo it.
I do the same as Avra says there. Yeah, like 2,500, but like it's I'm gonna do like the spray can thing. I wouldn't like actually like fucking
no. I'd go full Destiny hair.
You're gonna force me.
I would do Destiny hair for 2,500.
Teriak, I've told you I wear the liberal uniform every day. You are already 90% of the way there. Just lean in. You can blend in.
Yeah, I would even with the 2,500 go out of my way to get the perm, right, to put it up, right, so it's that Destiny kind of curly top and blue it. Yeah,
that's what the beeswax was for.
Oh my god!
I'm not getting a fucking perm.
That way, I could do this with the blue hair. I could do that.
Broccoli top,
Uriak. Use that Medusa shit that somebody told you to get from the dollar store.
I used to use Kool-Aid. I used to use Kool-Aid when I was a little fucking.
The beeswax,
yeah.
I'm not kidding on that. I'll go grab it and show it on camera. If you don't
Yeah,
believe
blue
me.
Kool-Aid packet, bro. That's all you need.
Not stuff with the sugar in it. The stuff you gotta add.
Sugar free, because you don't want to. You're already sugary enough.
It fries your hair.
mama.
It fries your hair. I think that's why I started losing mine. All that gel and shit we did in the 80s.
Well, I just came on for a short bit. I have to get back because I have my own donation bar to go fill, and I have to go get that filled so I can make enough money to get to Dallas. So
Yes, sir.
I just hopped on
see what happens to you,
say
brother.
Hi. I mean, we can
spin the wheel, baby.
Yeah. I got like okay. Well, I'll stay for like 15 more minutes to see you guys now. So
We didn't even talk about the film. We didn't even do the equality one.
Can a society survive if it kills all its old myths and lies?
yes.
Yes.
No.
All its old myths and lies.
Yeah, we'll just remake new myths and lies based
No.
off the old ones.
It will not survive without Santa
That's
Claus.
not what I
bro.
was.
I'm just saying, just saying, yes, it will survive.
We
We'll just
need
remake new
Santa
ones.
Claus and reindeer, bro. We need it.
Yeah, I think there's some myths that are good. Like lies. Well, myths can be lies. Myths are lies technically, but
Well, there's
I don't know.
definitely been a lot of lies, that's for sure.
I'm gonna cop out, and I'm just gonna say it can survive. Fuck it.
I'm gonna say no. With Jungle.
Yes, 100% because truth.
Oh, side note. I just light bulbed. It would have to be $5,000 if you're gonna make me go blue hair, looking like Destiny to debate con.
Okay.
Like it's double if I have to show up in public looking like Destiny, where Destiny's gonna be, because
Okay.
I'm gonna do something crazy.
Okay,
Right?
Back to the topic. So
Like, I light bulbed it. I'm sorry. I just thought like, well,
Okay.
debate
He's on
con's
delay.
coming up.
turn your light off for a second. So
I'm a grifter. I always think about how I'm gonna fucking make money. I'm sorry.
if we
I
get
don't
rid of
think anybody's
all
done
the
anything
old
based on
myths and lies, we would be getting rid of all fictional books that children utilize for their imagination. I don't
They
think
don't
that's
need
a
those
good
to
idea.
live.
They need that to grow.
It would be pretty shitty without Santa. That was one of the best things as a parent.
I didn't
Like,
have Santa growing up.
It was great. Oh my
Well,
god!
I'm glad
I
it was
loved
great for you. I didn't have Santa.
Great.
I survived. Everybody knows I grew up in a cult.
Yeah, designing the abortion machine.
I mean,
No, I
my
didn't
daughter
design
would have
that till
survived.
later.
The Heaven Max.
My daughter would have survived, but I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it was a lot of fun for me, like playing into the little.
Yeah, you don't need to have fun to survive, bro.
That's true.
Talk to Bane.
I'm still sticking with we could survive without it. Some of the aspects of it would suck, you know.
Yeah, I'll concede to the survival is not necessary. However, it would be atrocious.
Yeah, and we can survive. This is a stupid
100%.
question. The wheel had a bad question.
Yeah, blame
We weren't.
Terry.
We
Let's,
really,
let's
Teriyaki, we
spin
really
it again,
skipped over
boys.
one, right?
We have the budget. We have the budget, boys. Like I said, we
Only have the
budget for the rest of the show. Oh shit!
Fuck no.
This is a Hassan quote. America deserved 9/11 because of its imperialist foreign policy.
No.
Fuck no.
If we were the Empire, they would not fucking exist. Star Wars reference.
No. Somebody's gonna say yes.
Fuck
I know
no.
it. Fuck no. Someone's gonna say yes. Go ahead. Let's have it.
The reason why I put this prompt specifically on it is there's a false dynamic out there that America is the imperialist. When you look back at Abraham Lincoln, McKinley, even George Washington, America was the protectors of the free world. They were fighting against the imperial system of Britain. It's Britain that's the imperialist.
Can I just take out the last 5 letters? I mean, 5 words.
So America deserved the 9/11 because?
Yeah.
Just because?
Yeah. What the fuck? Can I take if I can take out
Look at
out
the smile. Look at the smile on this dude's face. He loves the chaos.
Listen, if I can take out the last 5 words, I'll take the positive.
Okay. Let's hear it, Avarice.
Listen, yeah, America deserved 9/11 because if we were so loosey-goosey on people going in and out of the airport, buildings wouldn't get hit. Apparently, we deserved it, or else we would have had a stricter policy on how people could get a hold of planes. We deserved it because
we deserve people jumping out of buildings.
Yeah,
but to be fair, it's not like we let somebody on with freaking with bombs strapped to under their shirts. You know what I mean? It was guys with box cutters. Nobody
we let them on.
Hold on, Avarice, are you making the claim that somebody deserves to be set on fire and die just because some crazy fucking
person? Hold on, just to be clear, a person doesn't deserve to die, right? But the system deserved 9/11, America, the system, because we were so lax on people going on our airplanes.
And what if the building was?
Hold on, listen. If we didn't let darker people on the airplanes, we wouldn't have the problem.
But what if the building was filled with Transformers?
And then maybe
would that be okay?
2026 we'd still have Spirit.
Well, if the building was filled with Transformers, would that be okay?
Are they white Transformers?
No, they're all shades and colors.
No, then only the white Transformers.
I'm gonna add some. I'm gonna give some more fuel to Avarice's argument too, because we really did the real dumb shit we did in that whole situation was, who the fuck thinks it's normal to give these 2 packies fucking flying lessons? Okay, they show up stinking sweating in fucking long white dress shirts and dress pants, full of sweat. It's like, okay, we want to learn how to fly, but we don't need to learn how to land the plane. That was pretty fucking stupid.
So, any takers on the opposite?
Yeah, me.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying we didn't deserve it because of innocent people died.
Innocent people die all the time. Innocent people die all the time.
It's all on your shoulders.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's merited that happened. If you're looking at the definition, right?
Yeah. I look at it like a stress test
to point out a security thing, but a whole bunch of loss of life.
Yeah, it wasn't that much of a loss of life. It was some loss of life, right? But not a whole bunch of loss. Like what's a lot to you? I was in Iraq, and I think that there was
the same thing.
I think there was a lot of. I think that there was a lot of loss. Yeah, well, I don't think it was really that a lot. Like in
what
in the common reality of the sheer numbers of people, that wasn't a lot of people.
I personally know like 30 of them, so I'm going to stay out of it. I personally know over 30 people that died that day. Cause that's what
I feel bad. I feel bad for you. I know 30 people that died overseas too.
Sure.
Right?
I'm not going to bring emotion into it. I'll just say I gave.
Well, then don't leave it at the door. Leave your emotion at the door. What I'm saying here is that America was lax, and if we didn't let certain people on the planes pre 9/11, it wouldn't have happened. Agreed?
Well, if that's true, then Iran deserves to get glassed based on that logic.
I mean, I've been saying we should just level all over there for a long time. Terry, I can tell you that. Like, I've literally said we should just sweep the whole ground from desert to desert, and then just call it a day. I've made that very clear.
We could level the whole Middle East, not even just Iran.
Yeah, listen, Teriak will tell you that I am pro, let's take Greenland by force. Let's take Venezuela by force. No.
Isn't restraint more important?
No. Restraint is no longer important when we have already been in a silent war, an invisible one at that.
I'm probably the only one. I might be the only one in here who would know it, but there's a band from the late '80s, mid '80s called Stormtroopers of Death. It was like a kind of like a super band, like metal band, thrash band. They had a song called "Fuck the Middle East." That was not funny.
I think I know what you're talking. I'm a metal.
Okay, so we all agree that I have won this argument in America Deserve.
No, I didn't agree.
Oh,
there's no deserve.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page here, because time is running short. So where are the rebuttals? Who's still not on the same page?
Spin that wheel. We're this is crazy.
I mean,
This is madness. This is the wheel of madness.
I was going to say, what happened to Tower 7?
The Democratic Party is cowardly and too centrist.
Centrist? No way.
They're cowardly, but they're not too centrist.
Yes, agreed.
So where would you put them in terms of the political
They're
spectrum?
right where they are, the left.
Far left.
Yeah, but hasn't everything like left moved towards the center? Like at least.
No. What the fuck are you talking about? Here, I'll give you an answer. Here's an answer. Do you think that people should be able to choose their gender?
No.
Yes. Okay, you're on the other side. All right. Yep. Do you think that men can go in a woman's bathroom? Oh, look you're on the other side. Do you think that two gay men can get married? Oh, look, you're on the other side. There was no middle to this. It's one or the other.
Are we talking about the beliefs of everybody in the voting age? Because if you add in like everybody, say above from 16 and up, we might be in a minority on it.
What are you talking? I think they're on the other side. They're not on my side.
They're not on my side, but I'm looking at the definition of centrist. I think more of these dumbasses.
No, there is no center. There's just left and right.
Yeah.
Listen, here, I got an idea for you. I got an idea for you. Okay, here's a good question. If I wanted to vote center, who do I vote for?
No one.
Honest question. If I wanted to vote center, who do I vote for?
The independent. I think
there ain't nobody to vote for.
That's going to lose. What do you mean? There is no independent. It's a two-party system here, Bob. All right. Democrat, Republican. Putting anything into independent just means that you want to give your vote away because you're a dick-sitting coward that can't actually vote on one side or the other, and you just want to say, I'm too ignorant to pick a side. All right.
I agree there.
That's not center. That's retards.
But that's based on what we believe in. Of course, we have to vote for Republicans, even if they don't do what they say they're going to do. They most represent our value. They got us trapped, right?
This is what Andrew says. That's why you don't vote for Democrats.
Well, I never vote for fucking Democrats.
Here, and I don't even vote because of what Andrew said. I vote because of this. I know that if it's a Republican, the United States military gets a 2% raise, and if it's a Democrat, the United States military gets a 1% raise. And I will always increase the funds for the United States military. Democrats all the way, FTW. You see, not that way. You see?
I agree with you on that, Evers.
All right, spin
He's
that
like
wheel,
fundamentally.
baby. Or not. Go ahead. Say, no. Anyway, last week.
Anyway, spinning that wheel.
Listen, I got like 1 minute. I got 1 minute and I got to get back.
Teriak, whose stream is this?
Guys, it's whenever, because like that's the whole kind of like I have clips there like to interrupt like mid conversation. If someone says spin the wheel, we spin the wheel kind of thing.
That's right.
Gentlemen, are we raising a whole generation that can't handle any pain?
No.
Yes.
I'm going to say no because based on, I think there's a shift going on, and I know a lot of these freaking like young Gen Z kids, they believe in God, they have faith. They're some of the best workers that I've been getting in a long time.
You know, you say this is funny when you know everyone has been saying this. It's a Adam Hanover thing long ago. He wrote this speech. It was like 15 years ago. I don't know if you guys know who Adam Conover is. Whatever. He's a comedian and he does show. But he did this documentary kind of expose on generations and how they were and how we like defined boomers, Gen Z, Gen X, and all that stuff. But then he took it even further and said that like each generation is said that like that generation is lazy and weak, and the generation before that has said that generation is lazy and weak, and the generation has said is that generation is lazy and weak. And even section 230 down there, this generation is weak as fuck. This is an ongoing trend. It's actually, so if you look through statistics and through Malcolm Gladwell's analysis, you can actually see that this isn't true. It's actually that we just have more people, and so there's more lazy people, but there is more hard-working people than ever. There is actually more of a trend of efficiency than ever before. There are people in society that are weaker. There are more of them that are getting weaker. There are more people in chairs, but there are more people fighting in combat. There are more people putting up wires. There are more people driving trucks than ever before. There are more men out there working the lines. The problem is we don't see them because they're out there. And you can talk about testosterone levels, but the testosterone doesn't define like how strong a man is by any means. And if you look at the trend in data of efficiency of men and even fighting men and strength of men, we have stronger men today than we ever have in the highest realm of muscle of muscle building and things like that and weightlifting.
And just real quick, so we got a guest backstage. I'm introducing.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Shazzy, welcome to the show.
Good morning, you retrobates.
Hey, what's up,
morning,
bitch?
Shazzy?
Good to see you, Shazzy.
Hey, left of the bitch, you obvious. I have to call you a bugger. Okay, the opposite of bitch.
I couldn't hear you with all the mumbling. Get the marbles out of your mouth, wench.
Am I mumbling again with this phone? Yeah.
Yeah, get the
it's back now.
Yeah, get the ice cream out your mouth, Shazzy. Stop eating.
It's not
gonna go right to your thighs.
It's not an ice cream. It's a cigarette.
What'd
It's a cigarette.
It's a cigarette. Yeah.
Popsicle.
Is my phone playing up?
Just something
It's kind
for
of
her
like
to suck on.
it's kind of like muffled a bit, Shazzy, or it's like going in between the two.
I'm waiting till the other phone charges because this one's crap. This is the old one.
Well, hey, I gotta head off and do my shit. I said I didn't have much time. Shazzy, it's good to see you. Jungle, Jack of Blades, Pseudo Master Chef, Darth, Teriak.
Good to see
Always
you.
a
Adam.
pleasure.
Javers.
You Irish fuck.
Any shout outs and coming up?
I'm debating JS on the 13th on Swords of Reason. Mankind Project is the worst cult. I will be having proceeds go to an Orthodox summer camp for my donations on my side. So let's send those kids to camp. Every dollar sent, I will match it. And then once we send those kids to camp, let's send Avarice to camp at DebateCon with that stream a week, 2 weeks after that. Fantastic.
Mama.
That's good off the Avarice. That's lovely. Very, very Christian.
Have a good
of
one,
you.
people.
Yeah.
See you,
Have a good one, Avarice.
Good to see
Good
you.
night. I'm only on for 10 minutes because I'm going to get my eyes photographed this morning. So
Yeah,
I'm
no worries, no worries.
I'm only
What do you
here,
think
like,
about?
I
What do you
missed
think about
it.
this whole?
I
Yeah,
missed
this whole
everything.
generation that can't handle any pain.
They can't handle any pain because they're weak ass little bitches. They're all, even the lads, they're all weak ass little bitches.
I couldn't hear. So you're saying it's true or
They're
false?
weak. They're weak ass
Yeah, they're
little
weak.
bitches.
Yeah, they need to give their balls a tug.
They need to grow bigger balls.
I disagree. I think the left is trying to make it that way, but they don't control everything.
They don't control it. They don't control it really. But they're just blight. Like lost generation.
Yeah, Shazzy, we can't hear. It's like completely muffled.
Right, okay. I'll be back, okay?
Yeah, cool beans.
I'm in a bladder break. Also, BRB.
Cool beans, cool beans. Because I think
Bladder break. What do you guys got? Fucking got like the golf ball sized bladders? I'm a fucking old man.
my usual timing is about 2 hours. Okay, 2
I gotta
hours, and that
feel this
and I drink a cup of coffee and a liter of water in that time period. So you know what I'm saying. They're not about the rest of them. They're not about the rest of them. Okay.
I will say that to give mine clarification on this, I will say I think it's turning around. I do believe that this kind of current generation coming out is kind of flipping things back in the direction that it needs to go. I don't think it's quite there yet, because I still see a struggle there, but I think we're heading in the right direction as long as those individuals have kids and they can teach their beliefs and everything on to their kids. I think we'll be on the positive direction.
I think
Do you think it's
squeaky
Yeah, go
wheel?
ahead, Pseudo.
The squeaky. I think it's sort of like with everything else. You know what I mean? You look at people crying on social media, and you think that there's more than they are. So the weak ones, I think they stand out. Like the squeaky wheel gets the grease type of thing. You know what I mean?
It should be okay now.
Yep,
Yeah,
crystal
we're-
clear.
Thank you very much. The old phone, the speaker's going on it, like I'll have to give up on it.
But what were
Yeah,
you
it
saying
was-
in terms of the weak ass bitches?
Both. It's the parents' fault. It is the parents' fault. But both genders, girls, boys, are a total fuck up. They are. It's not going to be like for another 2 generations, I'm sure, before they get it right.
Well, I think the counter that Pseudo and Jack seem to be going with is that maybe like our generation, like the people who are like in their 30s now, like early 30s.
My generation's okay.
Yeah. But like I think in terms of like my generation or our generation, the
Yeah,
like
the
we
30.
kind of grew up with the whole like PC. Oh, you can't be saying this. Like you can't like even make a joke for a woman to go
or-
back to the kitchen. All this kind of stuff.
You hit
But
me, and it's 0800 111111. You know, you can't even just, that's what your kids tell you. I'm going to ring
And
it. My son used to say, I'm going to ring it. I'm going to ring it. I'm going to ring it. And I go, fucking ring it. Ring it. So he used to
Yeah.
hide. He hid the wooden spoons all around the house. couldn't get him with a wooden spoon.
But like,
hold on, is that an Irish thing, Chazzy? My mom used to beat me.
Yeah,
with
wooden spoon.
A
Wooden spoon, that's it. Yep. It's the
I got
best.
beat- I got beat
shoot
with the
pigs
wooden
Or
with
wet
spaghetti
towel.
I used to have to
A
fake.
wet
I
towel
used to
where they
fake
flick
that
it
reverse.
and it hits you on the back of the neck. That
Oh,
shit
yeah.
hurt like a motherfucker.
The tea towel. Yeah.
Yep.
Let's
My
wipe
mom
them
used
with it.
a metal
Or-
ladle,
Or
a metal spatula she used.
I used to be a wee bit of a bitch and you know the way you would flick an ear? I would flick his ear, that hurts.
My grandma would fucking
an ear.
twist my ear. She would grab it and
I'll
twist
give you,
and then
I'll give
pull
you a
me.
counter argument to them being weak, right? Like my daughter's 22. She was about 17 and she decided to take up skateboarding, roller skating and all this. She broke her arm. She came home like, your arm's broke. She's like, no, it's fine. I'm looking at it. I could see like the bend that the bones were fractured. She's like, no, it's fine. I'm like, you're going to the fucking hospital. You broke your arm. She's like, I know, I'm telling you, it's not broken. She didn't want to be bothered. Of course it was broken. You should have seen the x-rays. I'm like, how did you not feel like, how did you not realize that? You know? Like they're not all weak. They're not
Some of them are.
It depends on the parents. You're right.
Yeah,
But
it is. It's the parents, how they bring them up. Like, I brought one up properly and one's just an ignorant fucker. But the other one's an angel. So I got it right. 50-50. I'd rather I got the boy right, like, but I didn't.
Good betting odds.
That was his father's fault.
I think what like Shazzy's pointing out to though is that when you generally hear from like, especially like 10, 20 years ago, like that's when like this whole like PC and we all have to be nice and all this kind of shit. That's where kind of like you're seeing a huge kind of influx from that. And the general perception is like this generation is a bunch of weak ass bitches. What you're starting to see now from the youth is that like it's almost like that was like a measured dose of poison. Where like the generation that's coming up now are like, fuck this, like fuck your feelings, essentially.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
They want to prove it wrong.
Yep, because
It's going to be either the next generation or the one after where it's going to work out properly. We're not going to see it, I don't think.
I think we're seeing it already.
I don't think I'm going to see it, but
Trump won the popular vote in big part because of Gen Z.
I'm hoping my grandchildren, it's going to be good for them.
I kind of think the swing's in effect though, where it's going the other way. But I mean, the whole part of it being generational is like we're
It's
raising
sad.
them now, right? So
It's bloody sad, Darth. So it is.
but it might not be because the people who are being raised now are. I don't know. Maybe I'm
but my,
coming from a place of
my
hope,
daughter's
but
coming, 39? So, like, I tried hard for the 39 years, but her herself has only noticed, you know, she's thanking me, which is good. But
sometimes it takes a while to realize that.
It
That's
does.
where I'm attacking the generational part of the prompt. Because, like, maybe the one we're raising now is seeing it this way.
Well, like, here's hoping, Darth.
They changed too.
I hope.
Like, so if you would have went back, like even like 6-7 years ago, like kids that are in their 20s now, they might have been like, you know, even if they had the helicopter parents, and a lot of them were being pushed into this anti-bullying, being nice, and all this bullshit. But you know, like, and my daughter's graduating college. So I'd say it's a pretty good.
That's a good goal.
It's a pretty good group to go by. And she talks about how all these people are like, yeah, let's bring back bullying again. They're tired of all this weak ass bullshit. And it's not all of them, you know. But I think when you see like a lot of these college kids on TV crying and protesting about everything, like that's not the majority.
No.
They
They just want to stand out and be important.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Well, I think
They
most
want an
people.
excuse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think most people also are just busy with their day-to-day lives. They don't want to go out there and protest these things. They might not either feel strongly about it, or maybe they just think it's also stupid.
Look
you
at
know?
the young
Unless
lad
they're
I
getting
sent you,
paid, though.
Taria. If they're all
Unless-
starting
yeah,
to
unless
think
they're
like
getting paid.
that, it would be a good thing. You know, the
But like
young
that-
lad I sent you.
Yeah, exactly. Like that. That's what I was gonna mention up. Like the well, obviously like it's a good sign to see. Like obviously we don't want like kids like running for like politician, all this kind of shit. But the fact that we have like that kind of like and that seems to be kind of like the voices that are kind of like up and coming. Like this young kind of like generation. It's almost like the generation that I was in. They tried this whole kind of like PC culture, pansy ass bullshit, and all this kind of stuff. Like I'm offended, as if that like who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? Like the like that like that I think is like the fact that went through like one generation. It's almost like every other generation looked at that and said, "Fuck that shit," because like fundamentally as a man, right? Like again to go back to the whole like we want people who are nice on this kind of shit. I much rather hang around with a cunt because I know if shit goes down, like the cunt has no issue of like getting involved and fucking like sorting the shit out. Whereas someone who's nice is just going to kowtow and like he's no use to anybody. It's a useless man. You know what I
Well,
mean?
look at us here now. Like 5 years ago, us being here on the internet, expressing free speech and whatnot, wasn't really a thing, and challenging ideas and all that. That's why I have hope for hopefully the generation we're raising currently gets to see all this. That's the
well, look
upside
at
of all this technology, right?
Look at the Jordan Peterson interview with Kathy Newman, the legendary Kathy Newman interview with Jordan Peterson, where like at one point it was like, like that's what you should be doing, you should be challenging it, like that it's free speech. And then Kathy Newman literally said to him, like, why should your right of free speech trump a trans person's right not to be offended? When the fuck was that a right? And furthermore, how the fuck do you enforce that shit? Like, this is the goofy shit that gets said. Like, the my body, my choice. That's not an argument. That's tyranny. That's because I said so. I was born this way. What the fuck?
This is why they did the COVID thing. To indoctrinate us all and to be prisoners in our own house,
Well, and they switch everything that they decide on a whim. It's like, how can you even go off of anything?
Because they're all mental. All these ones making up all these things. They're all fucking mental. That's why.
Yeah, when did the whole safe space thing? That was at college. That was right after Trump won his first term, and all these people were on TV when they realized Hillary lost, like on their hands and knees, crying and screaming, and like, oh, well, come to this office at the school. We're gonna have a room set up with comfort animals, puppies and kittens, and it's like, are you fucking kidding me? Gotta be kidding me.
No, they did it. No, they did it. They weren't fucking kidding you.
Well, if I had a kid, I was at school, and like they even hinted like that they were that emotionally affected over an election, I would have been down there and I would have been dragging their ass out.
Oh shit! I have a good anecdotal one for this. So I don't have kids, but my sister does, and they're in the current we have a really good school here, but it is so fucked. The shit they're putting them in school, like the ideas they're putting into their heads, as far as elementary school, and I thank God that my niece is a goth now, because she's starting to question everything.
Try not to
Yeah, but is that not a typical?
Was
But is that
not
not like a
typical?
typical thing that kids are supposed to do? Like they typically like have that like rebellious culture. So it's like
Well,
because
mhm.
like when you look specifically when you look at like a lot of the atheists and all this stuff, it's like basically just like rebellion to authority.
Mhm.
But like I was saying about that, like that poison, like the like think of like a vaccine or whatever. It's like and we're talking about the Rona, all this kind of shit. Like rebelling against this like whole like culture of like PC, let's all be nice, put tampons up each other's hole and all this kind of shit. Like that to me is kind of like I think the kids are going to be okay in terms of like that essence where they've seen this shit and
I
they're
do too.
like, fuck this shit.
Yeah, and you got to think it's gonna be a big shift because if the teachers are gonna be trying to push all this shit on them, enough of them are gonna be like, well, if they're teaching us in school, it's got to be total bullshit, and they're gonna question
Well,
it.
that's the flaw I see in like my sister is like she's so hardcore left that like they're now starting to be like, well, in that rebellious phase where it's like now they're exploring the other side, and it's like
That's when
yeah,
the trouble starts.
yep.
So
As
it
an
is.
uncle, it's fun for me to watch because
You're
don't know.
watching what you could do, right, when you have kids.
Mhm.
You're paying attention.
Well, hey guys, my ice packs have melted. My laptop's starting to overheat.
Oh,
No,
I'm gonna have to call it a night, guys. I'll see you guys on the next round.
Sure,
Good.
good to see you,
Appreciate you,
Jungle.
Jungle.
Good
Cheers.
night,
Thank you very
Jungle.
much, sir.
Enjoy
Thanks
all
for
the
coming up.
winning
Good to meet
spinning
you.
wheels for the rest of the night.
100%, bro. Appreciate you very
Later, bro.
kindly. Any shout outs, by the way?
Yeah. I only want to say like stop fucking with Teriak so much. He's a good guy. Leave him alone.
Teriak's my man.
Appreciate
So
you,
he is.
Jungle.
All right, bro.
See you at
Take
the
it
Big
easy.
Con Jungle.
Later, bro.
Aaron, go bra.
Aaron, go bra, baby. Shall we spin the wheel, Jam? Because like I said, we have like
Yeah,
like
spin that
2,000
fucking wheel.
in the wheel
Because
bank.
I'm
You know
go.
what I
I
mean?
have to
Shout
go.
out the Jungle.
I have to go in
Yeah.
about 5 minutes. So yeah, spin it.
Did you do something?
Let's get a good one for Shazzy.
Make a horrible thing or something?
I'm pretty sure we're going to all agree on this one. Is democracy just a fancy way of letting stupid people run everything?
Yeah.
Well, it would be a really good way to put raccoons in office.
This motherfucker. Yeah, we're just going to
See,
spin it
it wasn't
again.
me. It wasn't me.
We're spinning it.
He really put
It wasn't me.
Gentlemen, US imperialism is the biggest threat to world peace.
No, it's the biggest benefit to world peace.
Yeah.
Well, so I see what you did here, and I don't think anybody else is catching this because they're not imperialist. So if they were imperialist, I think they would be.
True. I just went Sith. I was like Empire, yes, but no.
No. Well, if wait a second. Hold up. Biggest phase. U.S. imperial.
Hold
up. Say, no one caught that. I couldn't believe it. I was like,
Wait, no. U.S. imperialism is the biggest benefit. Is the only thing that could achieve world peace.
Agreed.
Yeah, I don't know why the question.
But everybody doesn't see that. Not everybody. The good people see what's going on, but the bad people go, no way, we're not doing that.
I was also thinking about this earlier today. Just the fact that it's US, it's us. I mean, yes, it's United States.
No such thing as world peace anyway. It can't be achieved.
There can't be world peace now because of the divide.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Some
to
will-
clarify for everybody, imperialism is the policy or practice of a state extending its power and influence over other nations or territories through direct territorial acquisition, meaning colonization, or indirect political and economic control.
Oh, well, then that's
But
the
Trump
biggest
is
treat.
Trump is only doing what we want him to do, to be honest. you know, get rid of Iran, and then there is world peace. Everybody else is happy.
Even if we get rid of Iran, it's not
I
world.
was
I
also
don't think it's
thinking
going to be
about
world peace. It'll be peace.
What's
More. It'll be peace for a lot of other nations and the U.S., but not world peace. That's
It will be
impossible.
world peace because
all outs. You clicked on that.
if the king and Trump have got together in a secret wee conversation or whatever, you don't know that. And the king runs the rest of the world. To be honest, they're all under the British monarch. So work it out, guys. Work it out.
Well, wouldn't this be an argument against like a global government versus the most? Well, I shouldn't say most.
It would
The
just
greatest
be
country
world.
in the
If
history
they
of
weren't there,
time.
it would be world peace with everybody.
You'd have to have the U.S. control the entire world, every nation.
That's what I
Big and
said.
small.
Trump for king.
It's not going to happen. It's impossible.
I know it.
All
I
right,
know it won't.
hold up.
Anybody
All
disagree
right.
with me?
Yes, because
Impossible.
I just realized something. God damn it, Teriak, if you did this off of something I said previous, I'm gonna make the quote. As a Sith, the Sith code is peace is a lie.
Star Wars.
Yep.
Right. So
Peace is a
stupid.
lie. So
I fucking hate Star Wars.
Right, Tariak, give us it. What are you thinking there? I see you thinking. Say it.
Yeah, so again, I picked this one deliberately to try and highlight the fact that if you notice in my debate against Luch, I like my whole kind of like thing I was trying to highlight to everybody, or just what kind of went under the radar a bit, was this whole aspect of the UK imperial system versus the American system. And like, what is the American system? The American system is like nations being sovereign themselves to determine their own destiny and their own futures. Industrialism is probably one of the most impactful things that a country can actually do. And when you look at like the British imperial system, how they're able to amass such wealth is by using their the City of London financial system, prop up both sides of a country to divide and essentially conquer. So it's like you look at like all like, let's say like North Africa, or just take a random thing like Timbuktu. If Timbuktu all of a sudden has like rich oil reserves, rare minerals and all this kind of shit, they're going to be going into civil war, and it's going to be propped up by the City of London. So when you look at the American system in that essence, that would be a more a better way to try and at least pursue this aspect of world peace. So the whole U.S. imperialism, you'd be there is a way to kind of like take it, because like straight up like the U.S. American system does not want to do imperialism. However, the fact that Britain has been able to what would be the word, like be able to use its like soft power on Britain, on America, to, for example, sort out all this shit in the Middle East that they want to make sure that their dudes propping up. Because when you look at like all these like these leaders or these terrorists and all the stuff that they went after, the reason why they went after them was because all of a sudden they got big on nationalism, and they wanted to nationalize their oil reserves. They wanted to go into this whole aspect of being a sovereign nation, and it just so happened then shit goes down, and now all of a sudden America has to step in and do all this kind of shit. However, as Darth also pointed out as well, like this whole aspect of world peace is a lie. So like, do we want to actually pursue world peace? Is that like an aspect that we want to pursue and waste time at as well? Which again kind of brings us back to the American system of like, listen lads, if two nations in North Africa start fucking like going mad at each other and going into the conflict on this kind of shit, that doesn't concern us. We're not going to fucking prop up or like waste any money on these cunts. If they're going to wipe each other out, let them fucking wipe each other out. We've got more important shit to be doing, like for example industrializing, and this whole aspect of like,
fuck yeah.
Like, when did we go to the moon last? Like, when was the Apollo mission where they went to the moon? Like, what, 1960s? And
Yeah.
we're only going back now. This is because this whole kind of like chess game that we want to play, where we micromanage the whole world. Fuck them.
It was all a fucking lie. the
Exactly.
past 50 years has been a fucking lie.
Yeah, it's like
But
it's fucking-
100%.
I'm just going to say I have to go because jump in the shower. My sister's picking me up at 8:30. So I have to go.
100%.
All right.
Appreciate you stopping by, Shazzy. Any
Well, I
shout
might be-
outs?
if you're still alive, I'll be back. Shout out to
100%.
Tariak. Give him your donations. Hit that like and bloody subscribe.
I
Bye.
appreciate you,
Also,
Shazzy.
Shazzy, you know I'll always talk to you. So
Yes, Steve. I will definitely.
100%. And I'm a chihuahua for you.
Machiwa, Reggie. Machiwa.
But Shante sitting here like,
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Shante don't care about no imperialism. Spin that motherfucking wheel.
We definitely got the spins for it.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have another guest backstage. Let me introduce.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Are You Crazy? Welcome to the show.
What's up?
Whoa.
What up? You crazy mofo. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm back. Nice haircut there.
Thank you very kindly, sir. You know what I'm
Pretty
saying?
short.
My head feels all light and shit now. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Rather than having the old emo fringe on the
Yeah.
thing, you know?
we'll go through that
Yeah, I
too.
can't wait to get
Nothing
mine
left.
cut this weekend because I'm gonna feel 10 pounds lighter.
I shaved that
Yeah, I gotta
shit
get on
every
myself
day with
now.
a 6
Damn.
blade razor.
But gentlemen, has being nice turned into pure weakness?
Oh,
Well, nice
That's a tough
is
one.
weakness because kindness is strength, in my opinion.
I was gonna jump out and say yes, it has, but I'm gonna hold off. And I'm trying to think about it. I'm gonna wait for some feedback.
Wait a minute. Nice or
Hold up.
kind? You're saying nice. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Also, the word pure sticks out to me.
Yeah, there's always that one word.
I'm gonna say yes, because kind is like kind. You can be kind to somebody and still practice tough love. To me, nice is like nice can also be fake. So I'm gonna say
I would say a nod of the head is being nice. You know what I mean? Just saying hello to somebody. Nice them on the street.
I'm gonna say yes. I think overall, yes. I think Teriyak's going to disagree with me.
That's hard to wrestle with here. I'm gonna say no.
Okay. Okay. So we have a disagreement, gentlemen. Let's hash it out.
I guess let's hear from the positive.
Oh, I already said, like I think nice. The difference between nice and kind. Like you can be like if you're being kind, that involves tough love, telling the truth. To me, nice a lot of the times is fake. Like you're just telling people what they want to hear to not offend them, and that turns into weakness.
So do you think that what Crazy said, where you're kind of like saying hello to people, maybe nodding your head, having a conversation with them, do you think that that's a sign of weakness?
No, we're not talking about a sign of weakness, though. We're saying turned into pure weakness.
Well, have you ever been nice to somebody that didn't deserve it just because you didn't want to deal with the situation, as opposed to like if you're kind?
I've said goodbye and turned and walked off. Yes, myself.
Yeah,
You know
I've done.
what
I
I'm getting at,
I try not to do that, but I'm sure there's cases where I have. I'm not just going by myself. Like in general, I think a lot of people are just quote nice because they don't want to offend people, and I think that is pure. That's pure weakness. It leads to pure weakness.
100%. Because kindness would tell them that they're wrong, right? Because
Could be,
you're
yeah.
helping. Hopefully, like
there's
Yeah,
a distinction between nice and kindness, so I believe.
Yeah,
I've heard it
yeah.
before. Yeah.
but I
That's
do
what
think
Yeah.
that niceness. I don't like the pure part though either.
That's what I'm saying. That's the part that was catching me, because I often agree with Pseudo that I think a lot of these times you placate people into being nice with them, even though you're not telling them the truth, you're not being honest with them. But I do believe there are nice things that you can do, just like Darth said, that I don't believe is a weakness per se.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it can be. It can. It's right stuff, but it can be both.
Yeah, I think it's more like I agree with more on you, Pseudo. I think it's like an 80-20 thing. So I think majority, I think it's bad to be nice.
Yeah.
You know, but I do believe that there are occasions. But that's why I was getting tripped up with the word pure,
Yeah.
because that's equating everything to weakness.
Yeah, that's a good
You know?
point. Throws
Yeah.
me off, too. That's
There's a reason why he put pure in there. I know
Mhm.
Teriak.
Oh,
There's a
100%.
reason he put pure in there.
100%. Yeah, that's what he does to us. That's why, I mean, it also gets us to talk about it. Like, it's totally by design. I mean, he's been doing these. I can say this because it's being. Uh, but, yeah, no, he does it by design because he gets us to talk about the shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, pure, if you're attacking the prompt, pure is the problem.
down to a matter of opinion, and if it comes down to a debate, it's who's going to make the best argument.
And pure is,
which,
if you're
like I
going to
said,
be on the affirmative pure, right, then you have to like be fully on that, but because it's an absolute.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, pure is
And
a
that- and
constant.
This is why only the Sith deal in absolutes. Sorry, I had to.
Yeah, I don't think it's a necessarily bad thing. Like I said, overall, I agree with it. It could even be 90-10 for all I know, because there's not very many cases I can really think of where nice is some beneficial to not only the person that is being nice, but the person that you're being nice to.
Well, and there is a thing about being cordial too. I mean, that's a different word, kind of.
Yeah.
But like
That
people
falls in
I'm
that
around-
umbrella.
Yeah, it's like people at work and whatnot. I'll be nice to them.
Yeah.
Am I being weak? No, because I'm doing what I got to do.
I'm going to say generally being nice has turned into pure weakness.
Yeah.
Or, so
Yeah.
it's a tough one.
Couldn't you make
Not
the argument
100%
too
of the
that the
time.
right is being too nice, which is, I wouldn't say pure again, but the right is being too nice. Andrew talks about this all the time.
Yeah. In some cases, for sure.
Because the end result is kind.
Well, I think he means more like not necessarily the right, but on a religious aspect. Like a lot of Christians, like, oh, you're supposed to be nice, turn the other cheek type of thing. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
a
you're
lot of the
religious,
time,
you should
he'll.
be tested.
A lot of the time,
Well-
what he's talking about is like the
circle
what he
Christians.
calls the sewing circle Christians.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
like
looked
the
up definition of
non-denominational.
nice. I looked up the definition of nice, and it's what we sometimes classify females as, being agreeable. That's what I'm
Okay.
taking from it. Pleasant, agreeable, satisfactory, or kind. I don't know.
See the read it again.
It's nice is an adjective generally defined as pleasant, agreeable, satisfactory, or kind.
I think agreeable. That word is what I would agree that is the pure weakness.
Yep.
Agreeable would be, I think, yes. You
Yeah,
never
I
disagree.
agree
You're in
with
a hell of a shape.
Yeah. But I think as far as those other words, I think it's a little bit more gray in those, you know. But
You look at
I think it just depends on the situation. But then, like, you know, then you got to look up, well, like, what is under the definition of kind, you know, if we're equating the differences.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, I looked up kindness too, and it's too damn long for me to read. It's pretty long.
Okay.
There's a lot more
Fair
there,
enough,
a lot more keywords, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
but if this was a yes and no question, right, then I would agree with pseudo overall. So I think everybody
enough.
kind of agrees with that, you know, because
So since we can divert, I've had a question this whole night, and I have to be a little weird about how I ask it. I found out today, so this is an anecdotal, right? I just want your guys' opinion on it.
If you look at guys for more than 5 seconds naked in the locker room, it means you're gay. Is that what you're
You're assuming I've worked out and been in a locker room.
I'm just fucking with you. Go ahead. My bad.
It's just I'm trying to word it like concisely, but I found out today that like a high level boss of mine has been like, I have to be careful on details. Paying for an Airbnb to be in a relationship.
Yeah, we already know where we're going.
Yeah, the position in power is definitely a dude.
Yeah. Like Beavis
So
said,
he's
kick
like,
him in the neck.
yeah, but it's an employee situation, which is where I'm like,
Well,
I
yeah,
think that's
that's
kind of
what I
fun.
imagine. Yeah.
So like, it's a low level employee chick.
Yeah.
Now
Not
is
all
she
the
hot?
time.
No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, she is, but at the same time, I've known her personally for like since she was 16.
Are they
and she's
married?
23.
Is
No.
the person in power
No.
married?
Nope.
Well, you know what? She's
They
an
have to get
adult.
the Airbnb though because he's like bought a house for like him and
She's
his
an adult,
parents
though,
when he
right?
got the good ass job. 23, but
But
yeah.
She's an
With
adult,
females,
though, right?
that's questionable. I mean, consent is there,
Yeah. What can you do?
but from a
Wait, what?
corporation standpoint, though, that shit.
Yeah, but I just came back. What's the main thing?
On
So
the
I
prompt?
found out today. No, this is not. No, I sidebarred the shit out of this.
We're back.
We
to
did
the,
answer,
are we
though.
back to, are we back to the prompt, Teriak? You know, you're asking about.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I can shut the fuck up.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I think he missed your story. Your story, Darth.
Yeah, I can explain it again. I'm trying to make it as short as possible and generic. But I found out today that like my higher up boss has been renting an Airbnb to avoid his family in the house that he lives in. So this is a little too much detail to be banging a lower level employee that just got out of a really like damaged relationship.
Yeah.
And everybody at my work just found out today and we're all like, yeah, that's kind of gross.
How'd they find out from her?
No. From
From
the
him?
managers. No.
Okay.
The managers. Well, first off, he showed up last weekend with a whole bunch of hickeys, and this dude's like the biggest nerd in the history of time. Plus, his whole life is dedicated to this company. And it's like,
Well, you say he has a family, so he's not.
Yeah.
So he's
he houses
married.
his parents. No, he houses his parents.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because he got the.
He just doesn't want them to find out.
Yeah.
Got it.
So he's
Oh.
doing an Airbnb, but this chick is also homeless. Even though she
How
works
old is he?
30.
She's
That's not too
23.
bad.
It's not
Yeah.
too bad.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
As far as age.
It's the manager-employee thing.
And it's not like just a manager. It's like way higher than that. And our
Oh, he's a
company is-
general. Okay.
Yeah, he's Jim.
Damn.
And he's hiding it to no end. And he's advised people to not contact HR over weird shit. Because he doesn't want to get investigated.
That's what's going to happen.
I literally found this out today. Like, I knew shit was fucked, but like today I was like, ah.
Has he
Well,
put
you
her
know,
in a different position, like a higher up position? Just curious.
Well, that's going to happen down the line. I can guarantee you. Like, this is why you
Oh,
don't
yeah.
shit where you eat, gentlemen.
No,
You know what I
she
mean?
actually got denied a promotion from this guy.
He's gonna get caught eventually.
Do what?
It's just a matter of time. Somebody's gonna spill the beans. Most
Oh, it's
likely,
already happened. That's how
I'll get
I
labeled by tomorrow. By today.
it's really gonna go bad for him when he does something to piss this chick off, right?
Mhm.
That's
That's
when
gonna
the whole world's going to explode right there. You're right, Cito.
Well, and I was wondering too. My first question was like, is this a means to an end? Because I've worked with this chick since she was like 16, and like I know her background. And it's just like, and like, for lack of a better term, the older dude's a simp.
Yeah, but sometimes you kind of look at situations and you kind of go, well, this is going to end in a car crash, but this cunt kind of deserves a car
But
crash.
$100 grand.
So,
He makes
Yeah.
$100 grand a year,
And we all know how it's going to end.
yeah,
and he's gonna get
Yeah.
fired.
Yeah.
No vag is worth $100 grand a year. I'm sorry.
No, it's
Yeah.
not.
100%. Like,
But
They're
but I
both
will
consenting
say
on it.
though, is you get to that point if you haven't had vag, you don't know that.
No, yes, but
that is true.
also it was a long.
Oh, he
time
has.
'cause
Well, then there's
he
no
sh-
excuse.
Well, I don't.
There's no
actually,
excuse
I
in the
didn't
book for that.
I'm not
Never
entirely sure.
hickeys all over him. Come on.
You don't know the
I
trust
don't.
me.
So here's the detail.
Dart,
behind it.
one sec. Dart, just give it a couple of years and this is what he's going to
It's
be
fine.
like.
Most of the guys I've like been interested in are shorter than me anyway, so don't no worries.
Damn, I cannot get rid of this bitch. You know what I mean?
Yep.
50 grand of that 100 grand a year is going to be going into her bank account.
Well, he's not
gonna
gonna have a
clean
job.
them out. Oh yeah, like that's
If
like,
we all
even
know
if,
about this,
even
then-
no. What I'm saying is that like even if you give him like he's somehow managed to do Neo from the Matrix, he's dodged every single fucking possible bullet. Give it a couple of years and he'll be like, I can't get rid of this bitch.
Yeah, he's trying to save a hoe. That never works.
I've seen this story a bunch of times. One of the companies I work for, this guy was a superintendent. He's even higher up than that now. I don't even know what the next. But anyway, so the chick he was dating was just like, I don't know, mailroom level, and for the past 10 years, everybody knows he pretty much left his wife for her, and now she is in charge of payroll. She probably makes 75 grand a year. She's good at her job, I'll say that. She's better than the old payroll lady. But yeah, it is what it is, man. It's an old tale. Tale as old as time, you know.
Mm-hmm. When will these men ever learn?
I just had a question. Does
Oh,
Glenn and the girl with the big eyes have a thing going on or something? Or what's going on here?
Lads, women should be seen, not heard. Women should be seen, not heard.
We got both of the great clips today.
What can I say? It's been our best stream so far, Jack. We literally hit the 1K goal. You know what I'm saying?
We only did one of
Biggest
those
stream we've
premium
had.
memes. We got like I don't even know how many left.
Let's do a little run through, right? So first of all, they need to learn how to rhythm with the
Yo, I
tism.
ain't gonna lie, for a big girl, you pretty, yo. Real shit. And I find big bitches ugly. ogres. You get what I'm saying? Like, they just big and stink and nasty. They don't take care of themselves. Just big fat noses on them and shit. They try to put makeup on to look pretty, but whole time they just ugly in disguise. You get what I'm saying? That's how I feel about ugly fat bitches. You get what I'm saying? But you're fucking different. You get what I'm saying? Yes, yeah, your hands are like sausages. Hell yeah, but you probably got a good ass heart, and it's not about what's on the outside. It's about what's on the inside of the hippo. You get what I'm saying?
Her reaction, where she looks at her fingers and then she goes to say something, and then like it's just a master class. You know what I'm saying? Like that, it's next level. But also, we got a little bit of Indian wisdom too, boys.
Don't beat yourself up over past mistakes. You are going to fuck up again in the future, quite possibly in a most spectacular fashion. Why worry about yesterday's fuck-ups when you have tomorrow's fuck-ups to look forward to? You are a fuck-up, and fucking up is part of your growth process. Embrace the process.
Embrace the process. Okay? And now that we've talked about a lot of shit, let's do one of Jack's favorites. Let's talk about me.
Let's talk about me. Let's talk about the 6'8" frame, the 37-inch vertical leap, the black steel that drips down my back, aka the bulletproof mullet, the Google prototype scopes with built-in LCD, LED, 1080p, 3D Sony technology, the Ethiopian poisonous caterpillar, aka Slick Daddy. Let's talk about the cabinets right behind me that go 40 feet deep into the wall that houses the other 95% of my trophies, the awards, the certificates, all claiming first place, right? Let me give you a little inside glimpse into the hotshot video gaming lifestyle of the two-time international video gaming superstar. Because that's what this channel's about. That's what this domain's about. That's what the society is about. You're looking at the face of Twitch, and goddamn, is Twitch lucky.
God damn. Is Shantae lucky she's not on this panel? Because holy shit, I'll be roasting fuck out of her. But anyways, Dart says, spin that wheel. And we're going to spin that wheel, gentlemen. We got 2 more premium memes to go as well. But like I said, I'm going to pace them. You got to pace them, man. You know what I'm saying? We need real socialism to fix this broken system. Gentlemen, agree or disagree?
Hell no. If anybody convinces me to freaking shift on this, I'm going to... Never mind. Yeah.
He was good go.
I'll never show my face again. Okay.
Challenge accepted. Gentlemen, go ahead. Your thoughts?
No. How many millions have died from socialism?
Yeah, how many times have we tried? How many?
Here's going to be the argument. Well, we need real socialism to show these idiots how bad it can actually get. So then in turn, people hate socialism. That's the only argument you can friggin' make.
But here's the question we have to ask ourselves. If we ask that question, has any place recovered from socialism?
Hold up. No.
So they can learn.
Who's we?
Okay, the people that have gone through socialism. Wee.
Oh, wait, so it's yes, need socialism to fix this problem?
No. No, it's still no matter what.
Okay, so gentlemen, we were all saying that no, there's no way socialism never even worked.
Has any place recovered from it? That's my question.
Even if you look at,
yeah, go ahead.
Even if you look at the socialist programs we have, like freaking welfare, that's socialism. Look at Social Security, that's socialism. And people say, "Oh, we need our Social Security." Well, if you would have taken that money that the government robbed from your check and put that in an investment on your own, you'd have 5 times the amount of money when you're retired. So I can't think of any good arguments for anything socialism.
Okay, John. So we all disagree with the prompt.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry, Dark. Go ahead.
Socialism removes individualism, so there's no we.
Okay. So, what was the political system in Germany in the 1930s and 1940s, John?
What? One more time?
Wasn't socialism?
What was the political system, the political philosophy of the party that led Germany in the 1930s and the 1940s?
Isn't it socialism? Wouldn't it be socialism? Communism?
Oh
National
yeah,
socialism.
nationalist. Yeah.
So if we define real socialism as national socialism, technically that shit could work.
But you left out national.
I said real socialism. Some people would say the real socialism is national socialism.
Well,
Gentlemen.
then who's we then? Is that America or is that the rest of the world?
Well, one could argue the West
Yeah,
in general.
that's the whole point I made. Fuck everybody else. I'm very much nationalist US.
Already, like you could argue that like the average person in the West is paying on average about 30% tax if they're earning the average like the GDP.
Even minimum
figures.
wage, yep.
And in Scandinavia, it's like 50%, right? So technically, they could actually, even when you look at Germany, like although it didn't start out this high, but like at the peak of the war, like the tax rate was at 50% in Germany. But despite all that, when the Nazis took over Germany, they did implement a form of socialism, albeit national socialism. And when you look at, especially in America, the fact that Republicans are nationalist and Democrats are socialist, it does seem that it's a somewhat workable system.
No.
No.
My
See
bladder
the way I just
betrays
silenced
me.
the whole panel? You know what I'm saying? This is when you get like peak steel manning abilities, okay? You're actually able to make an argument that no socialist can actually make. Pure socialist. But if we define real socialism as national socialism, can anyone tell me what would be morally wrong with national socialism or just would be wrong with national socialism in general?
Because socialism assumes we.
I don't understand what you're saying here, Darth.
Well, nationalism should be us, right?
Mm-hmm.
And definitionally them. Well, then there is no we.
What you mean? Like us and we, same thing.
Well, does America need real socialism or does the world need?
But we can just focus on America.
Well, then hell no.
I don't trust. Let's say you can make the argument. Okay, well, nationalism, national socialism, could work if done right. I don't trust our government to do it right.
Also, doesn't this go back to
national
the whole
socialism
billionaire
has
cap?
already worked. In Germany, national
Yep.
socialism worked.
How did it work?
Well, it didn't though. Only because we let them. If we're talking about U.S. being we, we're actually pulling out of there.
No, okay. let's start with the basics. Like, what is wrong with national socialism? What's the flaw with national socialism?
Well, wouldn't that implement like no billionaires could exist?
Redistribution,
Like
so
what we were talking about,
redistribution
yeah,
of
the
wealth.
redistribution
But
of
that's
wealth.
not. I can't. I'm not saying that's. To me, it has nothing to do with moral or immoral.
Okay, yeah, just couch the moral thing for the time being, right?
It's also
typically
hold on.
like
It's also
one sec, Darth. Because typically, I typically start with like the whole moral national socialism. Because typically, like the only thing that people really know about national socialism is the Nazis, and they say, "Oh, all the Jews that they killed and all this kind of shit." But like fundamentally, if you were to take that out of it, like what would actually be wrong with like that political philosophy, which no one really seems to have an answer for. But let's just talk about in terms of like pure like functionality, like why doesn't national socialism work in you guys' opinion?
Well, it's socialism means redistribution of wealth, higher taxes.
Yeah, but like 30% tax rate is high taxes.
Yeah, but so where's it? Like, where does it end? We're supposed to go 50, 60, and then we have socialized healthcare, socialized medicine. Back to bread lines. It's socialism is it's equal, right? So this is where you're de-incentivizing the merit system, the reward for hard work. And the only thing like nationalism. So okay, the only good thing that come out of that is we can say, okay, well we're going to get all the Muslims out of here. They're gone. That's nationalism, right? The nationalism part of it.
Okay, so I'm going to read out some things here. Just tell me if you agree or disagree, right? And again, I'm going to change the name to America. So, like, tell me if this would make America great. We demand the unification of all Americans in the United States of America on the basis of the right of self-determination of peoples. Agree or disagree?
It's like, say that again.
We demand the unification of all Americans in the United States on the basis of right of self-determination of peoples.
Right of self-determination of people. So you're saying it's up to the individual and their own determination, their own goals and what they do. Is that?
Yeah, in order for America to determine its own destiny, we need to unite and unify as one peoples. Agree or disagree?
Agree. Well,
Agree,
wait,
okay.
hold on.
We demand equality. We demand equality of rights for the American people in respect to the other nations. Abrogation of peace treaties of Versailles and Saint Germain.
Fuck, I fucked myself, didn't I?
That's another agreement. We demand land and territory for the sustenance of our people and colonization for our surplus population. So, for example, we demand Canada, we demand Greenland, we demand South America because of Monroe Document, right?
Well, I'm all for making more states.
Make America great again, baby. Only a member of the I'm only just going to count the ones that we disagree with. Only a member of the race can be a citizen. A member of the race can only be one who is of American blood without consideration of creed. Consequently, no J can be a member of the race.
Is that able
Agree
to
or
be
disagree?
proven? Is that able to be proven?
American blood,
American blood?
Mm-hmm.
But
sounds like an agreement to me. Whoever has no citizenship is to be able to, whoever has no citizenship is to be able to live in America only as a guest and must be under the authority of legislation for foreigners.
Oh shit. Are you talking about Israel right now and their laws? Isn't that
No.
totally Israel shit?
That last one's the only
again,
one
I peed. I didn't hear the last like 30 seconds.
Agree with.
Yeah, okay, so only a member of the race can be a citizen. A member of the race can only be one who is of American blood without consideration of creed. Consequently, no Israeli can be a member of the race.
Isn't that a contradiction?
No, the whole like dual citizenship. The way like Israelis are like, we're dual citizenship.
Okay.
Sounds like an agreement to me. Whoever has no citizenship is to be able to live in Germany only as a guest and must be under the authority of ICE.
Yeah.
Wait, we're
Sounds
replacing
like an
Germany
agreement
with
to me.
right?
No, we're not talking about Germany. We're talking about America. The right to
Right,
determine
but you said
matters
Germany.
concerning administration and law belongs only to the citizen. Therefore, we demand that every public office of any sort whatsoever, whether in in America, the county or municipality, to be filled with only by citizens. We combat the corrupting parliamentary economy, office holding only according to the party inclinations without consideration of character or abilities.
That sounds socialist to me.
So basically, no foreigners like Ilhan Omar. We're kicking her out of office. Agree or disagree?
Agree.
Agreed.
Yeah,
We demand that the state be charged first with providing the opportunity for a livelihood and a way of life for the citizens. If it is impossible to sustain the total population of the state, then the members of the foreign nations, the non-citizens, are to be expelled from America.
100% agree.
Based.
Get them the fuck out.
Any further immigration of non-citizens is to be prevented. We demand that all non-Americans who have immigrated to America since, we'll say 1945, be forced immediately to leave America. Support all the legals.
No. Well, since 1945?
Yeah, like basically any illegal currently in the country. You're forced to leave.
Undocumented. Okay, gotcha. Illegal.
So that's another agreement. All citizens must have equal rights and duties.
Rights and duties.
Yep. Because you can't have a right without a duty, correct?
Mm-hmm.
The first obligation of every citizen must be to work both spiritually and physically. The activity of individuals is not to counteract the interests of the universality, but must have its result within the framework of the whole for the benefit of all. Consequently, we demand, and this is the following next 15 points, abolition of unearned work and labor incomes, breaking of rent slavery.
Wait, say that last part again.
Yeah, rent slavery, like
abolition. Yeah, abolition of unearned incomes, breaking rent slavery.
Abolition of unearned incomes. What slavery?
Breaking of rent slavery. So basically, if you're a landlord, you're not allowed to profit off people that rent.
Hell no.
Okay, that's the first disagreement. Yeah, breaking of rent slavery.
That's crazy.
Okay. In consideration of... Yeah, I want to go through this quickly, gentlemen. In consideration of the monstrous sacrifice in property and blood that each war demands of the people, personal enrichment through a war must be designated as a crime against the people. Therefore, we demand the total confiscation of all war profits.
I'd have to say no on that.
So, like the old Lockheed Martin and all this kind of stuff, like basically America says those profits are our profits.
No, because then we shouldn't be fighting wars to profit off of other countries' national resources. We should be raising tides. You know what I'm saying? We should be propping up governments, not destroying them.
No,
yeah, but I'm talking about specifically to American companies that build stuff for the military and all this kind of stuff.
Oh,
because it's like military and all this stuff, we basically take the profits.
Yeah, I live next.
The government takes the profits.
Right. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that.
Okay. We demand that the nationalization of all previous associated industries and trusts.
I don't even understand what that means. Say it again.
We demand the nationalization of all associated industries of war.
Well, actually, the government kind of does that because, in order for them to do their, here in the U.S., they're technically, although they've been fucked up on this, they're responsible for hiring American companies to do that, which helps push.
I think we're just giving the government.
Look up Alcoa, Tennessee. Aluminum.
Many things I agree with.
Trump's doing that.
I think we're giving too much power to the government. We're trusting the leaders. We're giving way too much power. Look at the shit hole we're in with the little amount of power they have compared to what's up.
Technically, all right. So my mom was the contract specialist for a government agency I won't name. And it was very much in the laws that, yeah, it has to be American companies that they do that shit through, unless it's an emergency situation.
Yeah.
And even then, it's still, no, you use American companies.
Yeah.
She won very many awards for that.
100%. We demand a division of profits of all heavy industries.
Division of
So the
profit.
American government gets a cut off like the machinery, the steel, the ships, and all this kind of stuff.
Is that a tariff question?
That will go back to the Ford Motor Company, wouldn't it?
Because we're not producing any of that. We're getting back to producing it now.
Well, you've nationalized those companies.
Yes.
So we agree with that one as well. We demand an expansion on a large scale of old age welfare.
What's old age? The person or
pensions?
Yeah, we got to
Oh,
have
100%.
that.
Yeah, they've been borrowing
I'm
against
old.
that for
Damn,
so
you don't
fucking-
take mine.
Okay.
Wait.
We did. Go ahead.
Nationalization of all like pensions, any like income for people that are old and can't work anymore. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, take care of the elderly.
Yeah, because we've been borrowing against
Seem
Medicare
like,
and
yeah,
Medicaid
okay, yeah.
for so fucking
It
long.
all sounds good on paper.
That's the way it
the old
works. We
people be
borrowed
able
from
to-
the generation before us. You guys will borrow from this generation, so on and so on.
Yep.
We demand the creation of a healthy middle class and its conservation, immediate communalization of the great warehouses and their being leased at low cost to small firms, the utmost consideration of all small firms in contracts with the state, county, or municipality.
That sounds a little bit like China, don't it? You
I
can have
say
a boat
yes.
as long as it can be converted to military in about 2 minutes. Long on the boat.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, crazy.
I did. I'm done. I was just making a point.
Well, I see it on the cannabis side where it was corporatized so hard, but originally, like at least in Illinois, it was meant like or sold, I guess I should say, to where it would be like a great opportunity for mom and pop businesses, but then they charge $100,000 to get licensed,
Licensing.
and that's not even guaranteeing that you get licensed. That's just to apply.
Badge on a cab in New York. Yep.
So
And it's
we,
like,
we agree with
what
that
the
one as
heck?
well.
Mhm.
We want a healthy middle class. A lot of people are like you know
Yep.
saying it's like the middle class is gone, all this kind of shit. So we agree with that one as well.
And care for
We
veterans.
demand a land reform suitable for our needs, provision of a law for the free expropriation of land for the purposes of public utility, abolitions of taxes on land, and prevention of all speculation in land.
Yeah, get China the fuck out of here.
Okay. We demand struggle without consideration against those who actively whose activity is injurious to the general interest, common national criminals, usurers, and so forth, to be punished with death without consideration of confession or race. So basically, death penalty for anyone who acts against the state or the interests of the state.
I can't condone
No.
the willingness to kill somebody. I can't.
Not even a PDF.
I mean, I would want it, but I can't condone it. No.
That I
Yeah,
can't
so,
either.
so you
That's,
don't disagree with it. You don't disagree with it.
not going to support it.
I wish they
Like,
would, but
like you
goes
just
against my beliefs.
Okay,
Fuck 'em.
we'll call
Put
that
'em
one a
in the hole.
maybe, right? Yeah, we'll call that one a maybe. I'm going to put this on the other hand. Okay, that's one maybe, right? We demand substitution of an American common law in place of the Roman law, serving a materialistic world order.
Whoa. One more time, Tariq.
Yeah, I missed the
We
first part.
demand a substitution of an American common law in place of the Roman law, serving a materialistic world order.
Who said this?
No.
Okay, no, that's two. The state is to be responsible for a fundamental reconstruction of our whole national education program to enable every capable and industrious German to obtain higher education and subsequently introduction into leading positions. The plans of instruction of all educated institutions are to conform with the experiences of practical life. The comprehension of the concept of the state must be striven for by the school as early as the beginning of understanding. We demand the education at the expense of the state of outstanding intellectually gifted children of poor parents without consideration or position or profession. So education for all and proper education, practical education, not this LGBT bullshit that it's turned into.
So,
Yeah, does that cover homeschooling?
No.
Jesus Christ, Dart.
Real world.
Yes.
So
sure.
basically, education that we don't have to pay for. It's provided by the government based on, but it's only teaching things like skills that apply to the real
Practical.
world. Is that it?
Yes.
You talk
I'll
to
go
a
with
trade sometimes.
I'll go with.
Yeah.
I'll go
If you're skilled at a trade or
You'll be
beautiful.
taught that trade,
Right.
yeah.
The state is to care for the elevating national health by protecting the mother and child, by outlawing child labor, by the encouragement of physical fitness, by means of legal establishment of a gymnastic and sport obligation, by the utmost support of all organizations concerned with the physical instruction of the young.
I'll say yeah.
I think that already exists, yes.
Mm-hmm. We demand abolition of the mercenary troops and formation of a national army.
Oh, that definitely exists, don't it?
Yep. We demand legal opposition to known lies and their promulgation through the press. Fake news. In order to enable provision of a American press, we demand that all writers and employees of the newspapers appearing in the American language be members of the race. So, like, no foreigners are able to, like, do all this, like, fake news shit and all this kind of stuff. Non-German newspapers be required to have an express permission by the state to be published. They may not be printed in the American language. Non-Germans are forbidden by law any financial interest in American publications or any influence on them as punishment for violations. The closing of such a publication, as well as immediate expulsion from America of the non-American concern. Publications which are counter to the general good are to be forbidden. We demand legal prosecution of artistic and literary forms which exert destructive influence on our national life, and the closure of organizations opposing the above made demands. So, like, we're going to be strict about this whole fake news and anti-American propaganda.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
We
yes,
demand
in Germany too, but yeah.
Mhm. We demand freedom of religion for all religious denominations with the state, so long as they do not endanger its existence or oppose the moral sense of the American race. The party as such advocates for the standpoint of a positive Christianity without binding itself confessionally to one denomination. It combats the Israeli materialistic spirit within the around us, and is convinced that the lasting recovery of the nation can only succeed from within the framework. Common utility precedes individual utility.
So in that case,
Freedom of
Islam would be basically banned, right?
Yes.
Would have to. Then yeah.
Yeah.
And last one, gentlemen.
course,
For
yeah.
the execution of all of this, we demand the formation of a strong central power in America, unlimited authority on the central parliament over the whole America and its organizations in general, the forming of state and profession chambers for the execution of laws made by the America within the various states of the Confederation. The leaders of the party promise, if necessary, by sacrificing their own lives to support the execution of the points set forth above without consideration.
That sounds like nationalist to me.
Yeah, federal government.
Yep.
Yep.
So, gentlemen, you disagreed with 2 points of the 25-point Nazi plan. National
There it
Socialism.
is.
I look at it as I agreed with a lot of them that are they're not plans, they're outcomes. They're
Jack
outcomes.
says,
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Jack felt uncomfortable with that one. He's like, "Oh shit, please tell me something I can disagree with here, Teriak."
No, that's why I
Just
didn't
saying.
say anything because I knew where that was going.
I knew where it was too, and like I also know that if I can't justify
like,
it, then
some of those I agree with, but some of those were.
I didn't.
There's no more context than that.
Jack
is
was
what it
being
is,
loud.
Has therapy just become paid crying for weak people? I think we all agree with this one.
Yeah, get some friends.
If you ain't crazy when you start, you will be when you get done.
Or pray and
100%,
have a
Jim.
relationship with God.
Yeah, I
You
agree
can
with
always
that.
talk to God.
Go to the pub, have a drink with your friends. You'll be fucking grand.
Come on, Tony. You're not gonna make an argument again.
Hey, what can I say? I just made the best argument. I made you all national socialists. What can I say? Patriarchy is toxic and needs to be completely destroyed. Agree or disagree?
That's a
Oh.
clip.
Are you out of your mind? It is toxic.
I'm
We
pretty
need to
sure
keep
not.
it forever.
Based.
No.
What is toxic?
Well, by the left's measures, it
Like
can't be a
infrastructure?
patriarchy
Is
anymore because
infrastructure toxic? Is
men
electricity
and women
toxic?
Anyone who don't like
there's no
it.
difference. There's no difference anymore between a man and a woman. So I don't
There you
understand why
go.
how the
There you
left
go.
could even argue that patriarchy exists. It's just so fucking stupid by their own fucking.
Is your car toxic? Is oil that everybody's bitching about the price of toxic?
But it's
What does that
patriarchy is.
What has nothing to do with patriarchy? It's
Yeah,
this is
Patriarchy is responsible for the infrastructure. So if patriarchy, which is responsible for the infrastructure, toxic, well then give up your phone. Just throw it in the fucking
Well, there
river.
you go. There you go. You can't do away with it because the infrastructure crumbles.
Yep.
without patriarchy, everything's dead. Yeah.
Who you gonna buy weed from?
Hallelujah. Hallelujah, gentlemen. Remember, we've got like infinite spins as well, gentlemen, because again, shout out to Jungle. So, trans women are women and denying it is bigotry.
False. Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep
You have a
going.
retarded spell. We put that up there.
It's so confusing anymore. You have to stop and think about it. I'm like, wait, so trans women, that's a man, right? Like it's just fucking.
Yeah.
Is, and they do that intentionally to fuck with you. Is modern progress just rich people decay with iPhones?
Rich people aren't the only ones with iPhones. So.
Yeah, not necessarily.
But often they do have iPhones.
I know people on
over
food
here.
stamps
Over
with
here, we're
iPhones.
handing them out. that's welfare shit. If you're on welfare, you get an
Yeah.
iPhone.
Yeah.
Let me explain this one, John.
So doesn't iPhones cost more than Android?
Hell yeah.
So how would they be for? Okay.
I think the iPhone.
Yeah,
I think the iPhone part. I think the iPhone's part could be replaced with a bunch of other stuff. I think it's kind of like.
Okay, one sec. Let me just simplify it down for you. Un momento. Okay, bada bing, bada boom. Is modern progress just rich people decay?
No.
Okay, we have one negative.
Yeah, no, agreed. Because like,
I want to say no though because it don't have the
Need
phone on
rich-
there. You just eliminated the whole thing.
Yeah, and I'm taking it as not like progress, as in progressive, how the left means it. Like technology is how I'm taking it.
Yeah, like robots and shit like that. They're buying them. They pay for them for sure. A poor
As
man's
much as
never
they
wrote
hate
me a
'em.
pizza.
Elon's
Jack, you're very
fucking
quiet.
He's thinking.
I'm gonna say yes.
Okay, why?
Because I think most things modern, especially if we're talking about technology, has decayed, and I think that's because most of this is created by rich people and managed by rich people.
Yep. It's definitely 100% funded by rich people. The research, R&D.
But then, by that measure,
So
doesn't
when
have
you-
to be all of it.
Yeah, so in terms of when you look at like the progressives, like what do they argue for? Like DEI is like a main thing that they push for and all this stuff. So like all like corporate, like in the corporations, like they push like DEI, they've got DEI officers and all this kind of stuff. So what kind of like businessman is sitting there kind of going, yeah, we need diversity, equity, inclusion. It's a decay of our
Does
rich
he
people.
really mean it? Does he really mean it? Is he doing it because he's forced by society, or is he, you know?
That's one example. Like when I progress, like the original prompt had iPhones. So I'm looking at progress as far as technology, not dumb shit
Yeah.
like DEI. So okay, if we're going to consider that also, so yeah, it can be just
Yeah, so the reason why the iPhones was in it was like, okay, yeah, we got like iPhones, which is just like a distraction for the most part. Like we got
But
like,
yes.
you know, better phones. But in terms of like what else has progressed as a society?
DEI is not progress.
But does that
It's
will
regress.
spin?
what about some of the benefits of AI?
That can be good. Somebody did Grok on here the other night. He's got a pretty good attitude. Grok does.
So would we say
enough,
that like the oh sorry, did you say spin?
Yeah.
You said spin, gentlemen.
He's been saying.
Which wheel is this? Harriet? The thing.
This is
Missed
the
that part.
bollocksology wheel.
Oh, okay.
Capitalism is the root of all suffering today.
Oh my God, you're on capitalism.
All's definitive. Like, let's do fucking absolute.
No, I'm going to say no.
No, I grew up in it. I suffer, but it's not. That's not why.
No.
Yeah, no.
We're
I hate
gonna
to
spin it
imagine
again, boys.
a world
I wonder which
without
one we're gonna get.
Yeah.
Did we replace God with safety and mediocrity?
Oh.
Yes.
Well, it's easily provable though, because if you
No.
take the warning labels off of everything, it'll work itself out.
That's what they've done. They've replaced it.
They tried. You can't replace God.
Well, yeah, they tried, but that's the appearance, right?
He's making a comeback, folks.
Oh yeah, for sure. I agree with that.
We can watch
It's
it
not like
get
it was
better.
ever fully gone, but you know that's definitely how it's perceived. You know.
So
A lot
before
of-
I got that, we went through that whole entire wheel, every topic on that wheel.
Yeah.
For this one,
Yep.
there's multiple wheels.
Yeah, because I got here, I came in late.
We're going to take a short intermission from the show's unofficial sponsor.
From doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
Please be patient. My mom took Tylenol.
Which one are we on now?
We're still on bollocksology, but if you want to
Okay.
change the theme as well, just so I can put it on screen as well, those are the possible themes you can pull from. But gentlemen, toxic masculinity is ruining men and society.
Nope.
What is toxic?
It ain't
No.
toxic enough. We'll get there. We'll get back.
Spin the
You
wheel,
know,
baby.
men said yes, man, no, man, that kind of stuff. It was okay. Maybe expected.
Has postmodernism made truth completely impossible?
No. It may try to. It's an attempt.
No, truth is never impossible.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I'd say yeah.
But if
That's the
everybody
fair point.
believes in postmodernism,
It's trying to, but it can't make it completely impossible. It's trying to, for sure.
Yeah. It's definitely trying.
But isn't there research in like Christianity, especially in Orthodox. So therefore,
Yeah, but
they're failing on that.
well, but you gotta consider like how much. I mean, granted, it's increasing, but I mean, how much of that is the rate on which out of Christianity, like, because I feel like most people are non-dominational.
But also, too, it's saying it's completely impossible is two absolutes back to back.
I'll be
Well, I
right
think-
back. I'm going to take my first piss break in 5 hours because I got a man bladder. I'll be right back.
This guy, this motherfucker.
But I think the word impossible is what I really disagree with in here. Because I don't think it's impossible.
You're getting good at picking out these words there, Jack.
How many times have I been on this show?
I don't know.
My man.
A lot.
Yeah, so I could go back and count them. But yeah,
I was on the first cup. I was like, "What the fuck are you talking? What are you
Spin
talking
the
about
wheel.
He says, "Spin the wheel, gentlemen." Are we morally required to evolve into something way better, even if it's brutal?
Morally?
Yes.
I'm gonna hold my thought there.
yeah, I'd agree with that. I had to think about it for a
Yeah.
second though.
So, if there is justification that, like, all these postmodernists, all these retards, all these Democrats, like, they're like, nah, bro, like, we basically don't want America. We want America or the West to fall. Like, you're saying we're morally justified just to wipe them out.
Yep.
Hang on a second.
Well,
you literally said
hold
I
on.
don't agree with the death penalty, and now you're saying yeah, we're morally justified to wipe out these postmodernists.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Well, actually, all right,
We
fair
can't-
enough, fair enough.
can't
But
terminate them.
I did
I don't
think
think,
about 300.
He's
I just-
against the
Gentlemen, welcome to National Socialism.
reverse. Just note, a little note. I did not agree on that, so I said nothing that old.
No, you're not pro National Socialism, but you're not going to say anything if everybody starts whipping out the swastikas, Jack. Would that be an accurate picture?
No, I'll just go down fighting. We'll go down fighting. Some of those things I agree with, though. The nationalist part of it, I agree with that side of it, but not the socialist.
Are you
I'm
coming
gonna
with
agree
Teriak?
with the prompt.
Are
agree
you
with the
coming like, but 300, right? Like the whole Roman Empire. Yeah, it's like, no, fuck you. Get the fuck out. This is morally required. And here we are, right?
Yeah, and you had two brothers raised by a wolf too. I wonder
It was
what that
fucking
did to them.
brutal.
Wait,
no
what?
doubt.
First of all, 300 is Sparta. It's Greece. It ain't Rome. Okay. The Greeks weren't a bunch of hut-dwelling Romans, okay? Put a bit more respect on the Greeks.
Yeah.
But I get what you mean.
They were baking
Yeah.
bread and breeding ugly Jennifer Anistons.
Yeah, it's gonna be brutal no matter what. And shouldn't it be morally required? Now, I don't agree with the evolve unless you're talking about society.
That's
Like
what we're talking
upgrade.
about.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Aren't we talking about society? Isn't that what the prompt is about?
You're
First, you
kind
gotta
of
have
muffled,
morals, don't
Pseudo.
you? You got to have a objective moral.
Something up on my mic?
Yep. It's
Little
better
bit.
now.
Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, so like basically like what we're saying is that it's like are we morally obligated to like upgrade ourselves and like, become better? Like this whole thing of like stagnation or mediocrity and all this kind of stuff. But even in the cases where it's like this could be brutal.
Yeah.
It's always been brutal.
Agreed. Pull
Yeah,
yourself
so like
up by the bootstraps.
if we have if we live in a democracy or a democratic process and there's a bunch of retards holding us back, what are we going to do about them?
Take them out.
Re-educate, not terminate.
And if the re-education doesn't work,
take them out.
I know you give them 5 years, and I ain't gonna say the rest.
You gotta give them a time period.
my man's been reading some Plato, boys. Sorry, go ahead.
We give them 4 years, 11 months.
Yeah.
I like it. That's an improvement. That's actually an improvement. More efficient.
All right, so I'm gonna go about this the Sith way because, yeah, pieces of life, right? No, but for real, that actually is something that Darth Bane actually implemented, where he's like, the infighting on this side is so bad that we'll never get better unless we just kill them all, and then there's only two because they share the Force, right? I mean, the Force is made up, right?
Based, but
unfortunately, Shanti says. Or here's another idea that's going to be very controversial. You could shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up! It's been that wheel, white boy. Shanti always ruins the fun. You know what I mean? I'm there recruiting for the National Socialist Party, and she's like, "No, Terry, you're not allowed to recruit for the Nazis." Cancel culture is necessary to protect marginalized people.
Fuck no. No.
People don't get protected, Teriak.
In that fucking shit.
It's equal opportunity, not equal outcome.
Okay, so we disagree with the cancelling of all these like lefties that were like celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder.
Whoa, I didn't say that. No.
Well, if you agreed to it, no.
I didn't agree to it.
That's why I hate about these type of questions.
It's equal opportunity, even with the ones.
I'm just going to go take a pee break. You guys discuss amongst yourselves.
Was Charlie Kirk marginalized?
Was he?
But Christians clearly are marginalized.
Are we marginalized people?
And cancel culture has done nothing to help Christians. So,
has it? I mean, because you got to think of it both sides.
How
right?
many fucking priests got fucking canceled?
That's a good
well, is that
point.
because they were doing something wrong?
Cancel.
Yeah, the whole bunch of
Most
priests that
likely.
did a whole bunch of wrong things.
We can't. It's free speech. So these assholes want to celebrate Charlie Kirk's murder. That's on them. You know what I mean? It's freedom of speech.
They had the right to
They
do
gotta
that.
do- they
Yes.
got- they
Good
gotta
point.
do
They
it.
had the right.
But
They gotta do it to
canceling them
Constitution.
could protect the other side, like the marginalized people being the Christians.
It's not good. You're not going to. You can't cancel them. I mean,
I mean, you could. No, you could just have them lose their job.
That happens.
I mean, people were doing that because they would get online and social media and say these crazy things, and those people lost their jobs for that. That's a form of cancel culture, is it not?
My mic fucked up again.
It's still happening, I believe.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Let me see if I can fix this.
That's why I don't like these questions, man.
I agree. Let's do it word by word, right?
Is the mic even better?
Should anybody be canceled to where they shouldn't be able to work, right? Because that's kind of what cancel culture did, like for a little bit of time.
What is a
Where, like,
marginalized people? What is that?
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Well,
Like, who's
that's what he
fucking
was
mar-
classifying. He was saying that technically we could use Christians as marginalized.
Mhm. But the wrong
Who
Christians are
said
getting
that?
marginalized, right? They're
There
not
you
getting. Yeah, like look.
Yeah, but who
I mean,
picks that? Who picks the correct
I
religion?
apologize.
That,
I apologize now.
damn, that's
If
a
anybody's
age old
Catholic.
debate right there. Wars.
I look at cancel culture as more like
It's what?
as more like canceling the free speech, right? Taking away people's sponsors, stuff like that. If somebody says something ignorant and they lose their job over it, I don't necessarily think that's really cancel culture. It's cancel culture when people on the left do it. They gang up in a large group and it's like, oh, this person
Yeah.
said this about Native Americans. They cracked a joke, and let's all gang up and dox them, find their employer. Like that's like cancel culture.
Well,
like that
Do they
happened
not
after
have
the Charlie
groups that
Kirk
do that? That's all they do. I mean, literally.
The cancel culture hasn't been used to protect marginalized, like Catholic, like when the priests were doing all that shit, and they're just getting realized.
They
or
try to protect the.
Sorry.
Well, yeah.
They're just
Let me put it this
marginalized
way:
people.
like when you have Destiny saying that like Christians and conservatives, like right wingers, like they need to feel as though like their life is threatened. Like I forget the
Go to a
direct quote,
Trump
but it's like
deserve to be scared.
yeah. So it's like the fact that
If
it's
you
like
go
you're
to a
canceling
Trump
these
rally
people
and
who
you
are like
get shot, you
celebrating.
deserve it.
Yeah, you deserve it. You know what I mean? Like that. Like you should feel scared for your life, like going to these conservative spaces and these events, these conservative
I heard him
events. You
say
should
that, and I've never
feel.
tuned in him again.
Yep. So like people like celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder and all that stuff. It's like the reason why they're doing like that's what terrorism is. Like you want to put terror into conservatives.
You can't cancel them
And
though,
conservatives
because
were.
that was his whole point, right?
What you mean you can't cancel them?
You can cancel the people that like. It is tricky because like freedom of speech, right? But the people who denounce
That pesky freedom of speech.
Yeah.
Well, hang on a second. You're free to say it, but you're not free of consequence.
Agreed.
Exactly.
No, you're not.
Is that cancel?
This whole
culture,
thing,
though?
yeah.
That's how I look at it. Like there's consequences for your actions.
Mm-hmm.
I look at cancel culture,
And you do have the right
differently
to
than that.
form a group assembly as long as it's peaceful.
Well, when it comes to Charlie Kirk, though, did his actions warrant the consequences?
No, I don't think so. I've listened to him.
And how
I've
they
listened to
did
him a
it.
lot.
And how they all went about it. I mean, you could say one thing, but you know, when you're like literally going about the way they did, I think, in my opinion, those people did deserve what they had because that was a consequence of their actions.
Are we arguing that like they canceled Charlie Kirk by taking him out?
No, we're
No.
arguing that the people who
Okay.
celebrated, like, put videos of like them dancing and celebrating Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck. That like them losing their jobs, like that would be the cancel culture. Like people going out of their way to look up their employer and make sure that they get fired.
If you want to consider that cancel culture, then yeah, I look at cancel culture as different. I look at cancel culture as just responsibility for actions.
Right.
Like when these people on the left,
The free speech being the action.
yeah, when the people on the left, like that's a different thing.
That's different than being vilified and canceled over like a point of view over action.
If you went online and used social media and said, I do not like Transformers, you know, you might get canceled for that.
What is canceling?
That's a different
to you,
thing, I believe.
Darth?
What's that?
What is canceling to you?
Inability to work or getting shot in the throat. I guess those would be the two things.
What?
What?
No, if you're getting canceled,
two of them.
All right.
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
Bottom line, they don't like what you say, and they want to get you removed from public or social media.
Yes.
Period. They want to get you fired and removed. No voice, nothing. They want you to disappear. Not literally.
So in order to
Sometimes.
protect conservatives, a marginalized group in society, at least for the past like 10 years or so, 15, maybe even more, in order to protect the conservatives, we need to cancel these motherfuckers who've been like posting videos about celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. That's necessary.
And
agree or disagree?
who would be the first one to
Yeah,
go? Oh, I agree.
I think that's the
go for sure.
I think that's part of the prompt is necessary. Is it necessary? You know.
Sometimes it is. Yeah. If we're considering that cancel culture, then yeah, sometimes it's necessary. Then.
Yeah, and the people that Destiny influences probably marginalized because they ain't too damn sharp.
Destiny should have been not even a thing anymore. Once all that shit came out about him with being a PDF.
Mm-hmm.
I can't understand how he even has a platform anymore.
And all the other 10,000 things he's probably done that we know about and don't know about. He's done some pretty.
If I was a big famous debater, I wouldn't even debate him.
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't even want to stand with 10 feet of him.
Nope.
Yeah, so one second. Let me pull up the definition of cancel culture, because maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe I'm wrong. Cancel culture is the modern form of ostracism or call-out culture where individuals or organizations are boycotted, shamed, or publicly shamed on social media for perceived unacceptable behavior or opinions.
Yeah.
Right.
And who decides what the opinions that should and should not be, or behavior should or should not be?
The individual.
So I don't think somebody loses their job for saying evil shit like these teachers that came out and just lost their jobs because they posted on social media. Oh, I found out someone else went after Trump and they missed again. I don't think that's cancel culture. I think that's
okay. I just thought of something. So if there was a post of misinformation, do you think, and they're purposely pushing this, do you think those people should be a part of the cancel culture? If they're pushing purposeful, misinformation.
Unless it's the government. Unless it's the government. I think the whole misinformation thing, that should be left up to people to decide if something's bullshit or not.
So
if they're too stupid to do the research, it's on them.
So what happened with the 2020, let's say, those people that put out the misinformation, do you think those people should be canceled?
What do you mean the people? The platforms? That the platforms or the people?
I think it would be the people, not necessarily the platform. Even though the platform I think is liable too, but it's harder to cancel a whole platform.
You can't hold the people accountable. People could say stupid shit. It's freedom of speech,
but not freedom of consequence.
To be fair, I think the platform. There's more of an argument that the platform should be held responsible because I think they knew damn well what they were doing.
Well, you could have a bunch of people on your platform that work under you that had no thing under this, and then everybody just got canceled because of it.
All right, now I'm getting confused.
What is cancel culture to you, Pseudo?
what did that basically the definition that you brought up?
Yeah, so there's ostracizing people or companies or boycotting companies, and in the case of companies, boycotting the companies or ostracizing individuals. And for example, we can use like the Charlie Kirk thing. Like, do you think that it's necessary to, for example, like boycott a company that like comes out and they say, no, we're glad that Charlie Kirk is dead or Charlie Kirk deserved to die?
Okay, it's up to us to boycott those companies, not the right.
It's a culture.
I don't think that's cancel culture though. It's up to the individual to decide. Okay, I'm I'm not gonna buy from them anymore. Not like millions of people go up and demand they should lose their sponsors, this, and that, and all that bullshit. That to me is the cancel culture part of it. Not what you do as an individual, or even like a group as an individual, privately. Like we all do the same thing. Like let's say everybody.
If you stare at the devil long enough, he looks back, and you kind of turn into what you despise. Got to be careful.
So, like I said, if a company came out, the owners and the CEO and all this kind of stuff were like, yeah, Charlie Kirk deserved it and all this kind of shit, right? And then let's say the Crucibles start putting together a campaign of saying we want to boycott this company. You'd be against that?
Would I personally be against it? No.
No, but it's the Crucibles. It's going to be the users on that platform, like his members, right? It's up to us as individuals to decide.
Correct.
Yes, but would you be against that culture that they would be pushing?
No. That's not
yeah, so
culture.
You're not against.
Wait, what do you mean? That's not culture. How is that culture? They're pushing for an action. Saying like, hey, you're sharing information, right? In a forum, basically. Like they said, these assholes.
I think you're taking the culture word literally too literal. Like,
yeah.
Whatever. I don't give a fuck. Spin the wheel. Yeah.
Spin the wheel, baby.
He got back.
I need to go to get tired. For some reason, my allergies are getting bad.
We have infinite spins as well. So even if you don't understand the prompt, you can just say, fuck it, spin the wheel, Teriak, right? Can humanity even survive if we keep ignoring human nature?
No.
There's a lot of meat on that bone.
Keep ignoring human nature.
No.
Humanity, human nature. Are we ignoring it?
Spin that shit.
Yeah.
Just to acknowledge I'm the only one that gave that answer.
My man. Yeah, but when the Nazis came around, Jack, you said nothing. You said nothing.
That's true.
Zionism is racism and must be opposed.
No.
Can we get a definition on that word? Because I'm not the best with it.
Which one?
Zionism. Yeah, I know the other words. Yeah.
I know, just joking.
Hold on. I got Google.
Zionism is a nationalist, ideological, and political movement that emerged in the late 19th century Europe, aiming to establish and later support a Jewish national state or homeland in Palestine, the ancient ancestral land of the Jewish people.
That was right to self-determination, establishment, development, and protection of a Jewish state in their ancestral homeland, commonly known as Israel. And they're saying they have a right to do that. Right? 1947.
Because it was formerly once theirs, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the only thing I have about this, right? And maybe this can sway me, but Ukraine used to be part of Russia, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So by this logic, then we would have to apply the same thing to Russia.
That's why I don't give a. That's why, like, I really don't. I don't give a. I don't think we should gotten involved. And if Ukrainians want to say, if people want to say, make up a word for support Russia over Ukraine, fine. That's fine with me. I don't give a shit.
Who gives that to him, Britain?
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you.
Seems like no one gives a fuck. We're going to spin the wheel, gentlemen.
I just hard to. I'm in the middle on that one. In the middle.
Gentlemen, is real freedom impossible if we give everyone the same rights?
Oh, I feel like there's something in there I'm not seeing.
Yeah, I'm going to
Hold
say
on.
yes. Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with that as well. Yeah.
Part of my reason is I think rights are a made up concept.
Well, they're not tangible. You can't touch them. You don't see them. You know. But I would even look at this from the same way of like if we're looking at like an equal possibility.
Outcome.
Are we talking U.S. only or the world?
I imagine
It's
U.S.
everywhere.
right? We can look at it
Oh,
because
yeah.
I don't know about other places.
I don't
There's a
either.
lot more murky territory there. But I just established it with something like equal, like, you know, because then you can go to like within America at least, you know, when we look at the draft, it's only men, it's not women, you know. So there's a right that women have that they don't have to be sent to war, where men have to be
Is that
sent
a
to
right?
war.
It's a privilege. That'd be a privilege.
Yeah.
I'm looking at rights
Right's
more like
something if you got a big enough stick, you can enforce it. You can keep it. If not, you lose it at some point. The way I understand it. And we have a big stick right now.
not everybody should be entitled to the same thing, same things.
Does it make it mute, void, if everybody has them?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of like if everybody had the same rights, what would that look like?
Do they now in the United States?
Socialism.
I don't know. I don't know what to do. That's where I'm getting confused at.
Yeah, I look at like rights is it's everybody should have the same. Everybody should have the same opportunities, equal opportunities, but not equity. You can't have both. I'm kind of looking at rights in this question as like.
Well, that's kind of what I was tying to the men and women difference.
And what is real freedom? Say whatever, do whatever, whenever you want. I don't have that right now.
You heard him, folks.
Yeah, I was struggling with that question. That was hard.
Do we need philosopher kings instead of TikTok influencers ruining us?
Yes. Anybody who agrees is wrong.
Yeah.
Anybody
Yeah, I agree
disagrees with
with
me
that.
This is hard to do. Let's go philosophy.
Mama.
Yeah.
TikTok
We all
is
agree, so we're gonna spin that wheel. Because it's brain dead shit. Like, you look at some of these fucking like podcasters and you're like, why the fuck are people listening to Theo Vaughn about like what we should be doing politically?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like what? Like, seriously, like in that Theo Vaughn Donald Trump interview, like, was there anything groundbreaking or profound fucking said?
Theo can barely finish a thought sometimes. He
The
used his
fucker
brain.
can't untie his own shoelaces. You know what I mean?
Look at the whole.
Hey, no.
Don't do my boy Theo like that, Terry.
Look at the whole
Dude, we bring-
TikTok influencers that aren't even real. They're only in it to sell products, and they play it off like they're just there, documenting their life or their workout journey. But it's like, oh, by the way, I got this.
Yeah.
And they're selling shit in disguise. It's like so fucking stupid. Like, you got people paying $80 for a bottle of melatonin because Kim Kardashian put her name on the bottle. Dumb fucks. All right, should we
100%.
bring back elite, superior people in charge, or just keep declining? Bring back the elite, superior people. Put them in charge.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that.
The elite word.
The nobility, got to bring it back.
My man.
Theo was funny though. Like he could be
From
funny.
the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Agree or disagree?
Oh my God.
Disagree.
Disagree. I hope not. Jesus.
Yeah, we don't want to do
And
that.
this is why I don't put lefty fucking talking points on the wheel, because everybody disagrees with it. You know what I'm saying? But the most ironic thing is, like, last week we had like a couple of like lefties on the panel, and it's like, okay, we might as well try it out. You know,
Hey,
systemic racism still controls everything in America.
You made a fast $10 from the lefty thing.
That is true. That is true.
Systematic racism
That is
still controls
incorrect.
everything.
1 second, it's called Ashante.
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say
Wouldn't
no.
it funny if she agrees, but she won't come up here and talk about it, even though she doesn't have to be on camera?
No matter how much you call her out, she's not coming up here.
Yeah, no, but Dart, you have to understand the fundamental law of
I just had a
Terrier.
question. Does
Oh,
Glenn and the girl with the big eyes have a thing going on or something? Or what's going on here?
Lads, women should be seen, not heard. Shante will be seen, but she shall not be heard.
Doesn't have to turn her
It's like
camera on.
the 4th commandment or some shit like that. Or I think it's like the 19th commandment. I don't know. I'm still working through the Bible. We haven't got to the commandment sections yet, but once we go through, I'm pretty sure it's going to say something about women being seen and not heard. But I'm pretty sure it's safe enough as well to say we spin this one as well, because systemic racism is just, oh my God, man. Unbelievable. The fact that you even try some of these bullshit things, but it's interesting to go through in terms of these lefty arguments, how there's like literally it's all just slogans, if you know, like, you know what I mean?
Oh,
This
yeah.
is time to stop
Talking
pretending
points.
every culture is equally good.
Yes.
Yeah, they're not.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're gonna go through this wheel in about 8 minutes.
Well, gentlemen, this raises an interesting question. What would be, the top 3 cultures?
America, and Ireland.
Yep.
America.
Well, let's include historical cultures as well, because like obviously in terms of like modern day America is not what, like, when the culture, let's say, that America was, let's say 100 years ago or 200 years ago, kind of thing.
America, Spartans.
Are you talking about emperors and stuff?
America, Canada, Ireland.
What I'm saying is, in terms of like when you say American culture, are you talking about like American culture like in the time of the founding? Are you talking about American culture in like the 1950s?
All the way through.
So modern day America.
Well,
where
actually, I actually disagree with that myself there, because it wasn't there one point that when they first moved over, they were still a part of the crown. So I wouldn't include that. But I think once they broke from that, I'd say from that point on.
Okay.
Oh, I should say we could use an example, and it could be from any time period. Like, we don't have to specify. I'm saying America, Spartans as a culture, right?
Yep.
Well, the founders were all, mostly, not Stamper, that kind of thing. I wasn't alive back then, but I don't know what the culture was.
I mean, we gotta say at the same time also, Romans were also a great culture.
Yep.
They're successful, right?
But they wasn't in the U.S.
Well, we're not talking about just the U.S.
Oh, okay.
Right? Yeah, any culture.
That's like through all history, all cultures.
Yeah.
Whoa. Let's go with them African peoples, Egyptians.
Spanish.
Let's not leave them out, because I'm one of them.
Well, Crazy does have a point of view. Like we have not been able to build something similar to the Great Pyramid of Giza, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But gentlemen, believe it or not, we have another guest backstage.
What's going on? I'm just waiting for a mate. Is that why your car's all smashed up and you're up on the grass at the moment, or what? Yeah.
G'day, mate.
Just waiting for a mate. What the fuck? What's going
He's
on?
got his color back. What the hell?
Yeah, I got my color
Kieran-
back. Yeah, yo.
You missed a beautiful segment where we went through 25 political points of the Nazi Party, and the gentleman here disagreed with two.
No.
So
You can't-
I've successfully converted people to socialism, albeit National Socialism. I
Good
consider
job.
that a massive achievement. You know,
Have you heard of the
What's up, Kieran?
Hey,
Hey, I'm
man.
gonna use this
heard that?
as a perfect time. I got a better replacement for me, so I'm real congested, getting a little tired. I'm gonna step out and let you gentlemen have at it. All right?
Mama.
Yeah, we had a good chat last night. I think it was, or night before, whatever it was. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good deal.
Have a good pseudo and feel better.
Yeah, I'm all right.
Yes.
It's just allergies, comes and goes. You know.
Yeah, thanks for coming up, Pseudo. It's always nice to see you.
Thanks for having me. Have at
appreciate
it.
you,
Have a good night,
Pseudo.
guys.
Have a good one.
Yep.
So, Teriak, you heard of the what was it called? It was Peter Boghossian and James Lindsay and this other woman made all these fake feminist academic papers. It was called the something affair. I forget what it was, but they made about 20 fake academic papers and got them passed by peer review. Got like a half a dozen passed by peer review. And they did the most bizarre things. One of them they took a section of Mein Kampf, and they just took the word Jew out and put the word men in, and then
they passed
published it, and they passed it.
Yep.
It was
And
insane.
we have another guest backstage, Damon, to
We
do.
bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Seth Hunart. Welcome to the show.
I deny those accusations vehemently.
My man. But you'd be surprised. You'd actually be surprised in terms of the amount of like points that like people would be like, actually, no, that's kind of based. You know what I mean? Like I said, I ran through with the gentleman and it was like 2 disagreements. Out of the
I've
25.
seen. I'll tell you what's really freaky. I saw a video where somebody dubbed the I don't know what we can say around here. The failed Viennese painter. His speeches, and they dubbed it with English. Bro, that was the most bizarre thing I've ever heard in my life, because he was not mucking around. It wasn't like he was talking in code. Like the
100%.
direct. Oh, it was insane.
That was
It kind of blew
probably
me.
the meth talking.
Well, he was a like he had a hatred for the Jews, like that's unquestionable. But like a lot of people, when they initially start doing like the AI translated speeches, they were showing the ones when he was specifically only talking about Germany, and like a lot of people thought that like, oh, he was like just screaming about the Jews 24/7. It's like that's not what he was talking about. Like he was talking about like how much he cared about the German people, and like all that like passion and the scream and all this kind of shit was when he was talking about Germany, and like how that we need to rise Germany back up. Because when you look at like the 1900s, like from like the 1900s to 1910, like Germany basically lost everything, like generational wealth they lost. You know what I mean? And that's why you went into Weimar Republic and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not a expert, but I believe the Treaty of Versailles, they got like after the First World War, they just got completely fucking. I'm not defending them. I'm just saying they got completely fucking great, basically, after the First World War. And then I know that, like, when I was a kid growing up, like, I thought 2 things. I thought Americans invented slavery, and I thought that the mustache man invented anti-Semitism. And then, of course, as you get older, you kind of realize these things have been going on forever.
Mm-hmm. But like this is the interesting thing as well. Like there's like 2 kind of like shades that I've seen kind of between like when people talk about the Nazis. There's the people that like idolize Hitler and all this kind of shit. But then there's the other people that were like, no, but like the political philosophy behind National Socialism actually works. And I don't see any counter force or
Actual
any counter
socialism was
to
all
that.
about making appeals. They only stood for how they acted, right? They said whatever.
What about Alexander the Great and Cleopatra? No.
Because they were making appeals to capitalism. Hitler wanted to name it something capitalism, but his own party said that would be confusing people.
No, when you look at the essence of like socialism, right? The way that socialism typically gets passed, and if you like talk to like any modern day like pure socialist, they'll all often use appeals in terms of like empathy, weaponizing empathy and all this kind of shit. Shouldn't we care about the downtrodden, all this kind of thing, which as an offhand thing can be easily dismissed because like why should I care about someone who's like, you know, made bad choices, all this kind of stuff. But if you bind that to the nation, then all of a sudden it's very difficult to actually give counter reasons why it's not a good idea.
Yeah, that's the big thing about economics that I see is confusing everybody nowadays is everyone's making the same emotional appeals no matter what system they prefer. They're all appealing towards freedom and rights, but they're all saying they're using different systems to appeal to the same rights.
But like for example, one of the points in the 25 points was that like we should reform the education system to be practical rather than like this whole trans thing and all this kind of shit that we're pushing, all this kind of stuff. And even to the point where it's like if you're impoverished and you can't even afford a home, or if you're homeless, all this kind of stuff, but you have children, those children should still have an education, which is a noble principle to have. But unfortunately, Shantae says, "Spin this motherfucking wheel."
Is it though? Because like, who does the education benefit when the
state.
taxes are as they are?
Because otherwise that kid would just grow up and continue to be homeless and have no practical skills for the state. Whereas if you actually educate them, then there's a chance that they actually produce for the state.
I don't think that there's going to be any way to prepare them for life outside of parental oversight.
I'm just strictly talking about the education here.
Yeah, and I'm saying education fails at preparing people for life if that's what you're relying on.
Modern day education, but like that, like this is the post World War
It
II
used to be
education
parental
system.
oversight.
No,
It used to
like when
be
you're
higher
talking about
education was something that people
when
would
you're talking
go
about
to
practical,
after they
when you're
labored.
talking about like, yeah, but when you're talking about practical education, like for example, like learning to become a mechanic, that would be part of like the education system.
Big word, person
Like
centric.
practical skills. This is what I'm saying. People don't understand like what's actually happened in the past like 70 years. At least 50
I feel
years.
like
But
the
gentlemen,
problem with that is the big push away from child labor, right? Like, at what point does learning the skill become doing the skill in a way that's illegal?
what? No, like obviously when the kids are young age, like you're teaching them like general kind of like how to read, how to write, mathematics, all this kind of shit. And then once they're like I say 16, all this kind of shit, maybe they're good with their hands, all this kind of stuff. They're like they've done like some woodworking class, all this kind of shit. It's like, okay, let's bring them into like the carpenter school. You know what I mean? Other kids, let's say they're really good at the mathematics, let's bring them into the sciences and physics and all this kind of shit. That's a benefit to the state because now you're producing physics, you're producing mechanics, you're producing plumbers, you're producing all sorts, rather than them just being homeless on the street.
We're seen as tool and die makers. Make very good money and they can make shit that breaks shit.
Exactly. And this is why I say that like there's a lot of like good arguments in terms of like socialism being bound to a nation where it's very difficult to actually give counter arguments to.
Why did it
equally
work
with the
before?
equally to the like to communism? Like if communism binds to a religion like in Islam, like they can overthrow a fucking state with it. You know what
The
I mean?
infrastructure got to this point before we started giving out so many degrees. Degrees have really lost meaning because you can just buy them, right? And you can get them with the right connections.
We're
So
talking about
there are
academic
people that
degrees.
are, yeah.
Yeah. I'm talking
This is
It's
what I'm
like
saying.
there's
This is
a
what I'm saying,
difference
boys. Get
between
comfortable with
learning
National
a
Socialism
skill and
because,
meeting a standard.
and I genuinely believe this was done intentionally so that like everybody would be disarmed and actually has no counter arguments to it. Because like what I'm pointing to is like base level education, all this kind of stuff. When you're talking about like modern day college, there's a reason why people have to take out the student loan debt is such a big thing.
You should have to take an aptitude test of some kind to see if you even fit in that field before you go
what I mean?
spend the money and the years.
But like what I'm pointing out is that the modern education system is flawed, yeah, clearly. But if you reformed it, made it practical, and said, yeah, like we should make the all the way to high school free, and we can actually do this through, again, like another part of the proposal was that like we basically nationalize the likes of Lockheed Martin and all this kind of shit.
But why should it be nationalized and public and all of that when it's individual groups with specific interests that are trying to get others interested in it?
No. What I'm saying is that, for example, Lockheed
Unless
Martin,
it's
all your war industry,
infrastructure-wise,
all the
which doesn't
companies,
need
yeah,
university.
all the companies
We can handle the
that
infrastructure with just
all the
trade skills.
companies that produce and manufacture for war, the Lockheed Martin, all this kind of shit, profits go to the state. So what are you going to use your budgeting on for the state? A key thing is that you want an intellectual population, which means you want to invest in the
I
youth.
thought we were
and you want to
talking
invest
about
in proper
education,
education.
not war.
You're talking
Yes, but
scum
yes, what I'm saying is that like there is a solid argument that is very difficult to defeat, where you say if we have the budget for it, why would you not want an intellectual population? Meaning you make sure that every child is getting practical education.
You want an intellectual population, but there's problems with that kind of education system that has existed ever since Plato and has gotten worse with the Industrial Revolution and socialism.
No. The current education system is like the Rockefeller Foundation education system. That's not the same education system that's been around since Plato. This is what I'm saying. Like, there's no counter argument to this. Like, if you have the money to like in the state budget, why would you not invest it in your youth and make giving them education? An intellectual population is better than a poor, impoverished, and uneducated population.
Education have existed since Plato. The Industrial Revolution and the new education system have exacerbated the same problem.
You're not understanding the critique. You're not understanding the position. I'm not saying that the current education system is wonderful and fantastic. What I'm pointing out is that if you reform the current education system, you would be a fool not to make sure that your population is educated. Welcome to National Socialism, folks. Gentlemen, defund the police and give the money to the people.
Spin it.
Oh my God. This motherfucker.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you.
In that wheel, white boy.
The answer is no.
Oh, you pull up the politics theme next time, Teriak.
The climate crisis justifies radical revolution now.
There's no climate crisis. It's a load of shit.
What is
fucking
climate crisis?
Yeah, I agree with what Karen just said. Fully.
Greenhouse gases killed the mammoths.
Does real freedom mean risking everything for a crazy future?
Yes. Depends what you mean by real freedom. Absolute freedom, libertarian freedom, yeah. Risking everything for a crazy future.
Libertarian freedom.
Is libertarian freedom really freedom?
Yeah, well, like, freedom to do anything. Yep, that's going to risk everything for a crazy.
Do anything, say anything, right? Whenever you feel
and
like
a crazy present. Libertarian freedom will risk everything for a crazy present. It's fucking crazy. Fuck libertarianism. You need a
Well,
framework.
well,
in which- well,
wait, does anyone disagree?
No, I don't disagree with that.
Well, life is already crazy, so I don't understand the question.
well, let's say
Well,
if you're
what are
well,
we
let's say-
risking?
Let's
Well,
say
we're
you're a
seeing the
painter.
risk in real time, though, aren't we?
Let's say you're a painter and you have a canvas in front of you.
Risking everything means risking your freedom for something
say
you
you're-
already have.
Let's say you're an artist and you can choose any medium. You can choose any, you can paint, you can play guitar, you can sing, you can dance, you can do whatever. You got complete freedom, but no parameters in which to express the freedom. That's just crazy. That's like facing the infinite all by yourself. You need the parameters.
But
to
who
work
doesn't
within.
do that?
Also, wouldn't a crazy future actually
We
be
don't
peace?
do it love,
Isn't it
sure.
crazy that peace would exist in the future?
Like even a picture frame, the dimensions of a painting are a limitation. They're a structure in which you can express your freedom.
What
why
is the inside and outside of a cup? Okay, gravity says when you pour water from any height above the rim of a cup, it should bounce off the bottom of the cup and back out the glass, right? Why does the
Are you
water
going
stay
Jurassic
inside the
Park
cup?
theory here?
No.
That's fucking crazy. Takes 10 pages of math to explain that. I've checked it out.
The water bounces out of the cup.
It should, but it doesn't because the atmosphere and gravity and bullshit. If you get a Klein bottle in a vacuum, apparently it doesn't. I don't. It's fucking crazy.
If you drop a bowling ball and a feather in a vacuum, they both fall at the same speed.
Mm-hmm.
They're what?
And this has to do
crazy?
with the topic. How?
I don't know. He said gravity. So I'm just
Well, but you mean a crazy future. If you're risking everything, that means you're risking freedom. For crazy future, that's something we already have.
So you're risking freedom for freedom?
Well, let's put it this way.
Oh, no, I don't understand the question.
Well, I can tie it back. Gravity is a restriction on freedom. So if you didn't have gravity, it'd be crazy. You'd be floating off into space. So real freedom, freedom from gravity, free from biology, freedom from, the human condition, would be fucking chaos.
Pure chaos.
Does that make it crazy?
Unfeathered
though?
chaos.
But is it fiction?
So we all agree?
Pretty much.
I think at least a few of us agree, that's for sure. I'd say 4 of us. I don't know if all 5 of us agree.
necessarily disagree.
Okay.
I say gravity.
Well, let's spin the wheel then, folks.
Agnes, how do they work?
The long way to get to the answer.
When we all come together and we agree. Why do victims get treated like celebrities now?
Oh, that's messed up. It sucks.
Yes, but why do they get treated like celebrities?
Victim mentality.
Can you give an example? Can you give an
Because
example?
people treating them that way see a path maybe for them. I don't know.
Clout, I guess,
Yes.
would be a better way to say it.
Yeah, so like this whole aspect to like I'm offended, ergo like everybody needs to kowtow to me. Like for example, like the whole like trans thing, how they're like if you're in the military, you if you're trans, all of a sudden you're getting like free surgeries, you're getting free shit handed to you, and all this kind of stuff.
They're trying to weaponize empathy. That's what they're trying
The
to do.
attention economy has changed.
It's an underlying subversion. So instead of honoring things that used to be, noble, so they subvert it by honoring things that undermine all that's good about society. So instead of honoring and respecting strong people with strong values and solid ideas, we celebrate people who just are subversive, people who undermine it, people who act weak and they act like scared and they all that sort of stuff. It's just a way of undermining everything that's good about society.
There's
would
two
you
things to it.
would you say that like the fact that there's no actual kind of like injustice in the West, so they kind of have to invent it in order to have that kind of enemy? When you look at,
There
for
is
example, yeah, like if you look at, for example, like this whole thing of the you know, transphobia and all this kind of shit. No one even knew what the fuck trans even was until like, you know, 2 days ago, essentially, in terms of the grand scheme of things. But if that's the great injustice we need to fight against, like for example, like feminism, there's no right that a woman that a man has that a woman doesn't have. If anything, women have more privilege than men in modern day society. Yet there has to be some sort of boogeyman, otherwise you're not going to be able to get people to vote. You're not going to be able to stir there and get them to feel passionate about an enemy to fight if there's
Yes,
no
I think-
victims.
So I think what happens is the feminists have turned the tides instead of understanding that, you know, like Andrew would say, men have monopoly on power. Women need some way to undermine that, and they've created the whole narrative that they're victims. You know, women. They call themselves a minority when in fact they are a majority. By calling themselves victims, they find a way to undermine and to get some kind of credibility. It's a way of getting credibility and some sort of status and some sort of standing. And they've convinced most of the world that that's true.
Is there any disagreements, gentlemen?
Well, only if you drive an automatic car.
And also, shout out to Bad Cramps. Gramps says, back in my day, tranny issues meant you had car trouble. But gentlemen, wealth redistribution is the only path to real justice.
Yeah, until they come and get yours and redistribute it. Sure.
Bullshit. The only correct way to do
that created the injustice wealth distribution in the first place.
The only way to redistribute wealth is I pay you something to buy something off you. Then I'm redistributing my wealth.
Hold on, what's the justice though? Like, I mean, redistributing.
Fairness.
How's that gonna
We
be
should take
just?
money off the table entirely. It's just a middleman. That's an outdated communications technology. What's the point? Just track needs and supply directly.
And only is absolute too. So yeah, there's other ways to justice.
So you're saying get rid of money?
Well, it's all fake anyways, isn't it?
Yeah, what's the point? We can just track the quantities. And
all money is putting a value on your time and effort. That's all. You sell your time for money. Money pays for your
Yeah,
time.
so we get rid of the system that tracks the value for your labor.
Yeah. That's great.
How does that solve anything?
You're gonna take my wells and you're gonna take my damn earning capabilities. What next? I'm gonna be on
labor itself doesn't have any fixed value.
It does have value, though.
It's not
Well, who's
about
the
the value
justice
of labor, and it never was. We need certain things to live. We can produce them. We need to distribute them to certain locations so other people can get them in order to produce things that help us produce the necessary stuff. The big problem that we have is with currency, we're creating this way for individuals to extract value from other people's labor without putting back into the system.
And the solution is
get rid of currency.
Which
how does that work? For real?
The currency started as a way to track the value of goods in different locations through the banking system. We now
Yeah,
have
the Nice
communication
Temple created that
technology, which is
a while
just
back.
better than the banking system and money.
so. For example, like I'm going to work a job. Why?
Because you know that we need people working to produce things to have things.
Nope, incentive.
What do you mean there's
Bingo,
no
Gareth.
incentive?
Bingo.
do you have a place to live? Do you have food to eat? I think it's more a thing about the way we're taught to be appreciative because we're transferring all of this to money. It's a huge source of dopamine when it shouldn't be.
We're talking UBI. I'm not talking UBI.
Yeah.
Are you talking UBI?
No, he's getting rid of currencies. So like money in general. So it's like there's no way to track this shit. But then it comes to, okay, right, I have all these needs. These needs are automatically going to be met somehow.
What do you mean there's no way to track it?
Yeah, where's the incentive to work?
What do you mean there's no way to track it?
If the money is
Have you
fake,
seen
what is
the
the
way that
incentive?
the stock and auditing systems work? The money's just about an agreement on how much you think the product is worth, not how much you feel you should profit off
Hold
of
on,
it.
you're missing the
Which is
point here,
such a
bro.
weird.
The
That's
point here is
capitalism.
if money is
You
fake,
put it out
then
there,
there is
people
no
pay for what it's worth. That's all.
Yeah.
You might think it's worth $1 million a minute. Other people might think it's $1 a minute. Who knows?
Yeah, so why not
but
just have a place
key-
where we
yeah,
can post needs?
This is what I'm granting, Seth. This is what I'm granting you. It's like, okay, right? There's no more money, and you're basically saying that like we know that the people have needs. For example, like people need to be fed and all this kind of shit, right? So I'm already getting fed. I'm already getting. I already have my house. I already have my like everything sorted to me. Why would I actually go out and work in the society if all these needs are being met?
Because they're being met through the work.
Oh,
No, there's no incentive to work. That
Yeah.
doesn't build on you. Contradict
What do you mean
yourself.
there's no incentive to work? If you don't work, we don't have the things.
Yeah, but we have these needs anyway. What's the incentive in order to get these needs met?
You have three things you have
And
to
more
have: water,
importantly,
That's
one
what
sec,
makes
one
them a
sec,
need in
Gemma,
the
one
first
sec, one
place.
sec.
It's a biological
And more
imperative to fulfill it.
Oh, a biological imperative to fulfill it.
Yeah, that
So there's
Maslow's
not people.
hierarchy.
There's not people who just like refuse to get jobs and just sit on the dole all day.
Yeah, the whole welfare state in the United States.
I'm sure they
That's
can,
not a thing.
but then when they talk to people, right, it requires a community in order to function in society. This person, you see, they have a house, they're your neighbor, right? They suddenly need something, they go ask for it, they try to get it from wherever they need.
And how do we?
They know
how
that.
do we keep
They know
track?
they don't do
Yeah,
anything.
how do we keep track of all this?
There gonna be some needy summer guns in my neighborhood.
No. Let me just
That's how
guide
it's
him down the
supposed to
path.
be. You just-
How do we keep track of this, Seth?
What do you mean? How do we keep track of this?
We're gonna have some
audit.
people that don't work. We're gonna have some people that don't work, and then we have people that are going to work in the society to meet these needs and all this kind of stuff. How do we keep track of who's working and who's not working, and more importantly, like how long they're working, how much they're working? How do we keep track of this?
Ask your doctor about Nurtec ODT.
I'm not sure what you mean as to how do we keep track of this. It's all about word of. I'm very confused as to how you think communities work. Do you not have person-to-person interaction? If someone needs a car, they go to a car dealership. The car dealership calls their work, and they're like, "Oh, they haven't worked in like 10 years. I don't know where they work." They ask the person who needs the car.
One sec. We're right there.
And
We're
it's
right there.
like you
So the
can have-
car dealership checks a ledger to see how much energy they've spent at working. Correct? How much time they've spent working, and then based on that numerical figure, they will either
If
give them the
someone
car
else
or
needs
not give them the car.
more, right? That's one of the big things is
Yeah, if
keeping
someone else
track
comes
of
in and they've
business in
spent
general.
more time,
You're
if there's a bigger
expected-
number, one sec, that's because we're almost there. If another person comes in and they've got a larger amount of time worked, time spent working, then they would get the car, correct?
No, it's not a reward-based
Oh.
system, right?
Oh, okay.
It's a need.
So how do we
and
decide who
supply-based
gets the car?
system. If there's enough cars for everybody, I guess everybody gets a car. But if
Oh
there's
yeah, and if
a
ponies existed,
competition,
then yeah, we'd all ride around with ponies.
it's just
But
taking the
in terms of
middleman
the-
out of
yeah,
capitalism.
Yeah,
And
in terms
Hold
of
on, are
in
you
terms of
Oprah
the
right now?
Situation. One sec, that because we're right about we're just about to discover money, for example. So like in this situation, there's only one car, and the car dealership has two people. One person has 0 in the ledger of hours amount worked. The other person has like 10,000 hours worked. Who gets the car?
Who has a job or who
They
is
did.
Yeah, the dude that worked 10,000
for their
hours.
job.
He deserves the car, correct?
That doesn't matter. Who needs the car?
Oh, okay. So then both of them need the car. One dude hasn't worked. The other dude has 10,000 hours worked. Who gets the car?
Yeah, like when it comes down to
the dude
one dude
that
has
worked 10,000 hours.
work, he could probably
Yeah,
appeal.
congratulations. You've just discovered money. You've just discovered what money
What
is.
are you
Congratulations.
talking about?
Alhamdulillah.
I feel like you just decided to say that because you didn't want to engage what I was saying.
Not at all. It actually has a lot to do with the incentive. Money is the
How
incentive,
money works.
right? Mm-hmm.
Money keeps track of the amount of hours
Damn
you've
right
worked.
it does.
Money will keep track of your effort.
That's I don't see any difference.
Ain't
between
it
that
beautiful
and-
how you can like just simply walk them through it and say, okay, yeah, 10,000 hours versus 0 hours, $10,000 versus $0. Who gets the car?
Yeah,
Ain't
that's
it beautiful?
not what I'm saying. That shouldn't affect who gets the car. If there's 10,000 hours put into work like that, they've got a community built up. They could probably get a car without having to go directly through a dealership in the first
but
place, right?
in the hypothetical,
But
there's a
needs
dude
the
who
car to
hasn't
get
worked,
to
who
work
has
is
0
gonna
amount
matter
of hours
more
worked.
toward a
There's another
government
dude that
entity
has
that's
10,000
infrastructure
hours
and
worked.
production.
Who gets the car? And you agreed the dude that with the 10,000 hours should get the car because he's put more work and effort into the economy, into the
When
community.
has the government ever been structured
That's what
towards
money is.
rewarding incentives?
No, I'm just giving you a simple example where you agreed the people who don't work and participate in the community and the economy, they shouldn't get their needs met. Whereas the people who do put the work in, put the effort in, put the hours in, but they
saying
should
it's
get their
not that
needs
they
met.
shouldn't.
Yeah.
It's that they wouldn't. But people who
Yes,
don't participate
they wouldn't.
often
Exactly.
get.
They wouldn't.
You're worried about
This
the
is how money
homeless.
works.
What about the fucking millionaire homeless people? All they do is
Do you
just
know what I mean?
fucking lie about the money.
This is what I'm saying, boy.
Okay.
All you have to do is just break it down simply, given that the hypothetical. There's a dude with 0 amount of hours worked or $0 in his bank account, as capitalists would call it, versus a dude with $10,000 in his bank account or 10,000 hours worked. Who gets the car?
Yeah, you're changing the
Dude
whole
with his
argument into
$10,000.
something you can more easily digest. It doesn't make sense
No,
how you go
I just
from
showed you where you removed money, but even if you remove money, you'll still end up back with a ledger that will track hours worked to determine who gets what, who gets their needs met, and who doesn't get their needs met, which is money.
No. Where did I
Yes.
say that? I said that the guy with 10,000 hours work could probably appeal to his community to find a car in a different method. There's no reason for them to need to track the number of hours worked. If someone needs the car for
talking.
work,
Yeah. So then, how
one
do we work
person
out
doesn't
who's
have a
worked
job,
and who
one person
hasn't
does
worked?
have a job, one person needs the
How
car
do we?
more, one
Yeah.
person
How do
has
we?
family
How do we
to
work out? Yeah, Seth. How do we work out who has worked and who hasn't worked? We have to keep track of it. Correct.
We have to keep
We
track
need a
of it
ledger.
regardless of whether or not money
Yeah.
is involved, right?
Yeah,
Money
but
doesn't
that's
make it
it's just a
easier. It
ledger.
makes it easier
It's
to
just a ledger
lie.
that will
Call it
track the
freaking
hours.
Credits. Call it anything you want to. Money,
Yeah.
credit, it don't matter. Credits, a freaking paper, coupon. I don't know.
It's just a record. It's just a ledger. That's what money is. It's just a ledger tracking the energy and the effort that you've contributed to the community, aka the economy. Congratulations, we just discovered what money is.
Are you a productive citizen?
Wasn't money a means to incentivization?
Yeah, because the more hours you work, the more effort and
No,
energy you put
it
into the
means-
economy, the more needs and the more wants you get met in the economy. That's literally what it is.
It was originally a means
Hold
of
on, can I
keeping
say the
track
Midwest thing?
resources.
Here
They
we
turned
say
into
bingo,
a
bango,
means
Bob
of
Zero.
tracking the movement of resources, which is where the central banking system started. But now
So
we
you
can
feel
do that
that
without
banks
money because
they
it's turned
track
into an incentive system.
they
What
track
about money as an
Everything
incentive
all needs
system
to
makes
be met
sense?
without cost, right? Is that right, Seth? It shouldn't cost
It's
you anything.
simple. I understand it's simple, but what about it makes
Oh, it's
sense?
not simple. It's not.
As
My
an
mind's
incentive,
full of gas.
it is. It doesn't make sense to use it as an incentive.
Well, the incentive is
That's
earned
because
money,
it's
right?
used for
And with
tracking
money, you can
resources,
buy
which we can do
there's
without the central
there's
banking
nothing
now.
like in terms of incentive. We're just talking about wants and needs.
Yeah.
So
Like I
what you're
said, the
saying
whole
is
kind of
money's
money-
doing what I'm proposing we do without money.
Yeah, but like I just gave with the hypothetical, if you remove money, you'll still have a ledger of energy and effort put into the community, aka the economy.
And it used to be we couldn't do that.
that's
We
what a
didn't
bank
have
account
the
is.
communications technology, and money was the
That's yeah.
best alternative. But now
No,
we
they
have
had they
better
had banking
technology
systems
and
thousands of years
knowledge.
ago, and then they had
incentive
gold,
to
Temper
they had
created it.
silver. Money's just a ledger. But Bitcoin is money because it's just tracking the energy
Yeah,
spent. Yeah.
it
Yeah,
is
based on effort.
So by saying
representing
we'll remove
value
money,
when
you're saying
we
let's get
could
rid of the
directly
ledgers.
state the value.
So
We
everybody
got
should
William
have
and
a
Josh
set
saying,
standard
spin
value
that
on their phone.
motherfucking wheel. It's always hilarious though, like the communists will have all these like grandiose ideas and all this kind of, let's just get rid of money. And it's like you just demonstrate very easily. It's like
It's not
we'll always end up
communism.
like
It's closer to anarcho-capitalism.
open borders are a moral duty for rich countries.
No.
Agree or disagree?
All of that. Disagree
No.
hard. Borders are necessary and they are moral. And a
Money's
duty.
communist. Fuck you.
What did you say?
Money's
Spin that wheel,
communist.
boys.
It's literally a centralized regulation of an economic.
Compromising with liberals is betraying the left.
Oh, we should ask Seth about that one because he's clearly very left.
Are you left, Seth?
Absolutely fucking not.
That's what I
I
thought.
am not a political prostitute.
You
No,
not
he's
be
just a straight up anarchist.
I'm very
WHO.
principled.
Fight the power.
We didn't even
And
want
William
a central
says,
banking
spin that
system
bitch
in
again.
the first place. What it was gonna be.
Should we
Oh, I
stop
had to
trying
get
to
that
remove
last
all
click.
suffering and learn to beat it instead? Do the old Michael Jackson special.
Beat it.
I definitely think that there's some sources of suffering which are greatly over dramatized. Like, I feel like we should bring back dueling.
Can suffering be positive?
Not if it kills you.
If you slap your child's hand to keep them from sticking a fork in a light socket, was that suffering positive?
For the long term goal. As in, hope they don't shock themselves again.
Yeah, you want them to learn, but you don't want them to die.
No. No. Absolutely not.
I will say you might want to change the last part of this because beat it instantly makes me think, oh, well, just fuck it. I'm going to go beat it real quick.
He's playing Michael Jackson.
Bro, Michael Jackson. The king of pop, baby.
You can just beat it.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? A winner says, fuck this wheel. All right, so I'm going to
That's
take
just
this
your
time
reaction
to thank the
whenever you
show's
start-
unofficial sponsor.
From doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
Please be patient. My mom took Tylenol. But gentlemen, let's get to the next topic.
What's the theme? Biology is still.
Modesty is virtuous. How do we feel about this one, gentlemen? Whoa,
Yes.
don't all answer at once.
Yes.
Modesty's fake.
So dressing modestly is fake?
Oh, I thought you meant like.
Mm,
You mean like
that was a good shot, Jack. That was a good shot.
Oh, you mean? No, you mean Okay, you mean
Mic
women.
drop.
Yeah, women. Yes, women being modest. I meant just general. Acting humble.
I think the beers. No.
Well, I got a question. When a woman does not dress modestly, it shows, everything. Well, you don't have much imagination. You don't have to use much imagination. Is that harder on the men, harder on society to keep your shit together?
Let me
focused,
let me combat against Jack here. Is dressing a pig up in makeup? Is that not still a pig?
That wouldn't be
So
modest,
dressing.
though.
One
That
sec.
wouldn't- yeah,
So
that wouldn't
dressing. So a whore dressing modestly is still a whore. So if anything, you're being deceitful by dressing a whore up modestly because you're just hiding her whorishness.
Sarah Palin, you put lipstick on a pig, it's still a fucking pig.
Exactly, Jack. You're dealing with the master here, Jack.
Uh,
How is that a virtue?
I don't think that is. Yeah. I don't know how to combat that.
Well, that's not modesty. That's a freaking norm. It should be. You don't have to go.
Yeah, but I
birth
get
it,
where
come on.
he's coming from, though. It's that's deceit. But yeah,
It's also doing something else.
it's tough.
It's keeping the young men's mind all crazy and shit looking at it. Saying, oh boy, boy.
William said.
Or here's another idea that's going to be very controversial. You could shut the fuck up.
He says, "Shut the fuck up and spin that wheel, white boy."
What, boy?
Gentlemen, gratitude is for weak people.
Nope.
No.
I have gratitude for God.
That's just stupid.
Yeah.
Make me weak.
If I'm giving a waitress, a hostess, whatever, a gratitude or a tip, whatever, it's not for a week. I ain't weak. I'm doing what I think's right. And they're working hard. If they don't work hard, no gratuity. Sorry.
Well, I actually don't have a counter for this one. I did have one for the modesty, but not for this one, gentlemen. So gotta keep going till we find a disagreement. And also shout out to Jungle again, because like I said, this is with the massive donations, basically free night to think. Is collectivism the right idea?
If by right you mean conservative, yeah.
Where did he go? He was up here talking free stuff for everybody. Where'd he go? Is that not what that
We
means?
spun him out. He got spun out of the wheel.
Yeah.
This is
He
the
just
thing,
flew
guys,
out.
The trolls tried to come on the panel and then try to derail and all this kind of shit, but they can't handle it because, like I said, I'm able to walk them through. Especially, like I said, the money thing. It's like, bro, I've been waiting since I discovered Bitcoin. I've been waiting for these communist motherfuckers to come on panel and say we should get rid of money. Like, oh boy, you stepped into the wrong fucking arena. But I believe someone said that collectivism is conservatism.
I heard that.
Is that what it actually is?
No, I said if, but
Oh, okay. I was gonna
don't
say, what's
really
the
know.
definition of collectivism?
I don't know what collectivism is. But I said if the right idea is conservative. I said if the right idea is conservative.
Kind of what Zeth was saying, wasn't it? You do it as a community, a collective, instead of
Collectivism is a
I-
political, economic, and cultural philosophy that prioritizes the group, community, or state over the individual.
There you go. He said no car companies, no this and that, no companies whatsoever. Just cut them out. Don't need them.
It's kind of setting up a binary between collectivism and
I'd say no.
individualism. Like it could be a bit of both, right? Like there could be a balance between the two. We have a collective
that's what I was-
society, but yeah, we also leave room for individual expression and individual pursuits.
That's what I was trying to balance in between, as far as that, because I think there can be, I wouldn't say a middle ground, but there is definitely, could be a positive and negative side to something like that. But I think overall, I would say then it would be no on the question.
One of those ones where there's a like a productive tension between the two sides. It's not one or the other. It's like nature and nurture, right? It's not one or the other. It's a bit of both. It may lean more way to one than the other, but at the end of the day, it's in that symbiosis where you actually get real life.
So, but then would you not say, like, since we're talking about politics and the only way for politics to exist is through a society, that collectivism would be the right idea, at least to come at it from the political point of view? Like, for example, for a political candidate to argue on the side of like the individual, kind of pissing into the wind, because it's a much more effective idea.
Not all the
to
time.
advocate on the side of a group.
Not on the state county kind of thing. Like if a sheriff's running, he's going to advertise or put up his signs in the local area. He's not going to put them up in another county or another state. So sometimes.
But William says,
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
William says he don't care about no communist gobbledygook. He wants to spin that wheel. Oh, the best question. The best question.
Here we
is
go.
a hot dog a sandwich?
No.
I'm here for this. I'm taking the affirmative or not the affirmative. No, it's not a fucking sandwich. It's not a goddamn sandwich. I've argued this.
He was about to answer the others.
Yeah. If you think a hot dog's a sandwich, you're programmed. I'm going to get right to it.
Jonathan says, fuck this. The hot dogs. Fuck the hot dogs.
I'd say that's an instant answer for somebody.
You ever had your chili run out the bottom of your bun? It'd be a sandwich if you do that, maybe.
Gentlemen,
Remove the
empathy is weakness. Agree or disagree?
Wait a minute.
I think it's
Sounds
situational.
familiar.
No.
I know one way to answer this. No. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
we have one affirmative. Two affirmatives.
I don't think it's weakness.
Man, you'd have to show a lot of empathy for it to be a weakness. No.
Two affirmatives, two negatives. This is going to be a good one, boys.
Yeah, so like
All right, I'm
as
gonna.
a God, well, I mean, I could make the religious argument, but I mean, shouldn't we all sort of care? I mean, there's
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Bad Crime says, fuck this question. Alright, that's what it is. We finally had some disagreement on the panel. Gentlemen, freedom is an illusion. Agree or disagree?
disagree.
You've got it until you run out of something to fight with. A military or whatever you use to enforce your freedoms. When that's gone, it's gone. Until you earn it back or get it back. In my opinion. But that's a disclaimer. It's only my opinion. No facts involved.
Okay, so we have one agreement. I'm not sure what way Crazy lines up. Here.
What?
Yeah, I'm trying to think it through. Trying to think out what freedom is, but you know, I know it's a bit pedantic, but it's kind of important. Is freedom an illusion? That's kind of like is free will an illusion? You know, it's kind of getting to that.
Oh no, not that one.
No, it's like I said, you have freedom within certain contexts. Yeah, sure. So freedom per se is not an illusion, but absolute freedom is. Yeah,
Free will cannot be messed with from outside influences or force or whatever, right? That's the definition.
Yep, the power, right, or ability to act, speak, and think without external constraints, coercion, or imprisonment.
Yeah, that. So freedom is not like free will in that way. I don't think.
Well, you can't
But
think
it's not
erect
an
without
illusion
constraints.
either. Or is it
Huh?
a hallucination that we're all free in America?
Illusion, not a hallucination. You don't have to do mushrooms to have freedom.
Well, you know,
It helps, I'd say. I just another no facts.
I got you left there, yeah.
Excuse me.
Damn, it gets quiet.
what
in
are you
here
thinking, Jack? Yay or nay?
Yeah, I think it's an illusion.
Are you not experiencing freedom right now?
No, I can't just do whatever I want.
But you could.
How could I?
I mean, the options for you to exercise your freedom are there.
Freedom can be taken from you. That's my whole point. If your stick's not big enough, somebody can take it from you.
Yeah, it's only applied by the force doctrine.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so
You
how's
made it much
force
better than me. Yeah, that's
dictated
it.
by illusion, though?
What'd you say?
Well, how could force doctrine apply to illusion?
Well, the force doctrine wouldn't apply to the illusion; it applied to the freedom.
It gives you the illusion of freedom right up until you lose it.
Makes you think you have it, but you
Well,
don't.
You had it first, but if you had freedom first before it was created or made to be an illusion, you still had freedom.
Not if it was the illusion.
Freedom's not real. You can't touch it, can't hold it, can't put it in the bank, that kind of thing.
Neither are illusions, though.
Right.
That's the point.
It can be taken. Yeah, that's my point. You can't touch it, feel it, put it up, protect it. It's not an object, so you can lose it pretty fast, actually.
I see the point, because I can experience freedom and I can experience illusion.
Yeah, you can experience, like Karen said, free will, but that's internal. Per definition, it can't be messed with.
Yeah, because freedom is not internal; that's external.
Yep.
Yeah, but
depends
yeah,
on what you
I
do
would
away
agree
with.
with what you said. Crazy. It's when we're thinking of free will, that's eternal.
Yep. I'm not getting it out well. I'm not explaining it well, but that's what I mean. It's not something. It's an illusion that you're free until the force is gone to enforce that, and that happens all the time, all over the world.
You know, freedom's something that we want, but
Oh,
it's all an illusion. It's applied by the force, like we were saying.
And we can't
Force
think it
doctrine.
into existence. We can't. We can think of good things that would be freedom, but we can't will it into existence. Is that better?
I think, I think I see what you're saying.
But are you not free to choose your own constraints?
Free will, yes.
Free will, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the internal.
That's not freedom. Free will.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the ability to act as you choose. So you choose your own constraints.
There's consequences.
free will.
There's consequences with freedom. Making a choice with free will is no consequence unless you act upon it.
Is free will not freedom?
No.
It's freedom of the mind.
But that's where I have a problem with the illusion side of it.
Yeah.
Like we were saying, one's internal and one's external. So they cannot be the same.
Yeah. You got to define free will. Your version of free will.
Mass
right there.
illusion, though. Mass illusion is external, is it not?
It could be my free will to say the stream goes down right this second. Now, no questions asked. Ain't going to happen.
Or here's another idea that's going to be very controversial. You could shut the fuck up.
Oh, you made me
Free to
laugh.
will
with that one.
yourselves to shut the fuck up and spin that wheel, white boy.
I was against my freedom.
Yeah, that's against my free will there, brother. I was willing this shit to go down. Oh, I'm sorry.
Is
Start yelling.
meritocracy a lie for losers?
No.
Damn it, I have to look at these definitions.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I don't wanna
I
get
feel
wrong.
like I need the definition for that word too. Fuck.
Meritocracy
Somebody
just
gets everything
means
on
that.
merit, right? More or less.
Yeah, it just
Oh,
means
it's a
like
merit based.
yeah,
Yeah.
you get promoted at work
Okay.
based off merit, not based off DEI.
No,
Yeah.
then
Merit?
it'd be
Oh,
no.
hold on. Is that an incentive
Really?
thing then?
Like you do good work, you advance, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you get more
Based
by
off
the
your
hour.
merit.
You get more by the hour. Yes.
Yeah, the counter argument could be that it's just a way of convincing people if they work hard, they're going to advance, and then they just work hard and don't advance.
If
Right,
you're
so
the
they-
owner of the company, that'd be great.
Yeah, but there is a theory that everybody gets promoted to their level of incompetence. Right, you eventually get
Incompetence.
you keep getting promoted because you're good at it. You're good at that. You stop getting promoted once you reach a level where you're incompetent in the job.
Is
But
that
I think-
across the board?
Yeah, but I think meritocracy is no, it's not a life for losers. It's a good way to go. Do a good job, Do a good job, see what happens.
I don't think it's a lie.
No.
I have done good in the past and got rewarded for it. I've done bad and got not rewarded for it, just like you said.
Yeah.
And I wasn't a loser. I was trying hard. But that's my own personal shit. No facts involved.
Anecdotally too, I don't like the word losers.
Oh, don't you?
Just because I did do a lot of shit based on merit. I mean, I could go
And
into a
real
whole bunch
quick-
of anecdotal shit, but yeah.
Has to change the wheel, bad. Or Grant.
Real quick, Bad Cramps Gramps says, because I see specific topic on the scrolling, but it's $50. Basically, it's today's episode is basically free of charge because Junker came on and he donated $1,000 on the Ko-Fi, so we have basically like an unlimited budget. So if you got a specific topic you want to change it to, have at it, boss.
that was a good drop, wasn't it, Terry?
Yep.
Jungle.
Especially the way he trolled me. He's like, oh shit, I put an extra zero. And I was like, oh fuck, I'll refund on myself. He's like, nah, man, I'm just kidding. I was like, you fucking legend, bro.
He's a good one.
Slipped on the
Good.
extra zero, you know?
My man. But it seems like we all agree on this one. Let's spin the wheel, boys.
You should have put that blue shit in your hair for 2,500.
Gentlemen, war is necessary.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
A bunch of
God
warmongers
damn
over
it.
here.
Oh, wait, you disagree, Kieran?
No, of course it's necessary.
It's been necessary ever since they
I'm
started.
just letting you all know that I'm a warmonger too.
Yeah, that's it.
Should we ban more relativists from public office?
Is that like atheists?
No, you shouldn't. That's like thought policing, bro. You can't do that.
We can make an effort to elect the correct people and let the chips fall where they may.
That's it. We should, don't vote for them, but you can't ban people from running. That's retarded.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we're talking about the laws should reflect the morality, right? And more relativists believe that morality is completely subjective. So why should we allow them to dictate laws if they don't believe in objective morality?
Well, you're saying that laws should reflect morality. That's your opinion. Maybe other people don't think that.
Well, maybe those other people are wrong.
Oh, I like this.
What are the laws supposed to reflect?
They could just be administrative things to, make society run smoothly.
which would promote harmony.
What makes harmony? Like, who said harmony is a good thing?
Well, you just did.
No,
What
I
does
didn't.
run smoothly mean?
Yeah, just to make it run smoothly.
Yeah, and that's what we should do.
I didn't say that. I just said that could be a reason why people want it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you think that the
And
law
is
should
that-
reflect morality.
Is that objectively true?
There could be other reasons that people want the law to represent other than morality.
Yeah, there could be multiple reasons to it.
Yeah, so if you want to
but it
claim,
would still be objectively true.
explain why it's objectively true, as opposed to your opinion.
So like in terms of like the claim that you're making is that we should do it for society to run smooth.
That's not what I said. I said that could be a counter argument to your argument that the law should represent morality. I didn't say I think it should.
Yeah,
be.
but we get to harmonious, and the only way for something to be harmonious is if it's ordered, if it's structured. Correct? Yeah.
Yeah. So what if somebody else thought that the law's purpose was to create chaos?
But then society would, by definition, degrade into nothingness.
Maybe some
The answer
people
is
like
yes.
Real quick, we got a special topic or specific topic from our boy Bad Cramps Gramps. Like, let me do a little bit of.
I would always want to know
G
what they're
Number
up to, I'm thinking myself.
Gentlemen, should the world focus its resources on getting to deep space or fully explore the deep ocean and Challenger deep, etc.?
Go ocean, baby.
Go to space. Go to space.
Yeah, I agree. Go to
Well,
space. I actually think space is safer, and I think we can find more resources in space as well.
Did you say
And I
space
think-
or safer? Do you know what's
I
under
also-
the water we can't get to?
Yeah, space is safer
No,
than
no
the bottom
water.
of the ocean. Fuck.
Yeah.
You can go to space in a
do you know the
tin can.
history? Do you know
Yeah,
the,
okay.
the history of NASA though? NASA actually was deep sea originally, and all of a sudden they were like, "No, fuck that, we're going to space."
Because it's hard.
Yeah,
But I do have
fucking-
to
The water
say,
pressure.
And
this
just
prompt
get up
is
to
a
speed,
deep
it's like
prompt.
dragging a damn piece of concrete through a quicksand to get any speed.
Well, I think
My
they found
understanding.
something in the ocean. I mean, you could make the pressure argument, but I do think also they were like, "Nah, fuck that, let's go out there."
What were you saying, Terry,
Well,
with the
sea
prompt?
level- the sea level's
I was
changed.
just
at
saying
least
it's a deep
1,000
prompt.
feet. It went 500 feet up, 500 feet down, and there's all kinds of stuff right out where we can get to them. We're not exploring them. Like big ass. rock.
However, how many because it says the world, how many of them can actually go into space versus going to the ocean? You know,
What do you mean by that?
No one's going to be building a colony on the bottom of the ocean.
yeah, but what my question was is not only so many nations can make it into space. So like, you know, in the water, like how many of them can actually deep sea dive?
Depends how deep you want to go. Not many.
Right.
Well, yeah, I would argue there's not very many that can make it, but I think it's probably a higher number than going into space.
Yeah, but if we spent the time, energy, and resources, whatever, on getting down there, we could. We could go deeper than we are now and discover more. I'm pretty sure we have cameras that can go. What is that fault? The deep one? I can't remember. The trench. I can't remember the
Yeah, the
name of it.
Mariana Trench. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's it,
Trench,
that's it.
yeah.
All you're going to find is more ugly fish.
Yeah, with no
I
eyes.
disagree. All right, so I'm
There
gonna
could
find
be
a little
something
more
down
hat
there.
on here. No, I think they found something and was like, "Yeah, we ain't fucking with that." And if you look into like, again, I'm putting on the tinfoil hat. where a lot of the UAEs or whatever you want to call them now,
UAPs.
A lot of them come out of the ocean. The aliens
There you
are
go.
in the ocean.
So
that's why they said fuck it and packed up and went.
I'm going to say something crazy. I'm going to say if there's ever aliens, they're sitting right on the bottom of the ocean. And they're still there. And they always have
in the
been.
Marianas Trench, I would say.
Oh yeah, if they
Could be.
made space travel like that, then yeah, they could probably easily sit at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah. Because the Earth is what? 75% water? It's pretty wet.
And look at the octopi. You can't tell me an octopus isn't an alien.
You cut your legs off and the things off and they grow back. Yeah, they're aliens. What you talking about?
The
Will?
thing goes around their esophagus is fucking insane.
There's definitely things we could find under there. Like the immediate one that I thought of that I don't think everybody's thinking of is maybe we can find out more about the Earth through the water, like as far as like earthquakes and stuff, like the tectonic plates. We could probably find out more information by doing deep sea dive, specifically in the area.
I would put money we could solve water problems, drinking water problems, oil problems, because I'm sure there's some under there. We know they are.
Yeah, but that would be harder
possibly
to
find a way
retrieve,
to
though.
cure diseases under there. I mean, you never know until you go.
Could be. But like I said, I think looking at the other side of this, I think most of us said space, right? So I think if we're looking at space, right, a lot of asteroids and meteor often carry materials that we could bring back to home, you know?
We use on our current technology. I'm talking about new technologies.
Well,
And
yeah.
I'm big on the, exploring the bottom of the ocean.
Well,
You know
look
what I
at what
want to find?
But it's a lot more dangerous.
All the technology in there, or the papers. It's what? Always.
It's a lot more dangerous.
I don't know.
Hey, fellas,
And just real quick as well, gentlemen, we got a guest backstage. Let me introduce.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Harford, welcome to the show.
Yo, what's up?
Harford, how you going, man?
Oh, I'm doing good. This is my third 12-hour shift back to back, and I'm off the next 2 days. That's why I haven't been online in a while.
Holy crap.
I know
On
the
that
feeling, my man.
Before you get into it, mate, I'm going to sign off. I've got to go and eat some dinner. It's getting to that time around here.
Yeah, enjoy your dinner, Kieran. Thanks for coming up.
Take it easy, Kieran.
Thanks, good to see you guys. I'll see,
See
you
you,
all.
Karen, in color.
Hey, I'll see you all next time. All right. Thanks, guys.
Take it easy, bro.
See ya.
Thanks, man. See ya.
So I specifically got on because I saw this one come up and decided to go ahead and get on. You know, as much as I love space travel and there's just so much to see out there, I really think that if we never would have ever took the time to waste money going to space for limited resources to make no money back from, granted, we make no money back from it because we have to find something out there to even make money off of. And finding stuff out in space, whether it's an asteroid, a moon, or anything like that, trying to find materials that is worth value is out there, but it's hard to do because you have to calculate what asteroids have what, how much of that material it has, and how much money you're going to spend getting there versus what you're going to get back.
Yeah, you
So
got
I
to
feel
mine
like
the
we,
shit and bring it back and all that. You got to get there first.
yeah, but if you mine it and you spend $200 billion to get there, but you only get $1 million worth of gold out of it, like, is that
you
really
probably
worth
be
it?
broke.
Yeah. So to me, I feel like if NASA never would have wasted its time doing getting to the moon, all that shit, and be like, you know what, leave it to the Russians. They're working on that shit. It's not even we don't even care about this whole fucking space travel shit. Let's just focus on Earth right now. And I bet you that if NASA would have 100% only focused on underwater, ocean, all that shit, we would be able to collect more materials and they would waste less money and make more money off of the materials they find on the planet that we already live on. Because a lot of people don't even realize that we've only scratched, like, I think it's like less than 6% of the bottom of the ocean, or less than 13% or something like that. It's way less than.
Yeah, because
it's less than 10. It's less than 10. And what's crazy about it, and this goes back to like aliens living underwater or whatever. There is a couple of reasons to why that they could live underwater, and one of them is this comes straight out of not just sci-fi, but like old ancient mythology of like Sumerians talking about that's where aliens or extraterrestrials that they considered their gods. They considered them gods at the time because having a low IQ and seeing something of a powerful being, you're going to think it's a god. But anyway, they would come down, but no, that they would go underwater, and these ancient people would write about them saying that they would go underwater with their chariots. And the reason that I can think why they would go underwater is if a massive solar storm came off of the sun and actually managed to get through the barrier defense that the Earth creates and wipe out all of the electronics on the planet, which that could actually happen one day. That could happen. Underwater, you would feel less of the radiation from that solar flare, meaning your technology would most likely or less likely get affected being so deep underwater because radiation wouldn't be able to completely penetrate all the way to the bottom of the water.
Well, this is my sick thought, my little sick mind. All of these civilizations, they completely disappeared. It's like they dropped their tools or whatever and walked off one day. All of them. What if they moved to the bottom of the ocean by some?
Well, I mean,
I don't know what technology. I don't know.
I mean, it could be moved to the bottom of the ocean, but it could also be like finding caves or something like that. That that whole talk about the center of the Earth having like greenery or whatever, and some type of like I don't know, array of I don't know how they explained it. It was supposed to be like stones that illuminate UV light. That's been, I don't know. I can't remember how they fucking explained it, but it's kind of wild because it's like, how could you predict this type of stuff if you haven't actually been there? This is just kind of making assumptions about what it could look like if there was an underground cavern.
But there is structures we have found though already close.
Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of them. The craziest one is the caverns underneath Mexico City. If those things they sink like a centimeter every year or less than a centimeter every year. Then one day Mexico City is gonna fucking just collapse, dude. But so it was who are they called? The Mayans? Was it the Mayans? I can't remember if it was the Mayans.
The caves.
Well, I'm trying to remember if it's the Mayans. I don't know. I've been watching a lot of documentaries, and I've kind of got the Mayans, the Incas, and the Aztecs kind of mixed up right now. I'm gonna go ahead and say it's the Mayans. I could be wrong. But in Mesoamerica, when they had found some Mayan structures, they actually found like roads and shit. And this is structures built before fucking Rome. And they're like, wait, Rome was the one that built roads and wheels. Why the fuck do these motherfuckers got roads? Do they have wheels? They couldn't find any carts with wheels, but they found multiple clay toys with wheels on them. And they could function, like you can get them to roll on the ground. So if they had toys that can function, they had to have had carts with wheels. Just because we couldn't find them doesn't mean they didn't have them. But this is literally Mayans before Romans having technology or tools way before another civilization, which kind of does make sense. I mean, it's kind of like the whole thing about the city of Atlantis. I mean, think about a civilization or ancient civilization that before it gets completely wiped out, spent all their time mining resources out of the ocean and technology, leave it to nobody else, and either allow something to destroy their civilization while they leave it behind because they've reached the max amount of technology that they wanted to, or it got destroyed and what is it? The fucking the fuck is that? That fucking box that every fucking religious person wants that has all those secrets of humanity in it.
Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah, the Ark of the Covenant. They basically are saying like that the Ark of the Covenant has secret fucking technology from fucking Atlanteans in it, and this literally comes from the words of the fucking Knights Templars. Like they're the ones that say that shit. I'm like,
Yeah,
well,
it's powered by powdered
I don't-
gold or something.
I don't 100% believe all Knight Templars, but you got to admit that they did carry a heavy weight of a burden with them for fucking centuries, and they're fucking still alive today. They're just not as knighty.
It's interesting to tie all this shit together.
Not as 90. What
All
is
of
that?
it.
Yeah, you know, not as knighty, like, you know, night ship, night. Shit, I need to get home and smoke me a bowl. God damn it!
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell
Jonty don't care. She wants to spin that wheel. And also, welcome back, Shazzy.
Hello.
Oof, windy out here.
I have my McCafe
Oh,
ice.
shit.
I have
Nice.
McDonald's double sausage egg McMuffin and 2 hash browns with a McCafe ice, Sprite and pineapple. Yummy.
Jazzy's making us all hungry.
Wait, it's still still breakfast in Ireland?
It's only 10:30.
10 a.m. Yep.
And look at my poor eyes. They're all black.
You uncultured swine. Why do you not know what time it is in Ireland?
Can you see my poor eyes? They're all black. I had to get the dye in. Look, they're so black. I can't
Oh,
even see. Can't
Because I
see.
didn't all of a sudden.
Yeah.
I'll probably have to put an extra clock up and say Ireland. I'll be like, keep Teriyak's time. There's a can
Yeah, it's
following
just-
me making a bunch of fucking noise.
Just add 5 hours to your current time. That's like usually the
That's
more
it.
fan wave, don't it?
I keep forgetting. It's dark where I'm at, and it's 5 in the morning. Well, 5 in the morning. So I blatantly assume that it's fucking sunlight over there. Well, the sun is coming up technically, but
it's fucking dark everywhere.
Where y'all are at.
In 2 hours, I'll be getting my hair done at the hairdresser's. This is Shazzy's day. Shazzy's getting all brisked up for herself, you know.
Gotta treat yourself.
I've got to treat myself. I get my hair done.
Shazzy, we're going to have to compare it to Teriyak's new haircut.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Gotta do the angles, all that kind of stuff, you know what I'm saying? But gentlemen, should we
definitely
ban
going
postmodernists
Celtic.
from universities?
Yes.
Yes.
I
Definitely.
think so too. Like it's literally for me it's kind of a it's like an ideology that literally just like corrupts the mind. It like ruins the mind and like any kind of like intellectual thought. Its pure focus is just to like deconstruct, and from that aspect it's been used, it's like a virus in the higher level education system that's been used to infect the minds of otherwise in like smart individuals or educated individual at least, and just like used as a mind virus, which is again like hard to track or identify because it basically swarms out and just like has so many fucking tentacles that it goes down, that it's basically been used as a mental weapon to destroy the West.
I'm walking across the boat dock and I see 2 rats playing with each other. What the fuck, dude?
Oh my.
Wait, how are they playing with each other? Like in a fun hop?
They're like chasing each other and jumping on top of each other and stuff. Those rats over there, they just ran across the dock. Look at it.
Them rats are making love and making more fucking ratty babies.
Yeah, that makes about right. They probably come off of these tugboats from other places and stuff like that. That's probably how they get here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How is everybody this fine Thursday morning?
Whew, ready to get off my 12-hour shift and go home and enjoy my off days. Well, except Friday. Friday I'm supposed to be off, but I'm going to work at a restaurant for a side job to make some extra money.
Oh, nice.
It's just been overcast here, so I'm enjoying that Ireland life. Just overcast all day, 24/7.
It's a bit overcast here, very cloudy.
I know you guys barely see the sun.
Well, we did yesterday. It was nice yesterday. Can you not tell by my face? My face is all red. That's the sun.
Yeah. That's how it is here, like if I get any sun, I just burn.
Oh no, I've been going brown for some reason. I don't know why.
But that's
Usually
the thing
I
about
do.
Ireland. It's like it's shit weather like 50 out of the 52 weeks a year. But then like those 2 weeks that we actually get of like sun is like one of the best countries.
Oh yeah,
Just like
it's
sit
beautiful
out,
there.
enjoy the sun.
Yeah.
Beautiful time, man. Beautiful time.
On the beach every day. Yeah. You can't go in the water. It's bloody freezing. But yeah, the kids love it. They don't care about the cold.
Well, and Jack,
And
I
it's
don't
like-
think that like here
Yeah,
in
what?
the Midwest, when they say, "Hey, if you don't like the weather, give it a couple minutes."
Well, you're supposed to wait until May because it's never cast a cloud till May is out. So you're not supposed to go in the water till May is out. That's what the saying is. Never cast a cloud till May is out.
That's fair.
That's
fair.
Damn oil wives' tales are everywhere.
It's like the reverse here. Like a lot of the time, it's like really sunny. So like when we get overcast days, at least for me, I'm like happy. I'm like, man, that pesky sun, get out of here.
Yeah, but I need the sun. I need the sun on my body to move. So I would
Yeah.
like loads of sun.
Like that's the
It's
thing.
cloudy right now,
like 4,000 units of vitamin D. Because like if like suppose it shows you like we're supposed to be taking like vitamin D supplements because we
I
don't get
take
near enough sun.
I take vitamin D. I take one tablet in a thing of water, but it has like 27 vitamins in it. So I take that every day, and it's in a 2-pint thing of water. So yes, I've been healthy lately.
I mean, vitamins are
But they
good,
recommend
even if
something
you.
like 400 units, but like I take 10 times the amount of that. Because
Do you?
apparently the amount they recommend is it's like that's like baseline just to survive.
Yeah.
Whereas like the optimal
Well,
levels is like 10 times higher than that.
Well, not just that. There's a specific amount that you could take because your body has to break down the actual amount that it can actually intake. Just as long as you don't drink it with grapefruit juice, then you won't OD.
Yeah,
Well, like
there's
they were-
my tablets. I'm not allowed to eat grapefruit or grapefruit juice because if I went
Yeah,
in
because-
the sun, that would be it.
Yeah. A lot of people don't know. Like if you, a lot of pill heads didn't even know this. That if you take any type of pill form of anything and you back it up with grapefruit juice, you will intensify the entire breakdown that your body's supposed to only break down a specific milligram. But
Yeah.
that grapefruit juice is going to make you take the full milligram, and you're going to OD.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
thought it was pineapple juice.
No,
'Cause
it's
it has-
grapefruit.
Pineapple juice has a small amount of that acidic level that grapefruit juice has a higher amount of. So no, orange juice won't really
Pineapple?
actually.
Pineapple juice. Pineapple. See, good for you. Not grapefruit.
Yeah.
Pineapple's good for you. You should eat it on your pizza and
No,
on
not on pizza. No.
and your burgers. Yep.
Shazzy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I
I
love
Favore,
it.
Shazzy. Fy favore.
Hey, if y'all haven't had a Hawaiian style burger, it's called a Waikiki burger, man. I think it's got jalapenos,
No, I haven't
freaking
been
pineapple, and all that. Dude, it is so fucking good.
That's what I eat. Hawaiian burgers. I love Hawaiian burgers. Yep. And I love Hawaiian pizza. Ham, cheese, and pineapple. Yummy, yummy.
Blasphemy. You know, like I genuinely think it's the work of the devil. Because like fundamentally, like the whole aspect, like why not just eat an apple? You know what I mean? Why do you got to go like think about like the first dude that like discovered pineapples.
I can't eat an apple. Tariak.
Wait, why?
Because I can't eat an apple. Why can someone not eat an apple? You need teeth to eat an apple.
Oh yeah.
What kind of apple? There's like 300 different variants of apples.
Dogs.
Right, Jack is forcing a topic, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable. Fy favore, Jack. Fy favore.
Shit, I went away to work, man. I came back. It's crazy.
Now I want a granny
say,
Smith apple.
Jack has changed the topic to anime. Is anime immoral? Should it be banned?
Banned.
What do we think?
Yes.
Oh,
Banned.
18.
Man.
18 plus.
Yeah.
You have to be 18 or older to watch it.
Yeah.
It's going to cause severe brain damage if you do watch it, by the way.
21 plus, like smoking.
Look, if you want me to be honest, because I like anime, but I grew up in the era where I can delineate from certain topics of things when I was a kid because the way I was raised. But I just feel like this generation, you're going to show them shit like that, and they're going to think, they're not going to think cartoon and reality. They're going to think, I could be that. Or I don't know. As a kid, you realize like, I want to be Superman, or I want to be Goku, or I want to be Vegeta. But at a certain point, you realize I can never really truly be them, but I can imagine it. I just feel like a lot of people these days will have that creative imagination where they'll be all like, no, I can be it. I just have to train hard enough.
Well, I was kind of curious because, you know, in Japanese culture, they used to sell panties and used panties in vending machines, which I always thought was crazy. But as far as like anime, there's like characters on there that look like they're like 15, but they're like thousands of years old. And then there's some that look like they're adults, but they're actually their age is like fucking 12 or something, or like 14. And I'm like, this is crazy. Like I don't understand.
Well, the 12-year-old, the 500-year-old that looks like a 12-year-old is actually called a lolicon.
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on right now?
I'm not gonna lie, I was in between, and then Jack said that shit, and then halfway joined in. We're banning that shit. Burn it all down.
But it's good.
Yeah.
The anime is so good. It has great stories. I just think that some part of their culture is kind of, you know, it's kind of messed up. To be honest.
Perverted.
Yeah, they have a lot of perverted shit. They love like just enhancing breast size. It seems like to ridiculous extremes. Like,
not just that. They're legal age.
I'm scared to death. I'm frightened, and I don't know what to do. I'm confused, and I want to go home.
We're changing the topic because Dart says he wants to talk about raccoons. Dart, tell me about raccoons.
I started the revolution.
Shouldn't we ask the supreme leader over here, Jack?
I'm not the
No, he's
supreme
not the
leader. That's
supreme
King.
King's
No, that would be
supreme
me.
leader. Jack is his Benedict Arnold. He's his mole or his rat on the inside that he uses to subdue the masses.
Just think about who changed this topic.
Me.
Exactly. That's the real Benedict Arnold.
No, I've been keeping notes. I know who the Benedict is.
Yeah, Jack.
Stereo.
I kept noticing this whole uprising.
Who the hell is bending dick?
I was the George Washington. Crazy was the Thomas Jefferson. He was basically like the note taker. He was just taking shit down. Dart, I'm not really sure where we ended up with Dart.
Exactly.
Dart was kind of like a fence
what I'm
hitter. He was kind of playing both sides. He was weighing up both options. Kind of like Jack earlier on when we're going through the 25-point Nazi plan. He was just quiet through the whole thing. You know what I mean?
I never got put in the back. Not one time did I get put in the back in that uprising. Because
Honestly,
I
I
somehow got put in the back for agreeing. I don't understand how that happened.
I feel like Teriyaki could use that the list for that socialist Nazi plan and say it during like a VK to see how many people could agree on it, and then tell them what it is.
Bro, I already got these. Like they only disagreed with 2 points. I was like,
yeah, but you did it on your show. Imagine doing it to an actual full-on leftist and then agree with everything you just said.
But how? Like it's 25 points. You know what I'm saying? It'll take some time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We need
It
like
takes some time.
we need like an extension, like 40 minutes, go through each point. But even like I said, like right wingers would agree with it too, bro. Because like I was
Yeah, it's
like
kinda
even
messed
the troll earlier on, that like I kind of explained to him that it's like if you have the capital or the room and the budget to fit it in, like why would you not educate your population, including like poor kids or homeless kids and all this kind of shit. Clearly a net benefit to your society. And there's a lot of like I'm not talking about the whole Jews thing and all this kind of shit. I'm talking specifically just about like the political philosophy of it, which is why it's actually a dangerous thing. But Shanti says,
Move this man!
see what happens when we start talking about raccoons? You see what happens when we start talking about raccoons? We start going to desperate political ideologies. We're going to spin that wheel. We only got 10 minutes left as well, folks. Oh, this is going to be a beautiful one. Is cereal just cold soup?
Oh God, not this one. These remain.
No, it's not.
We got one negative.
If it's not water, it's milk in it. So no, it's not soup.
And what is milk made out of?
It comes from the cow.
And what's in milk?
No.
Is there water in milk?
Nope.
Nope.
The cows don't drink any water?
They might drink water, but it's not water, it's milk.
Milk soup is a traditional comfort food popular in Eastern European and Baltic cuisine. Consisted of milk simmered with pasta, noodles, or cereals like oat milk or millet.
Broth is a huge
It
component.
did not tell me anything.
Hold on.
Oh no! If milk soup, if there's milk soup, then is cereal just cold milk soup?
No, it's milk broth.
Hold on.
You add sugar
Do we
to the
consider
milk, so
curry?
it's not soup, it's
Do we consider
sweet.
curry soupy?
No.
Do we consider curry soupy?
No, curry's thick.
Yeah, because it uses yogurt. So I was trying to like use another dairy product to kind of lean into that. But no, I honestly don't. I really don't think it is.
It's
I mean,
not
I've probably
cream.
been on both.
It's coconut milk. It's coconut milk that goes into curry.
Yeah,
What is
coconut
the
milk. Yeah.
definition of soup, right?
What?
I just see how that fucked me. What's the definition?
Somebody look
of
up a soup.
I have
Somebody
it
look
right
up a
here.
soup
Soup
that
is
has milk in it.
primarily liquid-based dish, typically served hot, although some are chilled, consisting
vegetables.
ingredients simmered or cooked in stock, broth, water, milk, or this is the part that's going to fuck me, or other flavorful liquid. It is one of
so
the
I can- I
most
can-
water.
universal prepared
So-
foods in human history, valued for its ability
what
to
you're-
extract flavor and
So
nutrition.
you're telling me that I can have chicken noodle soup, but I could take the liquid out and replace it with Dr. Pepper, and it's still soup? Awesome.
No.
You mean to say that putting milk into things like make ice cream. It comes from milk, and it's not water. If it was water, it wouldn't freeze. You know, like ice cream.
Mhm.
So
So ice cream soup?
nope.
Yeah, is ice cream just cold, thick soup?
No.
Cold.
I don't think so.
No. It's
After it
yummy.
melts, yes.
It's yummy, creamy. So how can it be soup?
Do you simmer ice cream to make it?
Yeah.
And
Oh, I don't know how to make ice cream. I should have thought about that part first.
Yeah. You just
every
make,
time.
you make ice cream with milk, you know, or eggs. You're flavoring, maybe some cream in it. That's how you make ice cream. Or you could just stick it in the ice cream maker, like I have.
Next time I go to a restaurant to eat, I'm gonna ask them if they have dessert soup.
Like if you did walk into a restaurant and you said, "Give me a bowl of Fruit Loop soup," I'm pretty sure they'd understand what you meant.
Yeah, you're Fruit Loopy. Ask them for Fruit Loop soup.
They just might think you're talking about water instead, though. That's the only.
I'm in
thing I
Texas.
could
Most of the people, most of the servers I'm going to tell that to are going to tell me, shut up, dumbass. Come on. Well, what do you want to eat? I ain't got time for this shit.
Yeah, because words have meaning, right?
Plus, also, cereal implies that you're putting liquid in there anyways. What if you're eating it by hand?
Yeah, but it's not simmered in cereal.
Well, porridge would be the only thing that would be simmered. So you could eat porridge with your hands. They used to in the olden days.
So is it oatmeal cereal?
Oatmeal cereal, yeah.
Like the thing is, like soup doesn't have to be simmered. Don't gotta be hot.
Yeah, you can just eat it straight up too.
You can eat consomme, which is French, and it's cold.
Okay, but I can eat cereal.
Sorry, consomme.
I can
Say it
eat,
properly. Consomme.
I can eat Cinnamon Toast Crunch without milk. Does that make it soup?
Well, I would eat cinnamon toast. I make cinnamon toast. Lovely.
All right, it's going to be ending in 5 minutes anyway, and I'm going to be getting off in 6 o'clock. So I'll catch y'all later.
Take it easy, Afford. Have a good one.
Good to see you, Afford.
Yeah.
Cheers, Happy. Catch you later.
Shall we give it one more spin for the road, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Come on, spicy.
Don't be philosophical. Peace is just temporary cowardice.
Oh,
you already know my opinion on this one.
You never get peace. Ever.
Peace is a lie.
Yeah. Peace is a lie. You never get peace.
Well, what does it take to get peace? You know, it usually takes conflict.
Usually I have to lock myself in the bathroom, you know, but then you hear knock, 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 and that's your peace gone. So, no.
But is that temporary cowardice?
No.
Nope.
So you're saying no?
I'm saying no, it's not cowardice. It's just there's no peace. Nobody can get peace. Well, I know I can't get peace. I don't know about the rest of you.
But then,
I'm gonna
like,
say-
Shazzy, I think what Jack's getting at is that, like, anybody who claim that they have peace or inner peace, they're basically just saying that, like, they're cowering away from something.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only way I would get peace is to build the brick wall so high that nobody gets across it. I can switch off for hours and nobody can. I would just switch off and go, fuck off, world. Bye. It's easily done.
But yeah, I would agree with what Teriak said. You know, kind of locking yourself away. You're backing away from the situation instead of confronting it. So
Yeah.
I would actually agree with the prompt.
You like put yourself in prison.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, in a sense,
Yeah.
it's a prison you can get out of, but it's still
Yeah.
prison.
Interesting.
Interesting, Jack.
It is because I know I hammered this one down, but I do think from a philosophical standpoint, this is a pretty important thing. Peace is a lie. There is only passion. To passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. And through victory, my chains will be broken, and I shall be set free. I did change the last part, but yeah.
And is that last part end in peace?
No, I changed the last part. My chains will
Okay.
be broken. The force shall set me free.
So you agree or disagree?
Peace is a lie.
So you disagree it's not temporary cowardice? Or you agree?
No. It's not temporary yeah, it's not temporary cowardice.
Because of what you said?
Yeah, like when you say that peace is a lie, what you're saying is like this is just something that they're telling themselves for something else. You know what I mean? So then what would be that something else?
The peace.
And to your philosophy, Dart, would that not be like the fact that you're opting out of strength? Is that not cowardice?
No, because peace is a lie. There is only passion. To passion, I gain strength.
Yeah. So follow the train. Peace is a lie. There's only passion.
I gain
Passion
strength.
gets
Through
strength.
I
then
gain
opposite
power.
Yeah, but then work backwards to the peace thing. You'd be strength is gotten from passion. What's the opposite of strength? Weakness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's like the same way where the Buddhists say it's like it's all nothingness. This is all just an illusion, all this kind of shit.
Yeah, the inverse
But
is there
nothingness
is no
doesn't exist.
motion. Yeah, the inverse is there is no motion, there is peace, there is no ignorance, there is knowledge, there is no passion, there is serenity, there is no chaos, it's just harmony. There is no death, there is only the force. That's the inverse, right?
Yeah, so in terms of like that essence, if peace is the lie, what is the lie referring to? Temporary cowardice. Because you're shying away from strength. You're telling yourself a lie to
I see
avoid
what you're saying. I see what
becoming
you're saying.
strong.
Yeah, I get it now.
But doesn't that remove the passion part of it though? Because through passion is where you gain strength.
Yeah, but there's a reason why it starts with peace is a lie. You know what I mean? No matter what way you obtain strength, whatever the quest is for strength, what the reason why you're telling yourself the lie of peace is to avoid the strength. And through the strength, you get the freedom.
Like I think that peace is never obtainable because there's always going to be conflict. No matter what the situation, there's always going to be conflict. Peace is assuming that everybody's one.
There is a third on this.
Third what?
The Mandalorian code. I mean, I'm totally going off of Star Wars here. But I like that it's a philosophical thing, and AI actually is like, it's actually a really good philosophical thing. So the Mandalorian, his strength is life. For the strong have the right to rule. Honor is life. For with no honor, one may as well be dead. Loyalty is life, for without one's clan, one has no purpose. Death is life. One should die as they have lived. This is the way.
And do you think that's peace?
I actually think they're kind of in three a harmony. I just prefer the Sith one.
I know, but do you think that to that definition that's peace?
Yeah, this indicates you're not at peace. You're wanting peace, so you have to give something to get that peace. So are you going to be a coward? Depending on what you have to give up to get that peace. If it's a handshake, no, you're not a coward. Maybe. I don't know. That indicates you don't have peace to start with, right?
Oh, I definitely don't have peace.
I say I kind of agree with that because it's like, like I said, it brings it back to what I thought. It's like there's always conflict there. There's always going to be conflict unless all parties or individuals are completely equal.
Yep.
And as far as I know, that's never going to be possible.
Yeah, it's a give and take, and I don't think it'll ever be possible either.
Which one, the Mandalorian or the Sith one?
Peace in general.
No, just peace in general.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
But on that bombshell, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of the show. I'd like to thank all my guests. I'd like to thank all the donations. Gentlemen and lady, is there any final nuggets of thoughts? Final nuggets of thoughts. Oh my God. I'll show you how tired I am. Is there any final closing thoughts or nuggets of wisdom that you'd like to leave the audience with before we head off?
I just wanted to say thanks to Jungle for the massive donation. I can't wait to see the man live in person at DebateCon.
Hell yeah, bro.
But thanks for having me up as always. It was actually a very thought-provoking, very fun episode here, and just glad to be up here. But that's pretty much all I had. So I'll get up out of here. Thanks for as always, Teriak. Congrats for a second time on getting 2K. so hopefully we don't have to say 3. But yeah, it's always fun being up here. So thanks for having me as always. Salute.
100%. Appreciate you, Jack.
Yep.
Jack, see you later, Jack. Right, everybody, I'm going to give you that Irish goodbye.
Shout out to Shazzy. Honey, the Irish are taking over with the Irish goodbyes.
Brush your friggin' teeth like you mean it and drink milk like you want it and love it. Gotta go now.
My man. And Darth, any nuggets of wisdom, closing thoughts?
Nuggets of wisdom. Think for yourselves, motherfuckers. Even if you have to be wrong. That's how you learn.
My man.
And on that, can I do a shameless plug?
Yeah, of course.
I think on Saturday I'm gonna be doing a Rumble stream because I've gotten my shit to connect. I've been testing out the software. That's why I'm fucking with the backgrounds and all that shit.
Nice.
Yeah. Fuck it. We can listen to music and there's a little more freedom on that end. But yeah, I'm going to do exclusive Rumble on Saturdays and we'll see what I do with the YouTube. But that's it. And thank you, Teriak. Thank you for everybody that's been up. Shantae, you can go fuck yourself. That's about it. And thank you for all your help, Teriak. You've helped me immensely.
My pleasure, man. My pleasure.
So have you heard of the American Goodbye?
My man. Folks, I appreciate you all. Again, shout out to the Jungle for the massive 1K donation. Absolutely smashed. I think this is the all-time high. Never gotten this high before on the El Dono goal. Like I said, when I set in the thingobob, never thought I was going to get it. So massive shout out to Jungle. Massive shout out to Prince of Dog, Sempitron Chaos, Shazzy as well. Bad Cramps, becoming a member too. Also, wait, where is it? On the thingobob. Also, I don't know who that is. I think it might have been Darth. Oh my god. Un momento. God damn it, chat. I'm trying to close off the stream and getting phone calls and everything. Never a dull day. Never a dull day. I also shout out to Jack of Blades with the one gifted member. Once I got to do the call outs for Mo Rebuttal. That's what I'm saying. Jack always pings like the shiny rare. You know what I'm saying? In the ones. We also Jazzy Bear for the 5 gifted memberships. Gavin Steelborn, Daniel, Ricardo Sunrocks, Robert Switzer. Wait, is that only 4? Wait, what? It's only showing 4. We got robbed. But hey, appreciate you kindly, Shazzy. And then we got Darth as well at the end with one member with the Sea Soul. Shout out to you all, absolute legends. Absolute legends. We'll say I got to play a clip. Are we having fun yet, chat? Right at the end as well, Steelborn, he's like, what's up, Galligates? And then Jack comes in and says, hey, you're not a member? I'm going to make you a member. My motherfucking man. But appreciate you kindly. Thanks for all the support and love. Like I said, absolutely smashed it. 1078. Unbelievable. Can I get a hallelujah? Can I get an amen? Shout out to you all, absolute legends. And yeah, like I said, going to close off the same way we always close off. All I'm asking you to do is just to trust in your president. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Wait, one sec. You see this? I got to shout out Shante before we go as well. See this? You see this, Shante? Rope you dick. Unbelievable, Shante. Got to give Shante her final close thoughts as well. We got an amen well in chat. And we got Jack as well with the $2 saying amen. Amen. And we got 1080p, baby. Shout out to you all. Like I said, God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And I'll see you all tomorrow for a little bit of the film room. Take it easy.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life. And I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you. I will fight for you. And I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.